Chapter 1. No one stands in heaven at the beginning, whether it is you, me, or even God, but the window period for the throne of heaven will also end, and from now on, I will stand at the top. Yamamoto Motoyanajisai Shigekoku, Lan Ran, you have crossed the border. If you don't take back this sentence, the old man will not forgive you. Unweaking Ming, flowers are not the flowers of the past, and the moon is not the moon of the past. 2. It's better not to care too much about everything in the past, and increase your troubles. Icarus, the only one who stands on the throne of heaven is the Master. Artoria, I don't care about the throne of heaven or anything, what I can do is lead my knights to win victories for the empire again and again. King Asakura, it's worthy of being a Night King, but all I want to do is build a world where there are only magic guides. Berenso, hehe, it's really interesting, it should never be boring again. I said, whatever, anyway, the world is very interesting, you can play as you like, let's have a good meeting now. Shen Wu, who was sitting on the golden throne at the highest place, interrupted the argument of several people with a smile, and at the same time asked Bai Lan, what about Hulu? The Supreme Council of the 12 Kings sent them. It's already here, Your Majesty. Bai Lan smiled slightly and pointed to the figures of the 5 people in front of the gate of the main hall of the Heavenly Palace. Hades, Ulu, Jalal, Nun, Jayad. P.S. New book, please collect, ask for flowers, ask for support. Chapter 2. On the vast snow, in the endless wind and snow, a child who looked at most 5 years old slowly walked on this pure land. The blizzard could not make this weak-looking child stop for half a step, so the wind and snow, cold and cold, were 3 feet away from this child, and they could not enter an inch. This little child, with purple hair with long ears, fell from the side of his cheeks between his collarbones, and had a small bundle of waist-length hair at the back of his head. The same purple sword eyebrows made the already handsome facial features even more eye-catching. However, what really attracts attention is the pair of purple eyes that are half hidden and half hidden under his bangs. Purple-red pupils, black lines, mysterious 6-pointed star patterns, occult incantations, 3 concentric circles inside and outside, 3 tadpole jade-like dots on the concentric circles are slowly rotating, the entire pupil exudes purple-red light, showing endless oppression and charm. Looking at these eyes, as if you can see your own life and death. This boy is none other than the protagonist of this book, who unfortunately crosses from a place called Blue Star to the protagonist of this unknown world, Shen Wu. Crossing into this place where birds don't, Shen Wu's only information is to know his identity, a lucky man who was destroyed by the demon, Deliola, but miraculously survived. And leaving from that ruin, Shen Wu had been surviving in this icy world for 3 hours. Although he is not afraid of wind and snow and cold because of Goldfinger, he has not eaten for a long time, and his stomach has cried many times. If he saw a village, or encountered a human track, he would be the first to starve to death. Heavens, great God of crossing, don't give me hope, let me die. Shen Wu stopped, looked at the world of wind and snow in all directions, and looked up to the sky and sighed. When he was just reborn into this world, the ruins everywhere and the corpses everywhere really scared the otaku of this new century, but Shen Wu, who knew the law of traversing, did not panic. He knew that the legendary Goldfinger would appear at this time, and then let him hang the other world and spread the might of the Blue Star people. And, indeed, as Shen Wu expected, there are indeed Goldfingers, and they seem to be very tall. In Shen Wu's careful search, after some tossing, he finally found his golden finger in his mind. In a golden hall, Shen Wu himself sits on a golden throne, and below it, 12 silver thrones are arranged in 2 rows. Among them, on the throne at the very end, a black and white card, but without the slightest content, suspended on it, and some are just a large number of 365, quietly on top of the card. There is another such card, which is the golden card located before Shen Wu's own throne. This golden card has its own content with 4 big characters written on it: heaven from heaven to come. Everything in the sky will be dominated. When Shen Weihu touched his hand on the card, this text appeared in Shen Weihu's consciousness. Although I don't know how powerful my golden finger is, and I don't know what is going on with this golden finger, but in this appearance, as well as the text description of the heavenly phase, Shen Weihu knows that this golden finger is not ordinary. This was even more certain when he saw that neither the storm nor the blizzard could enter within 3 feet of himself. Although Shen Weihu did not experience that feeling, at least the wind and snow in the sky would not affect him. Everything in the sky is simply wind, rain, thunder, and electricity. Rain is water vapor, and water vapor condenses into ice and snow when it is cold. Thunder and lightning aside, Shen Weihu himself has not yet encountered it, but on this icy continent, he already knows the power of wind and snow. Storms can blow everything, snow can bury everything, storm blades can cut the earth, and the cold brought by snow can freeze the heavens and earth. However, in front of Shen Weihu, who had mastered the arrival of heaven, these natural forces that were beyond the reach of human beings were completely inaccessible. In other words, these forces that did not carry malice were automatically bypassed when they felt the power in Shen Weihu's body. It can be said that this power of Shen Weihu is quite powerful. However, no matter how powerful he is, he can't conjure up food, and if he doesn't eat, Shen Weihu almost feels like he is going to starve to death. And the white world everywhere made Shen Weihu's heart gradually breed boredom, and if it goes on like this, he himself may not be able to hold on and commit suicide. Hey! Children over there, what are you doing alone in this extremely cold place? It's very dangerous. Just when Shen Weihu was about to feel desperate, a woman with short black hair who looked to be in her early 20s walked towards Shen Weihu. You? Who are you? Seeing someone, Shen Weihu was undoubtedly very pleasantly surprised, but instinctively asked with some vigilance. Being able to appear in this uninhabited ice and snow is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person, so he cannot be vigilant about this, and the god who is not familiar with life is not vigilant. The black-haired woman slowly approached, squatted down, and just about to touch Shen Weihu's head. When she said something, she suddenly saw Shen Weihu's eyes, and she was suddenly shocked, and the movements in her hands were also stunned. What kind of eyes are these? Looking at Shen Weihu's purple-red eyes, feeling the oppressive force, the black-haired woman thought in shock. However, the shock only lasted for a short while, and the black-haired woman returned to normal, straightened her somewhat messy clothes for Shen Weihu, and said, "I am the ice demon guide of this extremely cold place, and my name is Ulu. What about your parents? How can you leave a child here alone? It's so much." The black-haired woman, that is, Ulu, is also a person who has seen the face of the world, although there are few people who are born with different eyes, but it is not nothing, so she soon recovered from the shock. Ulu. Hearing the words Ulu, Shen Weihu's pupils shrank slightly, and he carefully looked at the black-haired woman in front of him, but Shen Weihu became more familiar the more he looked. This is the world of fairy tale? The woman in front of him is Ulu, the Master of Grey, the Ulu who died with Diliera. Thinking about the information of his previous life, Shen Weihu's heart was extremely excited at this time. Fairy tale, the world of magic, although there are many things that Shen Weihu does not like, but in this world can control the power to dominate the world. One person, or several people can destroy heaven and earth. This is a paradise for the strong. Moreover, thinking of his magic, the heavens are coming, and the desire in Shen Weihu's eyes is even stronger. Hey, are you listening to me? Hey, looking at the boy with magical eyes in front of him, Ulu kept shouting. Although Shen Weihu's psychological fluctuations were very large at this time, Ulu couldn't feel it at all, because all his emotions were blocked by those eyes full of charm and oppression. Ah, well, I don't have parents, and when I woke up, I saw nothing but ruins. Shen Weihu was telling the truth, and when he crossed over, there was only a group of dead bodies and ruin-like buildings on the scene. Such a result is actually a good start for a traverser, because there is no burden, life does not bring, death does not bring. After crossing, there is no need to feel guilty for occupying other people's bodies for yourself. Anyway, you should have died, and it would be nice for me to use your name so that you can continue to live and create glorious history in this world. However, Shen Weihu thought this in his heart, but Ulu's heart was completely different. I saw Ulu showing a very sentimental expression, seemed to be crying, reached out and hugged Shen Weihu's body, and cried, "What a poor child! From today onwards, my sister and I will take care of you. Don't worry, I will definitely make you happy." For what happened to Shen Weihu, Yu expressed great sympathy, and she also heard that it seems that in this Arctic land, a powerful monster has recently been plundering everywhere, and has destroyed several villages, and the child in front of her is the survivor of the disaster. The family was broken at such a young age, and coupled with the cute and handsome appearance of Shota, it immediately inspired Ulu's maternal brilliance. Woo, this woman is so excited. Between those full chests, God thought painlessly and happily. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, what's your name? After the excitement, Ulu looked at Shen Weihu and said, "My name is Shen Weihu." Looking at the woman in front of him, after knowing that her name was Ulu, Shen Weihu did not have the slightest vigilance and said her name openly. "God. Does God have no moon? That's a cool name." Ulu said with a smile, and touched Shen Weihu's head. However, Shen Weihu is obviously not suitable for others to touch his head. After all, touching his head to kill should be right for girls, although he is very good looking, but he is a real boy. However, Shen Weihu had the intention to hide, but he could not escape Ulu's clutches, and was forcibly knocked out by Ulu. "Okay, come with me, Weihu, I'll take you to your new home." Shen Weihu's previous home was gone, and it was impossible to live by himself at such a young age, so Ulu had the idea of adopting Shen Weihu. And in this regard, Shen Weihu has nothing to resist. "Anyway, I don't know where to go now, and I don't know what time it is at this time, but Deliora is still there, presumably the plot of today must not have begun. Weihu, not far ahead is our home, you must be hungry." Ulu took Shen Weihu's hand with one hand, and her face was full of joy, and she even forgot why the little hand in her hand was actually hot in such a cold day. "I'm not called Weihu, my surname is Shen Wu, name Yu, you can call me Yu." Hearing Yu hand over himself Weihu again, a somewhat awkward Shen Weihu corrected. "This way, Moon, Moon, hey, it's more pleasant to call like this." Yu was not embarrassed at all to mispronounce someone else's name, but said excitedly, "You are about the same age as my daughter Tia, you will definitely get along very happily." Ulu thought about her daughter telling her every time that if she was so bored alone, she would definitely be very happy to have a playmate this time. "You have a daughter? You're married?" The fact that Ulu has a daughter, Shen Weihu naturally knows, but he had a doubt in his previous life, who is the father of the child. Ulu is not only beautiful, but also a powerful magician, who can be her husband, presumably also a big person, otherwise it is not a good cabbage that has been arched by a pig. Chapter 3. You have a daughter? You're married? The fact that Ulu has a daughter, Shen Weihu naturally knows, but he had a doubt in his previous life, who is the father of the child. Ulu is not only beautiful, but also a powerful magician, who can be her husband, presumably also a big person, otherwise it is not a good cabbage that has been arched by a pig. However, the next words of Ulu made Shen Weihu feel the goodwill of the world. "No, I'm not married. Tia is an orphan like you, but coincidentally, Tia looks like me and looks like my daughter." Ulu said this, and said with a somewhat self-deprecating smile, "Besides, who likes a woman like me who is obsessed with magic?" Ulu was in his 20s at this time, and he could be regarded as a very young wizard in the wizarding world, but at such a young age, he already had the strength to surpass the S-class. In addition to talent, one's own love for magic is also directly proportional to the time invested. Therefore, when Ulu withdrew from the magic, he suddenly found that there was no one in his surroundings who could match him, and among his peers, there was no one who could make her feel love. Oh, yes. Hearing that Ulu was not married, Shen Wu's heart was somehow very happy, and he didn't hear what Ulu whispered behind him. What did you just say? Nothing. Ulu quickly recovered from his distraction, looked at Shen Wu with a formal face and said, in short, from today onwards, you will be my family, are you willing? Of course. Such a good thing, Shen Wu naturally would not refuse, but while agreeing, I don't know how, the ghost made God say a sentence, however, I will not be your son. Of course, the son can't do it, otherwise what will he do in the future? He won't be imprisoned. Yes, let's be Tia's playmate. With a funny glance at Shen Wu, Ulu took Shen Wu's hand, and said while running quickly, let's go quickly, otherwise Tia is at home alone, and she will have to wait. Ulu's home was not far away, and before he could go far, the two arrived. However, being able to accurately find the direction in this endless ice and snow, Ulu is really powerful. If he had changed to Shen Wu, without Ulu's guidance, he might have starved to death and would not have found this place. Mom! Welcome back! When Shen Wu was still looking at the house in front of him, which looked like an igloo, a little girl with long black hair who looked a little like Ulu appeared in Shen Wu's eyes. She really looks alike, if you don't say it, I really thought she was your biological daughter. Looking at the child version of Ulu in front of him, Shen Wu said slowly. However, the moment he saw this child, Shen Wu discovered that there was a terrifying force in this child's body. In such a young body, there is such a powerful force, it is not a blessing. If it were not for this force being suppressed by another force, at this time, this girl would have exploded and died long ago. However, Shen Wu knew that even if it was suppressed, it could not be suppressed for a long time, and it seemed that in the end, Arusha would not be able to escape her fate. I'm right. Tia, who is a little like herself, pours out all of Ulu's hopes, and it is the appearance of this girl that makes her understand the meaning of life. It is also the only place where Ulu's motherhood, now in her 20s and unmarried, shines. I'm back, Tia. Are you afraid to be home alone? You picked Tia up and kissed her and said. Well, I'm not scared because I know Mom you'll protect me. Smiled sweetly in Ulu's arms, and after a while, Tia raised her head slightly to look at Shen Wu, who was about the same age as herself, and the hand holding Ulu's clothes tightened, looking at Shen Wu a little shyly, and said, Mom, who is this person? His name is Shen Wu, from today onwards, he will be your brother, you have to get along well, you know? Tia. Although I don't know how old Shen Wu is, but looking at Shen Wu, who is slightly taller than Arusha, you took Shen Wu as his brother. Brother? How old is he, in case I am a sister? Knowing that Shen Wu is not a bad person, plus Shen Wu put away the coercion of his different eyes, so Arusha was not shy anymore, and asked loudly, as if he wanted to be a sister. Well, yes, Moon, how old are you this year? Ulu looked at his daughter, and then at Shen Wu, and finally asked with a smile. According to the continental calendar this year, how many years is it? How old he is, this question really stumped Shen Wu. He crossed over, this body except for a name, he didn't know anything else. Early 772, why, don't you even know this? P.S. New books for care, collections, flowers all kinds of requests. Chapter 4. Early 772, why, don't you even know this? Ulu said suspiciously. When I woke up, I couldn't remember anything but my name. Shen Wu said a little sadly. However, in his heart, he was thinking, 772, so it is still very early from the beginning of the plot, and the turning point in 777 is still 5 years away. No wonder Arusha is still by Ulu's side at this time, and both Gray and Leo have not yet been accepted as apprentices by Ulu. Amnesia? What a poor child! And after listening to Shen Wu's words, Ulu felt even more pain in his heart, and took Shen Wu into his arms, so that Shen Wu and Arusha began to widen their eyes on Ulu's chest. I'm 8 years old, how about you? Tia. Looking at the little loli who was close at hand, Shen Wu asked. I'm 7 years old, brother. Elder brother. At such a close distance, Arusha could feel Shen Wu's burning breath. Haha, it seems that you guys solved it yourself. You heard Tia's brother, smiled gently, and then said to Tia, I'll make something for your brother to eat first, and you will take your brother to familiarize yourself with the familiar environment first. Well, got it, Mom. Tia replied obediently. Well, Tia is so good. You put the two of them down and went into the house to get food for Shen Wu. She knew that Shen Wu had called several times when she came back with him. After Tia watched Yu enter the house, Tia set her eyes on Shen Wu's body. A little shyly stretched out his hand and said to Shen Wu, Reintroduction, my name is Urusha Milkovich, please advise more, brother. Hello, Tia, my name is Shen Wu. Shen Wu stretched out her hand to hold Tia's little hand, smiled slightly, and said in her heart, Tia at this time, she is still a cute little loli. Looking at the well-behaved little loli in front of him, Shen Wu could only sigh that fate was tricky, and the truth was cruel. However, these exclamations just slipped in the mind, and they were instantly thrown to the blue star by Shen Wu, and it is useless to worry about these, or settle down in this world first, and then become stronger, and change the fate of these people. In this world, if it is not strong enough, it can only become the nourishment of the world. Hey, Tia, isn't that the case? Are you styling roses? In the open space in front of his house, Shen Wu was teaching Tia modeling magic at this time. Originally, this job was Ulu's, and Shen Wu himself was also the one who was called, but when Ulu found that Shen Wu was a top genius, he could learn what to teach immediately, and he could draw inferences, he immediately handed over the teacher's job to Shen Wu, and he didn't know where to go, and sometimes he didn't see anyone all day. If Tia hadn't been able to cook, Shen Wu and Tia would have starved to death. Ah, it's so annoying, I don't study anymore, brother. Tia, who failed again, this time lost her temper, came to Shen Wu's side, held Shen Wu's arm, and performed her own coquettish method. Brother, my favorite brother, let's take a break first, okay? Good, don't shake it, brother promised you, rest first. Under Tia's coquettishness, Shen Wu could only be defeated. Bang, raising his head and falling on the soft snow, looking at the somewhat gloomy sky, Shen Wu thought in his heart, unconsciously, it's been a year. It has been a year since the Shen Wu crossing. During this year, Shen Wu learned the method of condensing magic power with Ulu and became a glorious magic guide. Because of the arrival of the heavens, the ice element is very affinity for Shen Wu, and almost as soon as the thought moves, the elements will be arranged according to their own ideas, forming a powerful magic sequence, and then bursting out supernatural power. In 1 year, Shen Wu has changed from a mortal who knows nothing to a B-class magic guide with powerful destructive power. Such a talent shocked Ulu, but more rejoiced, although Shen Wu said that she was not willing to be his apprentice, but she still taught him everything she knew. And after knowing that Shen Wu did not have an extraordinary affinity for the ice element, he went to the city below the mountain every day to receive tasks, and then used part of the money to complete the task to buy magic books of the wind system, thunder and lightning system, and water system, so that Shen Wu could learn by himself. That's why sometimes, Ulu doesn't see people all day. And the love from Ulu made Shen Wu strengthen the determination in his heart, the determination to change the fate of Ulu and Tia. Time goes back to the day when the year 773 of the continental calendar just came. That day Shen Wei was very happy. Ulu's love, Tia's love, all made Shen Wei, a person in another world, feel warm in this world. They really regarded him as family. The comfortable life made Shen Wei seem to forget the cruelty of this world. It was not until the moment when the night came, after Shen Wei was re-brought into his consciousness space, that he remembered again that this world was a cruel world. P.S. Regarding the update, if there are no special circumstances, the minimum is guaranteed 3 times a day, 1 change at midnight, 1 change at 8 in the morning, and 1 change in the evening. In addition, reveal a little plot, the 12 thrones of this book, the demon tale world will not be mentioned, everyone guess for themselves, talk about other worlds, reveal 3 people, all of them are some old anime, the 2 characters of the Grim Reaper, the Night King. Who do you guess? The Night King in the author's mind. Chapter 5. When he re-entered the space of consciousness and sat on that golden throne again, Shen Wei felt not only a sense of superiority in the depths, but also fear. As for why the fear is, it starts with what Shen Wei saw. Since knowing that he had a golden finger, when Shen Wei first started, he would come in almost every day, even every hour, to see if he found any changes, but to Shen Wei's disappointment, there was no change at all. The card at the end of the 12 silver thrones is still unclear, and the other silver thrones are still empty, and they have not refreshed again in front of them, such as Heaven from Heaven. The only thing that has changed is the decreasing number on the card. However, on the day when the year 773 of the continental calendar just came, Ekizen discovered an amazing scene when he entered the consciousness space to take a casual look at it according to the custom. His own gold finger has finally changed. Entering the consciousness space, Shen Wei found that there was an extra golden card in front of him, and on the silver throne opposite the last throne, the same card as before, with unknown effect and unknown information. The most important thing is that the card on the silver throne from before, the number of the morning disappeared, and the explanation finally appeared on the face of the card. 12 Kings, King of Ice, Ulu, Plane, This World, Strength Level, Magic Master, Unlock Conditions, Collect Ice Crystals and Resurrect the Dead URU with the R system. When he saw this card, Shen Wei suddenly remembered that soon the demon who destroyed his physical home, Daliera, would continue to ravage the northern continent, and then would die with URU. Ulu will die. How can this not be afraid of Shen Wei, who already regards Ulu as his family? But remembering what, although Ulu's strength is Super S level, according to the memories of the previous life, Shen Wei knows that Ulu cannot cause any damage to Daliera except for using absolute ice purity. And in this established fact, Shen Wei, a B-rank magic guide, is even less likely to play any role, and it is estimated that it is not more than Daliola's teeth. However, fortunately, things are not without turns. According to the information on that card, Shen Wei can use the R system to resurrect Ulu in the future. Although the R system is considered to be magic that is contrary to humanity, Shen Wei will not care about this. Contrary to humanity, not against his will, why should he care? Of course, Shen Wei also knows that building the R system is against the Magic Council, and building the R system also requires a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, which are not what Shen Wei can take out today. Therefore, for this reason, Shen Wei already has a package plan, and the first step of this plan is to become stronger himself. At the very least, you must be able to not be afraid of the threat of the Magic Council, that is, at least you must have the strength of a Super S-class magic guide. And now Shen Wei's strength is only B level, which is still a little far from this goal. The level of the Magister, this was told to Ulu when he was teaching Shen Wei magic. From low to high, there are 7 grades of F, E, D, C, B, A, S. Among them, the F rank is worth those who only have magic in the body, but there are few pitiful, there are no people who have mastered spells, generally speaking. This level of magic guides will only appear in people who have just learned awakening magic. And the E level, simply put, is a magic apprentice. Such a magic guide is basically a child, or a non-professional magic guide. As for the D level, it is a watershed, and the D level magic guide is the real magic guide. Basically, those Dark Guild Dragon sets appear in the original work, basically this level. The 4 levels of C, B, A, and S are improved on the basis of D level, with an increase in mana and continuous strengthening and proficiency in magic skills. Among them, the strongest S level must pass the S level examination of each great guild, and only after passing it can become an S-class magic guide. However, there are few guilds that are qualified to hold S-class exams, except for the Magic Council, Fairy Tale, and a few guilds. And those guilds that are not eligible to hold S-class exams will either be tested by the Magic Council or live forever as A-class magicians. Of course, this is in the world of the Light Guild, and where in the Dark World, there are no such rules. Their method is simple and practical. As long as they kill a member of the Light Guild of the same level, their Magi level is determined. In addition to these basic 7 levels, according to Ulu, there are higher levels. However, because at that time, Shen Wu had just learned magic, in order to prevent Shen Wu from being so ambitious, Ulu did not tell him. However, now, even if Ulu didn't say anything, after seeing the introduction on the card, Shen Wu also had a guess. Super S-Class Magic Guide, Magic Mentor, is this the strength of Ulu today? As for the Holy 10 Magisters, this is not a division of ranks, but a symbol of status, and this kind of officially assessed thing generally has a strong political tendency and cannot be taken seriously at all. Although it is said that those who can become Saint 10 Demon Guides are basically not weak. P.S. New books for collection, please take care of it. Chapter 6. Brother, Brother. Just when Shen Wu was still thinking about his future, Urusha looked at the dazed Shen Wu, and kept shaking his small hand in front of Shen Wu's face. My brother is thinking about how to make my little fool learn the rose garden quickly. Reaching out and scratching Tia's cute little nose, Shen Wu said a little spoiled. These words are not perfunctory, but Shen Wu really wants Tia to learn modeling magic quickly. The Ice Rose Garden. The Ice Rose Garden is Ulu's stunt, but also a symbol. In addition to the power is different, but also the control of magic, which is too difficult for Tia. Urusha is a genius, although it is not as good as the existence of Shen Wu, but Tia's understanding of magic is actually not bad, but very strong, and the reason why she has been unable to master the Ice Rose Garden is caused by the powerful magic in her body. The powerful magic power made Tia uncontrollable at all, and if he mobilized a little magic power, a large amount of magic power would rush out, causing the magic array that was hard to construct to collapse instantly. As for why Shen Wu knew that it was difficult for Tia to learn the Ice Rose Garden, and he had to constantly force Tia to learn, this was Shen Wu giving Urusha one more choice. In the original work, why Ulu is a villain in the early stage is all caused by the powerful magic in her body. The powerful magic cannot be controlled, the so-called for her safety. Urusha was sent to the Magic Development Bureau by her mother, but in the Magic Development Bureau, Tia's powerful magic attracted Brian's attention, and then, under various coincidences, fell into the darkness step by step, and even more developed an inexplicable hatred for his mother, Ulu. This path is not bad, at least on this road, Tia has grown. But this road is too difficult, so, in order to give Tia one more choice, Shen Wu hopes that Tia can learn the Ice Rose Garden. In Shen Wu's opinion, the control and use of magic in the Ice Rose Garden is very ingenious. If Tia can master the Ice Rose Garden, then he will definitely be able to control the magic in his body, and at that time, maybe you cannot send Tia to the Magic Development Bureau. Even if you and Dahlia die together in the future, Tia can become a guild wizard or a free wizard like Gray or Leo, without having to struggle in the Dark Guild. It's not that Shen Wu looks down on the Dark Guild, it's really that compared to the Light Guild, the weak have to suffer too much if they want to become stronger in the Dark World. I'm not a fool. Opening the hand that was making a fuss on her nose, Tia said with a wrinkled nose. After speaking, holding Shen Wu's arm, he rested his head on Shen Wu's not broad shoulder, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and said happily, I don't want to learn, because Tia believes that my mother and brother will definitely protect me, right, my favorite brother. After speaking, Tia looked at Shen Wu expectantly, waiting for his answer. Of course, I will always watch over you. Looking at Tia's expectant gaze, Shen Wu naturally wouldn't say no. However, when looking at the smile on Tia's face, Shen Wu's heart was a little sad, but, Tia, this world is very dangerous, with the strength of your brother now, you can't protect you, your brother must become stronger. Protecting Tia and protecting Ulu is something that Shen Wu has already decided when he became a part of this family, even if he can't do it now, Shen Wu will definitely do it in the future. At that time, Shen Wu will definitely reproduce today's happiness. Well, it's agreed. Brother. Tia stretched out her white and tender hand and hooked Shen Wu's little finger with her own little finger. Conventions. You guys seem to be having fun, what are you talking about? At this time, Ulu, who had completed the task, returned with a large bag and a small bag. Well, welcome back, Mom. As soon as she saw Ulu, Tia immediately left Shen Wu's side, quickly ran over and threw herself into Ulu's arms, hugging Ulu tightly. And Shen Wu did not lag behind, walked slowly to Ulu's body, and said, Welcome back, Ulu. For Ulu, Shen Wu respects, likes, and even has a trace of feelings that should not be had, but even so, on top of the title of Ulu, Shen Wu is a direct name. Neither called master nor mother. And Ulu didn't say anything about it, instead she thought it was the best. In Ulu's heart, Shen Wu gave her the feeling that she didn't look like her disciple or her child, and the relationship between the two was more like a friend, yes, a friend. Although Shen Wu is a little small. But in the usual conversation, Ulu can feel the maturity of this child, and after getting along for a long time, Ulu sometimes naturally forgets Shen Wu's age. Sometimes, Ulu thought in his heart, if only Shen Wu could be a little bigger. P.S. Favorites. Collect it. Yes. Chapter 7. Well, I'm back. Looking at Shen Wu and Tia, Ulu was also happy, and the gentle smile made Shen Wu, who had been looking at Ulu, his eyes a little straight. Tia, what did you just do in Wajaki? Looks very happy. Ulu reached out and nodded on Tia's forehead in his arms. Hearing this question, I saw that Tia was very happy to pull Rora's collar, and said with a smile, Mom, Mother, just now my brother made an agreement with me, saying that he would take care of me forever. Hey! This is godless moon. He didn't seem to say that, although he would take care of Tia forever, Shen Wu would not refuse and would be very happy. But in this way, speaking in front of Ulu, maybe the real child, Tia, will not feel anything, but the god Wu of the two lifetimes does feel a little embarrassed. Tia is only 8 years old now, which is very sinful. Shen Wu had the heart to refute, after all, he couldn't want Ulu to have any bad thoughts about him, but looking at Tia's watery eyes, Shen Wu knew that if Shen Wu said half a word, this little ancestor would definitely cry, make trouble and hang himself 3 times. However, just when Shen Wu was a little embarrassed, Yu looked at Shen Wu with a mocking look, and said to Shen Wu in a strange voice, Tia is my heart, if you want to protect Tia, you must also protect me for the rest of my life. Hearing Ulu's words, Shen Wu's heart trembled, looking at Ulu's mocking look, he couldn't guess whether what Ulu said was true. If it was true, then he would definitely agree. Well, don't tease you, it's so late, I guess you're hungry too. I'll go get you something to eat. Looking at Shen Wu's stunned look, Yu said funny. Well, thank you Mom, Ulu. Time passed in a hurry, and before I knew it, another month had passed, and this time, Shen Huiyu was 9 years old, Tia was 8 years old, and Ulu was 25 years old. Are you really leaving? Brother. Now 8 years old, Tia became more and more beautiful, but as she grew older, the magic in Tia's body became stronger. Well, in order to better protect you and protect Ulu, I have to become stronger. At this time, looking at Tia's tearful eyes, although Shen Huiyu was very distressed, it was really time to have to leave. In the year 773 of this year's continental calendar, in another year, Daliura will reappear on this continent, Shen Huiyu and Leo will also become Uru's disciples, and Tia will usher in a new life of her own. In this regard, the only thing that Shen Huiyu, who was completely unable to make changes, could do was to first become stronger as stated on that card, and then resurrect Ulu with the R system. And if you want to become stronger, you must first leave here, and in the wider world, you can become stronger. Woohoo! Don't. You clearly promised me, forever and ever, woo-woo. Confirming that Shen Huiyu was indeed leaving, tears fell from her eyes. At this time, she was still completely unable to understand what it would be like to be tricked by fate if her strength was weak. Don't mess around, Tia. Moon could not stay in this small place forever, he still had a wider world that belonged to him. And you have to believe that the moon said that it will always guard us, and it will definitely do it. Compared with Tia's sadness, although Ulu was a little reluctant at this time, she still approved of Shen Huiyu. Who knew that God Huiyu was extraordinary? Don't worry, Tia, when I become stronger, then our family will definitely be reunited again. At this point, maybe Tia and Uru didn't understand the true meaning of this sentence, but it won't be long before Shen Huiyu believes that they will know. If he can't control his destiny, he is doomed to be played by fate. Such a truth, Shen Huiyu, who is a traverser, is very clear, but he can't tell Uru and Tia, because even if he says it, he can't change his fate without enough strength. Ulu, Tia, the next time we meet, we will never be separated. With one last glance at the two, Shen Huiyu Banyan left in another direction, waving goodbye with his back to the two. When Shen Huiyu was about to disappear, Tia hurriedly ran out, shouting as she ran, I will not forget our agreement, brother, you must not forget our agreement. Shen Huiyu, on the other hand, gave a peaceful smile and disappeared from Tia and Ulu's sight. Finally left that white world, where to go? 2 months later, looking at the land where there was finally no snow under his feet, Shen Huiyu said with some joy. Even if you have lived in ice and snow for more than a year, it is still very painful to bear the loneliness of being alone, especially when the surrounding scenery is always unchanged. Chapter 8. Finally left that white world, where to go? 2 months later, looking at the land where there was finally no snow under his feet, Shen Huiyu said with some joy. Even if you have lived in ice and snow for more than a year, it is still very painful to bear the loneliness of being alone, especially when the surrounding scenery is always unchanged. However, after walking out of the snow and looking at the dense forest around him, Shen Huiyu found that he didn't know where to go. This is not to say that Shen Huiyu is lost. Before leaving, Uru gave him the map, plus Shen Huiyu is not a road idiot, and the attribute of getting lost will not appear on him. The reason why he felt confused was just because Shen Huiyu didn't know where to go at this time. Now in the year 773 of the continental calendar, there are still 4 years before the legendary day of 777. At this time, Elsa and Gerald are already slaves in the Tower of Paradise. Do not know, many of the protagonists and supporting characters who will be in the future are still a child. Let's go to the center of this world, fairy tale, first. After deliberating for a long time, Shen Huiyu still decided to go to fairy tale. Although at this time, the fairy tale must only have a few big cats and kittens, and almost all the protagonists in the future have not joined, maybe at this time Shen Huiyu will join the fairy tale, and also mix a veteran character. Moreover, if Shen Huiyu wants to build the resurrection Ulu, he must need money and power, of which money can be obtained from guild missions, and strength can also be continuously exercised from guild missions. Therefore, for Shen Wu at this time, joining a guild is undoubtedly the most important. As for whether to stay in this guild or quit the guild and start another place in the future, this is to see the strength and courage of Shen Wu at that time. And when it comes to joining a guild, in this world called fairy tale, is there any guild more suitable than fairy tale? In the future, almost all the major events in this world will revolve around the fairy tale, and joining the fairy tale is also to follow the great wave of the times. Wait until the strength is enough, and then decide the direction of the general trend of the times yourself. Well, decided, let's go to fairy tale. Shen Wu, who had made plans in his heart, walked in all directions of fairy tale with his steps. A month later. That, may I ask Magnolia how to go? A cute child in a white shirt and black trousers arrives in a small town and is asking a middle-aged man who sets up a stall for advice. This is exactly the Shen Wu who left Hulu and rushed all the way to fairy tale. Although Hulu gave Shen Wu a map, that map only recorded the northern continent and the surrounding areas, and Shen Wu wanted to use this to rush to the fairy tale, but he was still unable to catch it. Magnolia, that's a big city. You just have to go in this direction and you'll be there. The uncle pointed in one direction. Thank you, uncle. Shen Wu waved at that one in a friendly manner and continued on his way. When entering the crowded place, Shen Wu hid his mysterious eyes, exposing them outside, and the eyes that ordinary people saw were just ordinary eyes. Although Shen Wu's eyes were coercive, there would be no obstacle to talking to others later, but those eyes were too dazzling, and they would provoke a large crowd of onlookers wherever they went. So after a few lessons, Shen Wu put away his different pupils. As for how to put it away, this is the result of Shen Wu's cultivation. Since discovering that he had those different eyes, Shen Wu has not given up the study of his own eyes for a day, and finally God has lived up to the painstaking people, and finally let him discover the role of his eyes and how to use them. Well, now only one has been found, that is, it will enhance its own coercion, and anyone who looks at his eyes is involuntarily stunned. The time to stay stunned is determined by the strength of the person's spirit. Just using the method, Shen Wu found two: convergence coercion and hiding. Convergence coercion is easy to understand, and hiding is to hide the mysterious purple-red pupils, so that outsiders can only see ordinary pupils. Although the big effect of these eyes has not been found for the time being, this small effect has also made Shen Wu invisibly reduce a lot of trouble. This is Magnolia. It's really a big city. On a cliff, Shen Wu, dressed in white and black pants, purple hair and purple eyes, looked down, and saw a prosperous city appear below. Perhaps compared to those big cities of the Blue Star in the previous life of Shen Wu, this Magnolia is far behind, but in this magical kingdom, the kingdom of Fiori, it is a prosperous big city. The kingdom of Fiori, located in the magical world of Asland, is a permanently neutral country with a population of 17 million. Magnolia is one of the best cities in the kingdom, and a guild in this city is one of the main reasons for the city's prosperity. At the end of Magnolia, this red retro building, in the center of which stands out is the fairy tale. P.S. The protagonist is mixed in the demon tale in the early stage, and in the middle of the year, the protagonist will start a new stove, which must be visible from the text. Chapter 9. This is fairy tale. It's a little more handsome than it looks in the anime. Coming under the marked building, Shen Wu said with a slight smile. With empty hands, no burden, wearing a white slim shirt, black ripped jeans on the bottom, and purple hair that looked longer than when he had just crossed over. Although he is still a 9-year-old child, his handsome appearance, coupled with occasionally melancholy, mature eyes, also has a somewhat handsome taste. Of course, this is a modest statement, as long as it is not disabled in the future, then at least it is also the existence of calamity to the country and the people. It looks more imposing up close. Looking up at the large house of this guild and tavern, Shen Wu made an evaluation. However, the expectations of the building are still not as good as the expectations of the people with fairy tale, although Shen Weiyu knows that at this time, the protagonists he is familiar with should not have appeared now. Pushing open the door, a lively scene jumped into view, a middle-aged man with short hair in a long white trench coat holding a wine glass, drinking wildly with a man with stale yellow hair, combing a strange hairstyle, and holding a pipe, looking very harmonious. This is Makayu and Wakaba, they were already disabled when they were young. Shen Weiyu immediately recognized these two people, the future fourth-generation president and advisor. Makayo Kumba is an elder-level figure in the tale of the young goblin. The purple flame magic used is a special purple flame, which has the unique property that will not disappear even if it is a magic duel with wind and water. It also uses a small amount of transformation magic, and its transformation accuracy is so accurate that even expert Mirayani can't see flaws. Vakabamin, a veteran of the Magi who fights with smoke in all its forms. He is the same age as Macau and entered the guild at the same time, is a very good drinking friend, and at the same time a competitor. Soon recalled the relevant information in his mind and made a rough evaluation of the two. How do these two people say, although the strength is not very good, but in the original work, it is also a very important supporting role. And just as Shen Weiyu was thinking about this, a man with long bangs but a strange sausage mouth walked past him. "Hey, boy, what's wrong? Is there something going on with us?" When he found Shen Weiyu, he came up and said. Wolan Rakeo, who uses a telepathic technique called telepathy. He can also read the opponent's thoughts when fighting, and it is not obvious that he belongs to a fairly powerful category of people in the guild and can handle all kinds of things alone. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Wolian looked at Shen Weiyu who did not reply, and said again urgedly, but in his heart, Wolian was actually very puzzled. Why, this person's heart is empty, without any thoughts. "I'm here to join the guild." Wolian did not read Shen Weiyu's thoughts, but Shen Weiyu could see Wolian's doubts at this time. "You can actually see through my heart." Being able to see through other people's thoughts, although this magic looks more perverted, but any magic depends on whether it is used in the hands of anyone, in the powerful magic, in the hands of the weak, cannot cause any harm to the strong. "Oh. It's great to want to join the guild, our guild hasn't welcomed a new person for a long time, and the guild leader must be very happy to know it." Hearing that Shen Weiyu was coming to join the guild, Wolian seemed very happy, and immediately asked Shen Weiyu to follow him to where the guild leader was. Originally, Wolian was going to pull Shen Weiyu to go, but Shen Weiyu didn't want to get too close to the man, and flashed his outstretched hand. "Haha, what a cute child." Looking at Shen Weiyu who dodged away, Wolian was not angry, but laughed and snorted. Immediately, he waved his hand loudly and said to the others in the guild, "Hey, everyone, come and see, our guild has finally added a new person." The loud words immediately made everyone who was originally doing their own thing all focus their attention on Shen Weiyu's body. "Newcomer, welcome to Fairy Tale." A curly-haired young man who was drawing looked at Shen Weiyu behind Wolian and spoke. Raida Sujona, the magic that can make his drawings move and turn them into weapons, is a leader in painting magic. However, it is not possible to use this magic anywhere, because it is necessary to draw it on oneself, and I want to increase the volume of my body like the leader of the giant magic, so it becomes a big pie. Shen Weiyu looked at it, then turned his head to another place, and saw a muscular man with a long chain of skeletons hanging from his neck and waist, standing in front of the mission bulletin board. He looks a lot like an Indian, which is Shen Weiyu's first evaluation of him. Nobrazaro, using attachment magic, is the so-called magic possessed by spirits. There are various types of attachment magic, and Norbu's type is to possess animal spirits to himself and then use the power of animal spirits to fight. "That's all you know," he said. Shen Weiyu secretly thought to himself that there are many people in Fairy Tale, even if those future protagonists have not yet appeared, but the number of registrations of the guild is also large. However, those old people who can make Shen Weiyu have an impact are those old people who have not left the fairy tale after 7 years of decline in the original book. P.S. Collecting is not powerful. Is it because I'm slow? Chapter 10. Hey! There's a new guy here. Just when Shen Weiyu was thinking about it, a weak female voice sounded behind him. As Shen Weiyu turned to look, he saw a little girl in a dress walking over. Her long brown hair was a little curly. Kana. Shen Weiyu looked at the shrunken version of Kana in his image, and was a little surprised in his heart, as if he didn't think that Kana had already reached the fairy tale at this time. However, after thinking about it carefully, I found that Kana should really be in fairy tale at this time. Kana's mother died in 772 in the continental calendar, and in the same year she went to fairy tale to find Kildas, and now it is the second half of 773, and it is only natural that she will go to the guild before herself. Kana Arup Elona, using card magic, a legendary ancient magic, seems to be a kind of magic passed down from one family to another, similar to tarot cards. Hello, Shen Weiyu was just about to say hello to Kana, the future main figure, but Walian had already spoken to Makarov. President, this little devil wants to join our union. Walian came to the counter, pointed to Shen Weiyu not far away, and said to Makarov. Oh! Is there someone new to join? Is that you? Little ghost, what's your name? There was a little old man sitting on the counter, who was listening and drinking small wine, but as soon as he heard that a new person had joined, he was immediately energetic and looked at Shen Weiyu in the distance and asked. God has no moon. Although Shen Weiyu didn't like to be called a little ghost, he thought that he was a new person on the first day he joined, so he didn't care. Anyway, for their group of uncles, they are indeed very small. And the whole old man in front of him, although he looks very obscene, but he is a real super S magic guide, maybe even Ulu is not an opponent, so for the time being, Shen Weiyu can only not care. Makarov, one of the continent's strongest magic guides, one of the Holy 10 magic guides, is an unfathomable magic guide, regarded as a super strong person with inestimable magic power and amazing strength. Makarov is most proud of his magic as a giant who can make himself bigger, as well as fire, ice, wind, and more. Oh! God has no moon, right? Makarov carefully looked at Shen Weiyu a few times, and his eyes flashed a trace of essence, because he actually found that he couldn't see through this little ghost in front of him at all. It can't be said that he can't see through, but Makarov looked at it and found that there was no magic in the body of the child in front of him, just like an ordinary person. You must know that although fairy tale has no requirements for those who join, as a magic guild, it is natural to know magic. Moreover, the kingdom of Fiori is a magic kingdom. Almost 1/3 of the people in the country will use magic, and the remaining 2/3, even if they can't use magic, but there is more or less magic in the body, and the whole child in front of him actually has no magic power, which makes Makarov not surprised. There will be only two kinds of this situation. First, this child is really an ordinary person, and second, this child is very not simple. Fairy tale is a magic guild, little ghost. Show everyone your magic. However, although he has a little attention to Shen Weiyu in his heart, it is also a little, in this world, there are many incredible things, as long as it is not harmful to the guild, Makarov will not care about it. Oh! Shen Weiyu did not find that Makarov had thought so much at this moment, and after hearing Makarov's words, Shen Weiyu snorted, stretched out his right hand, and held it slightly. Boom! A fiery red flame suddenly emerged from Shen Weiyu's hand. Flame, my magic is flame. Holding the flame in his hand, Shen Weiyu said to Makarov. Flames? Good magic. Taking a deep look at the flame in Shen Weiyu's hand, Makarov said, in the future, you will be one of us, and you must get along with everyone. After speaking, he no longer cared about Shen Weiyu, casually picked up the big wine glass next to him, and drank it all down. Wow! What a good wine! A blush appeared on his face, and he looked satisfied. Well, God. No Moon? Well, I'll still call you Wu. Come, stamp this badge, you will officially become a member of our guild. Where are you going to cover? Walian looked at Makarov, who was already drunk, and knew that it was time to go out on his own again at this time. Cover it on the back of your left hand, right? Be white. Shen Wu thought for a while, stretched out his left hand, and said to Wolian at the same time, my surname is Shen Wu, name Yu, you can call me Yu. Ah, sorry, Moon right, it's already good. Wolian said apologetically while stamping the fairy tale badge on the back of Shen Wu's left hand. Thank you. After printing the badge, Shen Wu can also be regarded as officially joining fairy tale. What should I do next? Chapter 11. Thank you. After printing the badge, Shen Wu can also be regarded as officially joining fairy tale. What should I do next? Shen Wu casually sat on a table where there was no one and thought with a little frown. Moon, what are you thinking? Is there anything you need my help with? Just as Shen Wu was thinking about what to do next, Kana suddenly walked over. You are. Looking at the little Kana in front of him, who is still very cute now, Shen Wu asked without knowing it. Kana is 7 years old this year, 6 years before she learned to drink at the age of 13, which is very different from the royal sister who began the plot later. Oops. Sorry, I was negligent, my name is Kana, Kana Arup Elona. Hearing Shen Wu's question, Kana said a little shyly. It's okay, my name is Yu, Shen Wu, please advise more. After speaking, he took the initiative to extend his right hand to Kana. Kana looked at Shen Wu's outstretched little hand, and also stretched out her own hand and held it with Shen Wu. Is there something going on with Kana? After the initial self-introduction, Shen Wu and Kana were also considered friends, so looking at Kana sitting in front of him, Shen Wu asked directly. I see you just seem to be bothering about something. If you don't mind, can you talk to me? Kana said. Well, I'm running out of money, and I'm wondering if I should take the task. When he first left, Shen Wu did not ask Ulu how much money he wanted, and the reason why he was able to walk to Magnolia was thanks to the cottage he met on the road, robbing the rich and helping the poor with a little money. However, as 5 months passed, this money was long gone. Answering tasks? You is so small, the guild leader should not agree to you doing the task alone. Kana knew that for children under the age of 10, they could not take on tasks unless they were approved by the president, and even she herself had spent a long time to prove herself before she was qualified to take on tasks not long ago. Also, the moon is so young, why did you come to join the guild, does the family know? Kana has been here to fairy tale for more than a year, and there is only Kana herself in the guild. If it weren't for Kana's lack of place to go and looking for his father, she wouldn't have come to join any guild. And, because there has always been only one child in the guild, Kana is usually bored, but now that she finally sees a peer of the same age, Kana immediately comes over to make a good relationship. I am an orphan and have no family. For Ulu's affairs, because of the reason why Gray will join the guild next, Shen Wu does not want everyone to know. When you show magic, this is also the reason for displaying fire magic. As for when Shen Wu will do flame magic, this will start with the change of consciousness space that was not introduced last time. On the night of the arrival of the 773rd year of the continental calendar, in his consciousness space, in addition to the card of the Ice King card, Ice King, Ulu, Shen Wu also found that on the throne opposite the Ice King card, there was also a card. This card is the same as the Ice King card that was first seen, except for a number of 365, there is nothing to do. However, after the change of the Ice King card, Shen Wu knew that the number meant time, and 365 represented 365 days, that is. 1 year later, when the so-called 774 came, this card would display the content. And in addition to this change, in front of Shen Wu's own golden throne, there is also a card. When I first entered, the card also had no content on it, but it had a number 30 on it. Shen Wu knew that this was a month, so after waiting for a month, a few days before Shen Wu left Hulu, the card showed its true face. Fireball condenses the magic of fire, takes on a sphere shape and throws it out, causing a small range attack that burns and explodes on the target. This was the content on that card, and when he saw this, Shen Wu was extremely dumbfounded. The difference between Heavenly Phase Consort and Fireball technique is too far. However, when Shen Wu touched the card and absorbed the Fireball technique, he found that the card did not disappear, but resurfaced on it. 30. Shen Wu was a little comforted. It seems that this is a quantity type, different from the Heavenly Congratulation of 1 year. This seems to have 12 magic. And is the real truth the same as Shen Wu thought? Yes and no. From leaving Ulu to joining Fairy Tail, it took Shen Wu 5 months between them, and in this 5 months, Shen Wu only obtained 4 magics: Great Fireball Technique, Lianzu Fireball, Meteorite Skyfall, and Hot Hell. Big Fireball, an upgraded version of Fireball, several times more powerful than Small Fireball. Renzu Fireball, summons 3 fireballs with power ranging from small fireballs to large fireballs at once, inflicting multiple attacks on enemies. Meteorite Skyfall, Flame is a large magic system, consuming a lot of mana, summoning a meteorite that falls from the sky, causing great damage to ground targets. One Knife Cremation, Flame is a large magic that consumes a lot of mana, communicates the inflammation of the earth, and delivers devastating blows to the target. Chapter 12. 4 fire spells, plus the first fireball spell obtained, that is 5. The first 3 are all basics, while the power of the last 2 is greatly improved. However, the power has increased, but the mana consumed has also increased exponentially. Judging from the magic power possessed by the current Shen Wu B-level magic guide, once the Meteorite Sky is launched, the magic power will be exhausted, and as for the cremation of a knife, it can only be watched. By the way, here is another explanation. Shen Wu's magic power is very special, and it does not belong to any series of magic power, but a pure magic power. This kind of magic can absorb the elements of various systems between heaven and earth, and at the same time, it can also be transformed into various types of magic. In other words, although the magic power of a B-level magic guide is not only used to launch ice-shape magic, it can also be used to launch the wind, lightning, and fire magic of the current Shen Wu society. In 6 months, Shen Wu obtained 5 magics, and the reason for this was precisely because the time required for one knife cremation was not 30 days, but 60 days, and the next card was still 60 days. Now for his entire golden finger, Shen Wu has some understanding. To put it simply, as time passes, Shen Wu will definitely become stronger and stronger, and before becoming stronger, what Shen Wu has to do is accumulate. Accumulate mana, otherwise you have magic skills, but you don't have mana for nothing. Accumulating money, anything that God Wu does in the future, will require a lot of money to support. Accumulating experience, strong does not simply refer to skills and magic, rich combat experience, but also an important factor. In short, now God Wu is to accumulate, accumulate, accumulate again. Ah, it turns out that you are an orphan, how pitiful. But said that when Kana heard that Shen Wu was an orphan, she immediately looked at Shen Wu with sympathetic eyes, and at the same time, her perception of Shen Wu in her heart was even better. Not only the same age, but also the same sickness. At this time, Kana's eyes looking at Shen Wu were already faded. Of course, this is just a confidant, a feeling of being the same as the end of the world. Although Kana has a father, they do not know each other, and his father does not seem to know that he has such a lovely daughter. Nothing pitiful, a person feels good. I'd better ask the president, if I don't do the task, after a few days, I won't have any money. However, Shen Wu is not very cold to Kana's eyes, he doesn't like the sympathy and pity of others. Besides, orphans are orphans, this identity is too good for Shen Wu. One person is full, the whole family is not hungry. Hey, little ghost, I want to take the task so soon. It's really serious. Just as Shen Wu was about to leave his position and go to find the drunken Makarov, Makao, who was still relatively young, came to Shen Wu's table with a smile on his wine glass and sat down. Can't you? I take the task. Shen Wu looked at Makao and said. Yes, it's good that people are self-motivated, don't be like someone, yes, just him, like him you are finished. Makao's good friend, Wakaba took a puff of cigarette, also came to Shen Wu's table, and looked at Makao on the side playfully and said. You still dare to talk about me, and don't look at your own virtues, a smoker. How can you be embarrassed to say it? Wakaba's words, Makao didn't care at all, but 2 or 3 sentences also put Wakabala into the water. After choking on Wakaba, without waiting for him to speak, Makao then said to Shen Wu, you right, it is okay to take tasks, but you may only be able to take some E-level small tasks, there is no money, only those D-level, C-level and even B-level tasks that have a certain difficulty and a certain danger, there will be a large amount of remuneration, but these tasks, the president should not let you take them back. This is true, when we took on the D-level task, we were all 15 years old. Wakaba continued. But I'm out of money, and I think I'm up to the task. Shen Wu didn't want to wait until he was 15 years old to take on such a small task as D-class, moreover, in his opinion, there must be other ways, otherwise he didn't believe it. Elsa, who became an S-class magic guide at the age of 15, was taking on those tasks of catching cats and dogs before. Are you up to the task? While Shen Wu was talking to Makao and Wakaba, suddenly Makarov's raw voice appeared next to everyone. I believe I can do it. Looking at Makarov who appeared, Shen Wu said firmly. In this way, Kana is a magic guide that I recognize, a magic guide who can take D-level tasks, as long as you can defeat him, I will let you go with Kana to take the mission. Makarov knows that Shen Wu is not a simple person, so he can take the opportunity to see the strength of Shen Wu, and at the same time let Kana and Shen Wu do tasks together. Makarov also has his own plans. Shen Wu 1, that's just right, let Kana go to the task alone. Makarov is still worried, there is someone to accompany, naturally you have to rest assured. At the same time, let Shen Wu and Kana together, and also just take a look at Shen Wu's disposition. As for not being able to win, then I'm sorry, or obediently work in the guild, and when you have the ability, you are taking the task. P.S. In the 3 days from September 18th to September 20th, the author is on a business trip, and the update of this book is temporarily reduced, set as a guarantee, there is time, or when the hotel can calm down, the author must update well. In addition, this is only these 3 days, and after 3 days, the author must make up for it 4 times a day. I hope you will support and thank you very much. May Day Reading Book Day Heavenly Music, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 30th to May 4th. Chapter 13. Defeat Kana? The president wouldn't be joking. Kana, what is Makarov talking about, underestimate him? Or, deliberately release water? Why, you, look down on me, I tell you, I'm very strong. Hearing Shen Wu's words, Kana wrinkled her nose a little and looked at Shen Wu unhappily. What is Kana's strength? Shen Wu still doesn't know. In the original work, in addition to drinking more powerfully, as long as the time when he got the brilliance of the fairy, he was only slightly more powerful. Moreover, if Kana does not master the brilliance of the goblin, she only has the right to use it temporarily. Usually, its strength is at most as good as the appearance of AB grade, and it has survived an A grade. At that time, Kana was also 18 years old, and if you add the 7 years that disappeared, it would be 25 years old. 18 years old is barely an A-grade magic guide, compared with Shen Wu, a genius with B-grade strength at the age of 9, it is too bleak. Not to mention, the content of this B-grade magic guide of Shen Wu is much heavier than the content of ordinary magic guides. The magic power of Shen Wu is extraordinary, belongs to chaos, belongs to nothing, can absorb all power, and can be transformed into all-power magic. This nature of magic makes it very easy for Shen Wu to absorb mana. After all, others can only identify and absorb one, or several, but Shen Wu absorbs all of them, naturally much faster. However, it would be a big mistake to think that Shen Wu was also easier to advance than ordinary magic guides. Although the magical nature of Shen Wu is special, so that one type of magic can cast all kinds of magic, but in this case, it also requires that Shen Wu's magic power must be more. Otherwise, when fighting against multiple opponents of the same level, although Shen Wu has a variety of magic, but if Shen Wu uses fire magic when fighting one, he will use up his mana, then in the face of other enemies, Shen Wu without magic power, even if there will be more magic, it is completely useless. Each magi has 2 mana sources, one of which is dormant for the time being. Let's talk about the first mana source. As long as everyone becomes a magic guide and awakens their magic power, they will have a magic source, which is where the magic power of the magic guide is stored, and the energy of the magic guide comes from here. Every magic guide has a magic source, but according to the individual's physique, personal magic nature, this so-called magic source is actually different. And this difference, one of the most intuitive manifestations, is its capacity. The size of the mana source will increase as the level of the magic guide increases, but no matter how it increases, it is based on the original foundation, and that foundation, in general, will never change. But Shen Wu is different. Every time he masters a new power, his mana source will double, and it is still that foundation that is expanded. Heavenly phase from Lin, Shen Wu mastered the 3 systems of water, ice, snow, thunder, electricity, and wind, plus the fire magic obtained now, so today's Shen Wu has mastered the power of the 4 systems. That is to say, compared to the magic guides in the same circle, there are 4 times more, and this is still the kind of genius magic guide who is the same as the basic magic source and Shen Wu, if it is an ordinary magic guide. It may not be 4 times, but 10 times. As for the water system, snow system, ice system, as well as the thunder system and the electric system, Shen Wu knows that although this is a magic in a large system, but seriously speaking, it is different, but who calls Shen Wu's own magic source disagrees. Otherwise, Shen Wu's magic source would be even more terrifying. 4 times the magic source of a genius wizard of the same level, 10 times that of an ordinary magic guide of the same level. In fact, there are advantages and disadvantages. Benefit, naturally, can have a huge amount of magic. And this is a disadvantage? It is said that when it breaks through the level, the magic power that needs to be accumulated is also massive. Although the magic power between heaven and earth is vast, these magic powers are not pure magic power, and they cannot be directly absorbed. It needs to be purified by the magic guide through meditation, exercise, and other methods before it can be absorbed and integrated into the body. And at this point, even if the owner has a special physique, Shen Wu, who has an abnormal affinity for magic elements, although he has the means to absorb and purify magic power far beyond ordinary people, but because he needs too much magic power, he has a slight advantage over those magic guides who are also geniuses. Of course, this is not without other methods. As long as there is a large amount of ready-made pure magic power, directly absorb them, then, it will undoubtedly allow Shen Wu to save a lot of strength. However, there are not many such opportunities, and Shen Wu knows only 2 or 3 places. Having said all this, Shen Wu just wants to explain that with his current strength, not to mention Kana's current D-level strength. Even if he is a B-level expert like Makao and Wakaba today, he will definitely not be Shen Wu's opponent. P.S. I returned home today, and tomorrow I will resume normal updates. I hope that readers who think this book is good looking can support more. Ha! Chapter 14. President, let's do this. I have a fight with this uncle. As long as I win, I can take the task independently. If I lose, I won't mention the matter of taking the task independently before defeating this uncle. In the end, Shen Wu still did not agree to play with Kana, but pointed to Makao and said to Makarov, "Uncle, me." Seeing Shen Wu pointing at himself, Makao's face was shocked. Of course, what shocked him was not that Shen Wu challenged him, but that this little devil actually called him uncle. Is he so old? Ha ha ha, hear that without Makao, you are already old. And seeing Shen Wu calling Makao an uncle, Wakaba on the side was very happy, but looking at Shen Wu's small size, he still persuaded in a friendly way, You can think clearly, although this uncle is old, but the strength is still there, and dueling with him, your chance of victory. However, before Wakaba could finish speaking, Shen Wu interrupted him and said, 100%, my chance of victory is 100%. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to the two, but looked at Makarov and said, How is it, President, is it okay? Well, what's that? Makarov looked deeply at Shen Wu, and then said, Since you have decided so, then Makao, you should have a good discussion with the newcomer. Makarov also wanted to see what kind of strength this little devil who even he could not see through would have. Okay, don't worry, I'll have mercy. Hearing Makarov say this, Makao did not refuse, and said with a smile at Shen Wu, Don't show mercy to your subordinates, and, uncle, you better be careful yourself. Unfortunately, Shen Wu did not show mercy, pointed out the door, and walked out first. Looking at Shen Wu, who had already walked outside first, Makao, Wakaba, Kana and the others glanced at each other and followed out. And the people in the guild who did not go out to the task, seeing that there were people in the guild dueling, were also very happy, and they all followed out with great interest. If it weren't for the fact that Shen Wu was a newcomer, they would all have opened a gambling fight. Above the open space in front of the guild, a large group stood behind Makarov, and all kinds of shouts and cheers sounded all around. Of course, most of them were to be funny. Makao, don't lose. If you lose, you're really old. Makao, you want your subordinates to show mercy, bullying children, it's not okay. Moon-chan, come on, I'm optimistic about you. Hehe, the third opponent who came to this world, I don't know, how is the strength of Makao at this time, the strength of the B grade, should be able to warm himself up. Shen Wu looked at Makao, who was opposite, and unconsciously thought of Uru and Tia. How are they now? Tia must have been sent to the Magic Development Agency, right? Ulu must be sad, right? Just as Shen Wu's thoughts were flying, Makao on the opposite side had already been ready, and wisps of purple flames burned around Makao's body. Looking at Shen Wu, seeing that Shen Wu was obviously not in the state, Makao couldn't help but say, Yu-chan, you can't lose your mind when you duel. Swasti. Shen Wu naturally did not lose his mind, although he was thinking about other things in his heart, but for Shen Wu, it was just a common thing. Therefore, when he heard Makao calling himself Moon Sauce, Shen Wu's forehead couldn't help but pop up a number of swastika. Uncle, you better change your name, I don't like people other than girls, call me that. After speaking, one hand stretched straight forward, 5 fingers spread, and facing Makao was a big fireball technique. The fiery red magic array unfolded from in front of Shen Wu's palm, and a basin-sized fireball rushed out from the magic array and slammed into Makao. Boom! The fireball exploded, stirring up a large area of dust, and suddenly the field was blurred. Hey, what's wrong, has Macao been killed? The people who were standing on the sidelines watching the battle were shocked when they saw Shen Wu exhibiting the great fireball technique, and at that time, the magic fluctuations displayed by Shen Wu had B-level strength. Could it be that Shen Wu, a 9-year-old child, has the strength of a B-grade magic guide? The smoke and dust dispersed, and a large pit several meters wide and 1 meter deep appeared where Macao stood before, but Macao himself was no longer there. Could it have been blown to pieces? Of course, this is impossible, because, when the big fireball exploded, Shen Wu knew that he had not attacked Macao. So, where is Macao himself at this time? It's so dangerous, it's so dangerous, I didn't expect Yu-chan to be so small, it's actually a B-grade magic guide, if it hadn't flashed fast, maybe he would have really been defeated. A figure appeared from behind Shen Wu. It was Macao. However, Moon-chan, I won this competition. A large purple flame appeared in Macao's hand, and looking at Shen Wu who turned around, he threw it towards Shen Wu's feet. Chapter 15. Purple Yan, this is Macao's signature magic, a purple flame that neither wind nor water can extinguish. And thrown at the feet of Shen Wu, this shows Macao's compassion as an elder. However, at this time, Shen Wu could not be grateful, because he heard the name he did not want to hear again. All said, "Don't shout." Looking at the purple flame cluster that was smashing towards him, Shen Wu's slender fingers flicked in the air, and he summoned a red magic array again. Great Fireball! The large fiery red fireball and the purple flame collided, and after a muffled sound, both dissipated. That's awesome, but I can't lose to a child. Seeing that his magic and Shen Wu's magic were actually on par, Macao immediately knew that although Shen Wu in front of him was a child, if he didn't do his best, he really couldn't win. As a 25-year-old old man, if he lost to a child who was no more than 9 years old, he would definitely be laughed at to death by that guy in Wakaba. Purple Net Macao's body jumped backwards and directly performed another stunt of his in mid-air. Purple Red Sky Net, with purple flame to form a network to capture the target. I saw that wisps of purple flames kept forming in the air, and above Shen Wu's head, a huge net was directly formed, shrouded towards Shen Wu. However, it seems that even Macao himself knows that his binding magic is helpless. Haha, this guy Macao, just dealing with a child, is it necessary to be so serious? Wakaba, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but say with some doubts when he saw that after casting the purple-red sky net, he was still condensing magic and preparing for more powerful magic. Of course it is necessary, this game, if Macao does not give his all, he will lose. In fact, Makarov still has a word in his heart that has not been said, that is, no matter how serious Makov is, this game, he has already lost. Until now, Macao has been forced to use the strongest hole card, and Shen Wu, as an opponent, has only used a big fireball technique from beginning to end. And from the beginning of the game, he stood in place and did not move. Isn't it obvious that this game is so good? Stalling for time. Eyes swept over the large net that covered him, looking at Macao, who was preparing a new offensive. Shen Wu instantly understood his thoughts. The purple and red sky net is just bait, and the magic after that is the killer tool. Shen Wu thought so in his heart, but he had no intention of interrupting Macao. In this match, he wants to use a crushing posture to defeat the Heyday Macao, as proof that he joined Fairy Tail. Great Fireball! Raising his arm again, a large fireball appeared in Shen Wu's hand again, and it directly blasted towards the large net that came from it. Boom! After a muffled sound, the purple net fell apart, and the god Wu inside it was unharmed. The great fireball technique tore the purple-red sky net to pieces, and the magic power involved in it could not rely on Shen Wu's body at all. However, by the time Shen Wu cracked the purple-red sky net, Macao's new magic had also been completed. Moon, this is my strongest magic, don't get hurt. A large amount of magic power surged from his body, and a huge magic array appeared above Shen Wu's head, only to hear Macao's loud shout, purple rainstorm, Macao's strongest magic. Using purple flame to produce a large number of purple flame scatter shots to destroy targets. I saw that fist-sized purple flame bullets fell into the purple magic array, facing a large area where Shen Wu was standing, which was preparing for a devastating coverage bombardment. The strongest. Hearing Macao's words, Shen Wu was silent, still standing in place, still just slowly raising his arm, and said to the sky, Magic Mysteries *50 Duo, Fireball Technique. Shen Wu's raised arm shook gently, and then everyone saw that before Shen Wu's head, a red magic array the size of a palm appeared. 50 magic arrays filled the sky above Shen Wu's head, and fist-sized fireballs shot out, which looked even more amazing than Macao's purple-red rainstorm. Knock knock, an explosion erupted in the air, and the wind pressure generated by the collision of two magic directly squinted the eyes of the people watching the battle, as well as Macao's unconscious. Only Shen Wu stood in place, not moving. Is it your strongest magic just now, or in return, let me let you see my power? Shen Wu then waved, because the smoke and dust generated by the explosion suddenly disappeared. And when the smoke and dust dissipated, before everyone could fully react to Shen Wu's words, they saw something that stunned them. Flew up. Looking at Shen Wu's body gradually detached from the ground, looking at Shen Wu who flew up without wings and wind, ignoring the gravity of the earth, whether it was Macao who was fighting or Makarov, Kana, and others watching the battle, they were so shocked that their jaws were about to fall. Chapter 16. Flying, in this magical world, is not a rare thing. But magic guides who fly alone without the help of magic tools, except for the magic of wings and the magic of wind, are rare. From the other side, return from the other, the call of fire, the breath of flame, the silence of the earth god, the roar of the spirit of flame. Opening his arms, Shen Wu who slowly rose into the air, with the spit out of the unknown spell in his mouth, a large number of fire elements kept gathering, and above the sky, a red magic array with a radius of 100 meters was slowly taking shape. The huge magic array and terrifying magic power made the entire Magnolia City all look in the direction of fairy tale. Elemental power, gather, roar, come, compound magic, meteorite heaven falls. When Shen Wu said gather, the magic array in the sky was fully formed. When Shen Wu said roar, the magic array began to rotate slowly. When Shen Wu said come, a huge stone ball with a radius of 10 meters slowly rushed out of the magic array, and when Shen Wu's words were finished, the meteorite that fell rapidly had turned into a violently burning fireball, smashing towards the open space in front of the door of the fairy tale. Meteorite skyfall is an earth-fire composite single magic, but although it is a single magic, the terrifying power, even ordinary group magic cannot be compared. Just which fall produces oppressive force, is the Macao above the clearing. There is a feeling of soft legs. Not only him, but even the other people watching the battle, after seeing the power of Shen Wu magic, all looked worried that if such magic was smashed down, I am afraid that not only them, but even the fairy tale building behind them would be destroyed. In the crowd, there was a boy who was not much older than Shen Wu, looking at the meteorite falling rapidly in the air, not afraid, but looking at Shen Wu with a warlike face. However, in the end, Shen Wu's magic, meteorite heaven, still did not succeed in falling, because Makarov made a move. Silently, Shen Wu only felt a pain in his head, and when he reacted again, he had already fallen to the ground, and his face was pale. The president has shot. The president has shot. 1 second it was a doomsday scene, the next second it returned to its usual appearance. If not for the sweat in their vests, they thought that the previous was a dream. Ahem, I announce that this game has a newcomer Shen Wu winning. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Makarov coughed lightly, came out with small short legs and said. As for Makarov's announcement, Macao did not object, and others did not feel that it should not be. After all, they had clearly felt the power of the magic that had just been Shen Wu. After Makarov finished speaking, he said to Shen Wu again, "If you win, you can go to the task alone in the future, but before taking the task independently, you must first team up with Kana to complete 10 D-level tasks and 10 C-level tasks, and then you can go to the B-level task alone, is it okay?" Makarov was very happy at this time, because he had picked up the treasure. The 9-year-old B-level magic guide is a genius no matter how you look at it, even if it is his grandson. Now he is only the strength of a B-class magic guide. You know, now his grandson is 12 years old, and Shen Wu is only 9 years old now. Coupled with the existing Kildas, Makarov seems to have seen a future where the fairy tale is flourishing in his hands. As for why Shen Wu is so powerful and what kind of secrets it has, Makarov doesn't care anymore. Joining fairy tale, as long as you don't do anything to hurt your companions, then it's your family, and everything in the past doesn't matter. Moreover, judging from Shen Wu's attack just now, Makarov also knew that Shen Wu was a measured person. Although Shen Wu's meteorite skyfall looks amazingly powerful, but in fact, Shen Wu did not aim at Macau, but just aimed at the clearing. Even if Macau does not make a move, Macau and the people watching the battle will be fine, but there may be a little injury, and this clearing will also become a giant pit. Team up. Glancing at Kana, Shen Wu thought about it and agreed, "No problem, I promised." Anyway, for the flow of these tasks, how to complete Shen Wu does not understand very well. There is just a local guide, isn't it very good? Moreover, how much time can be delayed in D-level and C-level tasks? Well, this magic of yours is still useless, and for you now, it is still a little reluctant. Hearing that Shen Wu agreed, Makarov looked happy. Let Shen Wu complete 20 tasks first. This is also for the good of Shen Wu. The tasks after level B are dangerous, not only the task itself, but also all kinds of people. Shen Wu is a child, must have certain experience. As for Makarov's persuasion just now, Shen Wu also knew what he was talking about. The magic power required for meteorite heaven descent far exceeded Shen Wu's expectations, and a blow, just one blow, made Shen Wu feel overdrawn. However, looking at that power, Shen Wu felt that it was nothing. This blow smashed down, let alone a B-level magic guide. Even if it is an S-level magic guide, there are not many people who can resist hard. Well, got it, President. Chapter 17. A month later, Shen Wu and Kana completed their mission and returned. Oh, Kana-chan and Moon-chan are back. As soon as Shen Wu and Kana entered the gate, they heard Makao's awful voice. All said, "Please call my name, Moon." Hearing Makao's words, Shen Wu raised his head and smashed towards Macau. The moon is not cute at all. With such a casual attack, Macau naturally has no problem, but after dodging the attack, he is not calling it moon sauce in death. However, Shen Wu did not have the slightest look of joy. This guy is simply a scoundrel. This time Shen Wu said, he will change it. The next time when Shen Wu comes back, he will shout again. But, forget it, this is his way of expressing his emotions. Ignoring Macao, Shen Wu and Kana went straight to Makarov and said, "President, we are back, and the 10th C-level mission has been completed perfectly." Since receiving Makarov's approval that day, Shen Wu and Kana began a crazy brush mission journey. 10 D-level tasks, in less than 5 days, 2 people completed, and 10 C-level tasks. Because the tasks were a bit cumbersome, it took Shen Wu and Kana 25 days to complete them all. However, because of these tasks, Shen Wu can also be regarded as having seen it. It's a big world. The client, once in Shen Wu's opinion, since they can all issue tasks, they must also be decent people. But when he met the task client, Shen Wu found that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. The task content is to fulfill a careful wish of the client, and 10 gold coins are rewarded. Tasks and tasks are generally equal in pay, and when they first took over the task, Kana and Shen Weihu didn't think so much, but when they saw the client and heard his careful wishes, Shen Weihu and Kana were stupid. This client is a lazy person, lazy to the point, so lazy that he is not even willing to move except for eating, and over time, this person becomes very sloppy. Although this person is lazy, he is also a slightly normal person, and when he found out that he was actually so dirty, he immediately commissioned someone to Fairy Tale to issue this task, to help him bathe. Help a bath. It should be a relatively simple thing, but when this kind of thing needs to be done by a magician, and is he called bathing, he is simply called skin changing. However, the tasks were all accepted, and in the end, Shen Weihu could only expose his knowledge of water magic, and help that guy rush well. Fortunately, it was not ice magic that was exposed, and Shen Weihu didn't want people to know, especially the upcoming Grey knew about his relationship with Ulu. As for the reason, the time has not come. In addition, there are strange things, but no matter how strange the task is, after today, Shen Weihu will no longer have to take on this strange task. Well, the task was well completed, I have received the thanks from the client. Makarov took the pipe in his mouth and said with a smile, from today onwards, you can take B-level tasks, but Kana can't. If you want to receive B-level tasks, you must team up with you. Well, got it. Hearing that he could finally take on a B-level task, Shen Weihu was overjoyed in his heart. There is no way, he really can't bear the feeling of living in the basement of the guild. This month, because of the tasks completed, basically only enough for daily expenses, even the rent of the cheapest house in Magnolia could not be paid. At the same time, Makarov, the old man, did not open the back door to Shen Weihu. What new people arrived, and they did not have to pay accommodation fees for the first month, so that Shen Weihu could not even afford to live in a dormitory. Moreover, even living in that basement, Makarov, the old man who slammed the door, even had to collect rent. He was simply not human. Therefore, when you hear that you can take a B-level task, you immediately walk towards the task version. Moon-chan, take another task, shall we take a break? Seeing Shen Weihu walking towards the task panel again, Kana's face behind her suddenly became bitter. In the past month, Kana has seen the horror of Shen Weihu. She is simply a task maniac. In addition to normal sleep, the interval between two tasks will definitely not exceed an afternoon. This month, Kana can guarantee, this is her most tiring month since joining Fairy Tale. Although staying with Shen Weihu makes her feel very happy, and she also likes the feeling of staying with Shen Weihu, and every task she receives can always be completed quickly. However, Kana's body is too small to withstand Shen Weihu's exuberant energy. This time Kana said that she should rest for anything, otherwise Kana felt that she was about to get tired and sick. Sorry, I forgot. Kana's fatigue, Shen Weihu is in his eyes. He also said before that it is good to leave the task to him alone, but Kana always said that they are teammates and must complete the task together. Originally, Shen Weihu made an agreement with Kana, saying that after completing Makarov's request, he must take a good rest and continue the task. However, just a little excited, Shen Weihu forgot. P.S. No special circumstances, 3 changes per day, 1 chapter for every 100 increases in the collection, 1 more reward for each 1,000 rewards. This continued until before it hit the shelves. I hope you will support it, and the collection has just exceeded 200. It's been 6 days, even though there are reasons why there are a little few updates because of business trips, but this score is really poor. Chapter 18. Otherwise, Kana, you should rest this time I want to complete the mission independently, and when the next mission comes, let's continue to team up. However, Kana is very tired, but Shen Weihu's energy is very strong, and he has no money, so he must go out on a mission. Okay, but, Moon-chan, hurry up, and stay safe. Kana thought for a moment, and finally because she was too tired, she agreed to Shen Wu. Well, I'm completing the task quickly, said Shen Wu with a smile. However, in his heart, Shen Wu has a little regret. Kana is really cute, but after this month, Shen Wu has basically figured out the potential of Kana's magic, and can only say that unfortunately, Kana can't keep up with her own pace, and this mode of teaming up to complete tasks may rarely have another chance in the future. Hope you can find something that will increase Kana's strength. Thinking like this in his heart, Shen Wu's figure had already appeared in the taskbar. It's a high-level task, and this reward is really not a grade. Looking at the task in the taskbar, Shen Wu couldn't help but sigh. Last month, Shen Wu worked hard to complete 20 tasks, and only got more than 1,000 gold coins, but today's B-level tasks, the least paid are more than 1,000 gold coins. However, looking at so many tasks, every Shen Wu really wanted to take it, but the guild stipulated that the tasks could only be taken one by one. Ahem. Just when Shen Wu felt a little embarrassed, there was a sudden coughing sound next to him. Shen Wu glanced at it. Well? Shen Wu decisively ignored. Speaking of this Norbu is also a strange person. As an early person of fairy tale, the strength of a sea-level magic guide, plus his current age of only 9 years old, it can also be said that he is a genius. But this person, not only looks old, but also looks like an Indian, and has been dangling in front of the taskbar, but he just doesn't take the task. Such a person can live to adulthood, it is really not ordinary powerful. However, Shen Wu chose to ignore it, but Norbu didn't do it. Seeing that Shen Wu didn't react, Cough was even more energetic. Shen Wu continued to ignore it. Ahem ahem. Swasti. Ahem. So, Norbu, do you have something? In the end, Shen Wu, who really couldn't bear it, would give Norbu a very ugly smile. Ah, no, I'm fine, said Norbu after listening to Shen Wu's words and thinking a little. Then what are you coughing? Shen Wu was completely speechless. It's okay, what are you coughing? Moon, although I'm fine, I see you're okay. Norbu thought for a while, looked at Shen Wu standing on the edge of the taskbar, only then remembered what he came to do, and spoke. I see that you have been wandering here for a long time. Are you struggling with what task you have received? Shen Wu listened. Yes, this guy in front of him basically doesn't do anything except wander around the taskbar. To say that the level of understanding of the task, I think no one in the guild knows more thoroughly than him. Ah, thank you Norbu, I want the kind of task that can train the battle and sharpen the magic, preferably a time-consuming task and a lot of reward. Can you sharpen your magic, increase your combat experience, pay more, and have a short time? Norbu stared at the taskbar and thought about it seriously, and suddenly said, I thought of it. What did you think of? Shen Wu looked at Norbu in surprise, thinking that he really didn't find the wrong person. To say that it is simple and direct, and can sharpen people, and the task of paying well, in the kingdom of Fiori, it is a bandit mission, said Norbu. Bandits? Shen Wu was a little puzzled. Yes, the kingdom of Fiori can't help but be a magic kingdom and a commercial kingdom, but while commerce is developed, many scattered wizards are entangled with some people, occupying mountains in the local area, robbing merchant travel, and even many dark guilds among them meddling. Norbu continued to explain, these outlaw groups have always been a headache for merchants, and they have issued tasks to eliminate them in the major guilds, and the rewards are quite rich, although those mountain bandits are powerful, but with the strength of the month, as long as you find those weak mountain bandit groups, you can still complete the task very well. After speaking, Norbu should tear off a task list for Shen Wu. This is a small group of only 2 magic guides and more than 20 ordinary people. You can try it first. Bandits? Looks interesting. Shen Wu looked at the task list handed over by Norbu, and the 5,000 gold coin reward on it had deeply attracted Shen Wu. The mission is simple, the reward is more, and it is not far from Magnolia, plus according to the intelligence mentioned by Norbu, there are many such similar missions. Unknowingly, Shen Weiyu had found a good way to get rich, oh no, accumulate combat experience. P.S. Thanks to Leila for the tip. As the first tip in this book, the author is grateful. Chapter 19. 2 days later, Shen Weiyu's figure reappeared in the guild. Moon-chan, welcome home. Upon his return, Shen Weiyu heard Makao's beating voice again. But then again, why is it that every time he comes back, this guy is there, and he doesn't go on a mission? Forget it, ignore this guy. Went straight to Makarov and handed him the task list. Well done. Makarov was still not surprised that Shen Weiyu could complete the task so quickly. After all, the mountain bandits were just some rabble, there were only 2 magic guides, and they were also low-level magic guides, which was not worth mentioning at all. President, how about telling me something? After handing over the task list, Shen Weiyu did not leave immediately, but said to Makarov. What's going on? Seeing that Shen Weiyu took the initiative to discuss things with himself, this was the first time Makarov had seen it. When I did some low-level tasks, I found out, at my speed, if I only take one task each time, it seems to be a bit of a waste of time, such as this time, I eliminated the gang of mountain bandits, but it took half an hour, but running back and forth, it took more than a day. So President, can you let me take a few more tasks at once? Shen Weiyu didn't want to waste his time on running away, so he came to ask Makarov to give him the back door. No. Unfortunately, after listening to Shen Weiyu's request, Makarov's little head shook like a rattle, and he directly refused Shen Weiyu's request. After completing one task, you can take on the next task. This is the unspoken rule of all guilds, and this is also a kind of performance of the principal leader, so I can't agree to your request, but... Seeing that Makarov had said such righteous words, Shen Weiyu originally did not hope to come, but when he heard Makarov say but, Shen Weiyu felt that it was not without opportunity, and hurriedly said to Makarov, but what? But you're stupid. I saw Makarov suddenly knocked Shen Weiyu's head hard and said, you don't know that our fairy tale is a large guild, there are also branches in major cities in the entire kingdom, and in some small towns, there is also a contact point for our fairy tale. If you want to take over tasks and change tasks, where can you go? After speaking, he took a sharp puff of cigarette and said again, moreover, the task of suppressing bandits is not only in the guild, but also in the town halls of various cities and towns. Yes, this question Shen Weiyu really did not expect. It turns out that it is not necessary to know the headquarters, and it is also possible to take on tasks in other places. This is all because Shen Weiyu has not completely substituted into this world. His thinking is still stuck at the extent that this is an anime world, and his mind is also bound by the original work. The protagonists in the original book have completed their tasks and returned to the headquarters, and he thinks that all tasks must be returned to the headquarters. In fact, in addition to S-level tasks, other tasks can be collected in chapters and contact points. And even if not, local government agencies, magic counselors, can all convey on their behalf. Thank you, President. By the way, why didn't I see Kana? We made an appointment, and the next task is to team up with him. After understanding these hidden secrets, Shen Weiyu was in a good mood, stretched his waist, and was ready to continue to suppress the bandits. Kana-chan thought you would be back later, so after a day off, we went on a mission, said Wakaba this time. Oh, is that so? It seems that this time the mission will not be able to take Kana again. Thank you, Uncle Wakaba. After saying thank you to Wakaba, Shen Weiyu went to take the task, completely unaware that his uncle had caused Wakaba a little damage. Ha ha ha, Wakaba, see no, you are also an uncle, ha ha ha. Makao looked at Wakaba's stiff look and laughed unabashedly. What a laugh, even if it is an uncle, he is younger than this old man of yours. Who do you say is the old man? Whoever says yes is. I didn't pay attention to the noise behind me. Anyway, in Shen Wu's opinion, this is the norm for fairy tales. Later, after receiving a bandit task with a reward of 20,000 gold, Shen Wu waved his hand with his back to everyone, and then went to the task again. The reward of 20,000 gold is not a lot, and those who have read the original book know that the world of fairy tale is a world of inflation, and prices are generally higher. But what are the mountain bandits doing? That is, robbery. They have gained a lot of wealth. Anyway, the task is only to destroy them. Did they say that they will return what they stolen? You know, the value of these goods may be much higher than their commission fee. However, if it is just a commodity, Shen Wu generally does not want, he only needs cash, those golden coins. Of course, this is not to say that God is greedy for money, it is just laying the foundation for future independence. Welcome to the National Day 7-day long holiday to read books and enjoy the sky. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately recharge, event period, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20. On an unknown mountain, a tall boy, wearing a long black trench coat, black jeans, a white t-shirt, and long flowing purple hair, stood among a group of corpses. It's really a bunch of waste, and it's also known as the 7 demon gods, and I can't even catch my blow meteorite skyfall. Looking at the corpses around, the young man's brows furrowed, he was not in the mood to stay, turned around and disappeared in place. This person is the protagonist of this book, Shen Wu. At this time, 4 years have passed since Shen Wu left the fairy tale, and now it is 777 years in the continental calendar. The year 777 was a legendary day in which many people died and many people were given a new lease of life. In the past 4 years, except for a S-class exam halfway back last year, Shen Wu has not returned to fairy tale once, and has been doing tasks outside. And under Shen Wu's crazy banditry, the business law of the entire Filio kingdom has been more than 10 times better, and all the robbers are almost invisible now. Even the Dark Guild is jealous of Shen Wu, because in the Dark Guild has more or less contact with those robbers. Shen Wu is so banditry, where can the Dark Guild not make any moves? However, after being destroyed by Shen Wu for hundreds of Dark Guilds, no one from the Dark Guild has come to him now. At the same time, because of such a move by Shen Wu declared a large array in the kingdom of Filio, not to mention a household name, but basically as long as it is a magic guide, whether it is light or darkness, it is the power of knowing Shen Wu. Therefore, Shen Wu obtained his first title in the world of fairy tale, the Emperor of the Fairies. Speaking of this title, it was thanks to the group of people from the Dark Guild, when they sent 10 S-class wizards to surround Shen Wu. At that time, Shen Wu, who had just become an S-class magic guide, directly struck a super magic hot hell, turning all the area within a radius of 10 miles on the spot into ashes. Powerful strength, coupled with a cold face, a powerful aura, and the name of the Emperor of the Goblin, then spread throughout the magical world. Moreover, because Shen Wu cleared most of the robbers in the entire kingdom, he let the king of the kingdom personally commend. Although Shen Wu personally does not care about this, but fairy tale cares. With this recognition, in the future, if something is destroyed, the fine will be discounted. As for that hot hell, this is one of the 3 major skills acquired in the second half of 773. Hot hell, this is a large-scale destruction magic, its power is powerful enough to truly destroy the world, claiming to be an attack that can destroy a city with 1 hit. However, such a powerful attack, with the strength of Shen Wu today, can only exert 30% of its power, and this is when all his magic power is exhausted. The reason why he was able to burn the terrifying range within a radius of 10 miles that day was only that he was in a small forest at that time, and the flames burned the entire forest, which made others think that Shen Wu had a magic that directly burned the illusion of the entire forest. The other 2 skills are also fire magic, but they are not ordinary fire magic, it should be said that they are fire magic that can restrain all fire magic. Vulcan's 0-point breakthrough can transform flames into the opposite substance, that is, it can freeze the power of flames. Vulcan's 0-point breakthrough, change, you can transform yourself into the Vulcan body, and then absorb all the power of the fire system for your own use. Seeing this, do you feel very familiar? Not only did everyone feel very familiar, but at that time, Shen Wei was absolutely these two skills, and there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Later, after thinking about it carefully, I found that these two skills, if the words Vulcan are transformed into dead chi, isn't it the two skills of the protagonist in an anime that Shen Wei watched in the previous life, Tutor Killer? However, if it is more true, it is actually different, at least Shen Wei feels that these two skills of his are optimized versions. In 773, in addition to these remaining three magical skills, the card on the silver throne of the second of the 12 thrones also appeared his true face. The 12 Kings, King of Commerce, Giant Heart Philia Plane, This World, Strength Level, Ordinary People unlock conditions, after his bankruptcy, help him restore his family property. When he saw that his second king was Jaya.Philia, to be honest, Shen Wei was very surprised, but he thought that he had been fighting for so many years, wasn't it just for money? In this world, even if you are a magician, you need money, right? It takes money to build and grow a guild, right? Cultivating the Crystal Palace also requires money, right? Therefore, it seems that it is not a dream to have a big businessman who can do business and control the economy of this continent in the future. Perhaps, there will be no shortage of money in the future. As for whether Jaya.Philia has that ability, Shen Wei has no doubts. How is the person who can start from scratch and become the richest man in the kingdom is not a simple figure. Although he went bankrupt in the original book, Shen Wei believed that with his help, it was easy to restore his family property. P.S. Thank you End of the Dark Knight for the 100 VIP points. Thank you for your strong support. In addition, the fourth change, in order to increase the collection, the author will regularly time at 12 o'clock in the morning. Finally, today's collection broke 300, tomorrow add a chapter. Chapter 21. It has been 5 years since Shen Wei crossed into the fairy tale, and now Shen Wei is also 13 years old, because it may be in the world of magic. At this time, Shen Wei seems to have changed from a small shota to a small handsome guy. 5 years have passed, and Shen Wei has completely integrated into the world of fairy tale. And in this 5-year period, Shen Wei's golden finger has also given it the ability to look at the world. At the age of 12, he was an S-class magician, becoming the youngest S-class wizard since the establishment of fairy tale, and also became the most powerful magician among S-class magicians. In 772, Shen Wei's golden finger gave him the ability to master wind and rain and thunder, and at the same time allowed him to obtain the King of Ice, Ulu. In 773, Shen Wei obtained the Fireball Technique, the Great Fireball Technique, the Lianzi Fireball, the Meteorite Skyfall, the One Knife Cremation, the Hot Hell, the 0-point breakthrough of the God of Fire, the 0-point breakthrough of the God of Fire to the 8 fire system magic, and the King of Shang, Judheart Philia. In 774, in this year, Shen Wei received news that in the northern continent, the demon Dariora was in turmoil, and the top demon guide in the north, Ulu, died with him. When he knew about this invitation, Shen Wei was not sad, but only destroyed dozens of mountain bandit groups in a row on that day. Then the next day, he returned to his normal state and began to wait for the new abilities in the Sea of Consciousness to be unlocked. In 774, Shen Wei acquired 4 skills, Void Flash, Sound Turn, Beginning Solution, and Swastika Solution. Void Flash, the ability of the God of Death in the Endless World. After having this ability, Shen Wei can master all types of virtual flashes, down to the laser cannon of the Great Void Killian, up to various Wong Void flashes, such as black virtual flashes, blue virtual flashes, green virtual flashes, etc. Resounding, the ability to break the plane of the god of death in the endless world was assimilated into a kind of spatial teleportation magic in the plane of the demon tail. It is understood that the ability of the god of death plane in the endless world, after being assimilated by the demon tail plane, its effect is, usually seal its own strength to the original 70%, and when it is liberated, you can obtain the explosion of 12% of your strength within a certain period of time. After being assimilated by the demon tail plane, the ability of the god of death in the endless world, its effect is, it is liberated again on the basis of the original solution, and can obtain 5 times its original strength in a short time. All 4 abilities are very practical, although the quantity is very small, but in terms of quality, it is still very good. And in 774, the new king who was unlocked was Star King, Jalal Plane, this world, strength level, magic mentor unlock conditions, destroy his Tower of Paradise plan and defeat him. Jalal's strength, in the world of Demon Tail, is undoubted, although it is always covered by the protagonist who opens the hanging, but being able to think of the body is enough to rank among the Holy 10 and become one of the members of the Magic Council, both in strength and strength is absolutely top. Moreover, for Jalal this person, in the eyes of Shen Wu, it is also a regret in the Demon Tail world. His whole life is miserable, he has no freedom, his whole life is atonement, he has no future, his future is the past. However, this time, it seems that Jalal's fate will change. At least, don't carry too much. In 775 and 776, for 2 years, Shen Wu no longer acquired the power, but obtained an item. This item and the next king, each took 2 years to unlock. That item, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is an artifact, it is called Sky City. Sky City, simply put, is a sky city that can move at will. On the inverted triangle island, splendid palaces rise from the ground, without any power, only need to independently absorb various elements floating between heaven and earth to levitate above the 9 heavens. At the same time, it has strong defense, absolute concealment, and even extraordinary attack power. For anyone who wants to build a force, this Sky City is definitely the best base camp. And if the Sky City has surprised Shen Wu, who has been waiting for 2 years, then after waiting for 2 years, the characters who appear are even more joyful for Shen Wu. King of the Void, Blangeso, Plane, Tutoring World, Strength Level, Great Demon Mentor. Note, whether it is a strong person in this world or a strong person in another world, after the summoned death, they will never betray it, but please courtesy. When he saw this message, Shen Wu was overjoyed. Not only by Lan, but also saw his golden finger, and he could actually summon a strong man from another world. Moreover, the message given by this card also made Shen Wu ecstatic that all the strong people who were summoned would not be betrayed by him. This solved the confusion that Shen Wu had been having been forbidden. What if he did something in the future and Ulu did not agree? But now seeing the information of this card, it has completely dispelled all of Shen Wu's concerns, and it seems that in addition to resurrecting Ulu, he can do something more meaningful. P.S. Please tip, please collect. Chapter 22. President, we have no money, can we get some money? On the top of a mountain, Shen Wu was holding a communication magic crystal and talking to a phantom inside. No, didn't I give you 10 million, by Lan, you won't be corrupt. Hearing what the people in the demon crystal said, Shen Wu said with a questioning look. 10 million gold coins, that's half of the family's property that has worked hard day and night in the past 4 years. An A-level task is hundreds of thousands of rewards. S-level tasks are only more than 1 million rewards, 10 million is how many S-level tasks? Wronged, guild president, don't you know, you gave me that Sky City, it's simply eating gold coins, although all kinds of facilities are complete, but the building is too luxurious, but there is no decoration inside, furniture, there is no daily necessities, all of this needs to be repurchased, and all of them must be the best to be otherwise it is not in vain to waste such a domineering building of the Sky City. As soon as he heard Shen Weihu talk about the problem of money, Bai Lan in the magic crystal said a lot with an innocent face, and it was not finished. And, President, because of your requirements, the members we recruit are basically very young children, training them, feeding them, this is all money. In addition, you also demand that the establishment of intelligence on various parts of the mainland be completed as soon as possible, which also requires money. Wait, it seems that he has finally found an object to talk to, and Bai Lan's mouth on the other side has not stopped, and he has been talking non-stop. Okay, good, I know, how much, let's be blunt. Sometimes Shen Weihu really doubted that this person in front of him was really the tutor boss he knew, Bai Lan. With so many words, it's no wonder that it will lose in the hands of Tsunayashi. Well, if you don't count the intelligence, you still need about 20 million gold coins, and if you count the laying of intelligence, you can't do without hundreds of millions of funds. As soon as it came to business, Bai Lan became serious. Bai Lan, I will give you another 30 million to complete the initial construction of the guild and the intelligence coverage in the kingdom of Filio, as for the rest, I have no money. 30 million is already the limit of Shen Weihu, and as soon as these 30 million are given to Balin, Shen Weihu will completely return to the pre-liberation period. 30 million, okay. Establishing and developing a guild is nothing for Bai Lan, who used to be the boss of the world mafia, but there is no money, even if he was the boss of the universe before, there is a problem. Oh, by the way, guild leader, when will you return to the guild? After the guild was established, you have never come back? The question of money was over, and Bai Lan began to talk about new problems. It's not the time, I'll be back at the right time. Now Shen Weihu is not ready to go back, and in 777, the wonderful life of fairy tale has just begun. As for the things you are very busy with, aren't there phantom knights and Kikyo who help you? Shen Weihu also knew that it was a little bad to hand over the guild to Bai Lan alone, but whoever called his subordinates now, only Bai Lan was a king who could be summoned. The other three kings still have no shadows now. As you said that Kirito and Phantom Knight can help me deal with some things. As for the three of Lily of the Valley, Wolf Venom, and Daisy, it's good not to cause me trouble. Speaking of his subordinates, Bai Lan shook his head. Let their fights okay, let them help with things, then it will be a little more difficult for them. By the way, fighting. Bai Lan's spirit flashed at this time, as if she had thought of something, and said to Shen Weihu with a happy face, Guild President, I hung up first, I seem to have found a new way of wealth for our guild. After speaking, with a ding, the communication crystal was hung. This guy. Looking at the communication demon crystal that had no influence in his hand, Shen Weihu shook it and said. When he saw that there was no limit to summoning the empty king card, Shen Weihu immediately summoned Bai Lan out. However, to Shen Weihu's expectation, the people summoned were far more than Bai Lan, but also Bai Lan's true 6 hanging flowers, and a phantom knight who was delivered. What surprised Shen Weihu was far more than this, these summoned people from another world, in love to come to the world of the demon tale, the power in their bodies was assimilated by the laws of the demon tale world. The dead chi of the true 6 hanging flowers has all been converted into magic with corresponding abilities, especially Bai Lan, whose ability has changed the most. The ability to peek into parallel worlds has been assimilated into space magic in the world of demon tales, and the ability to die has not changed. There is another gratifying thing, that is, the strength of the true 6 hanging flower and the phantom knight is all S level, and if the true 6 hanging flower is opened by Shura, its strength can soar to the demon master, that is, the strength of the super S level. As for Bai Lan's strength, the strength of the great demon mentor made Shen Weihu a little incomprehensible, but from the name, I knew that the great demon mentor was stronger than the demon mentor. Unfortunately, although Bai Lan has obtained ultra-rare space magic, everything has to be started from scratch, and today's Bailan only uses some simple spatial abilities. Chapter 23. True Roku Hanging Flower no Kirito, Plain, Tutoring World, Strength, S-Class, Normal State. Abilities, Multiply, Summon, Azura Open Box. Shinroku Hanging Flower no Lily of the Valley, Plain, Tutoring World, Strength, S-Class, Normal State. Abilities, Water Magic, Summoning, Azura Opening Box. Pomegranate of True 6 Hanging Flowers, Plain, Tutoring World, Strength, S-Class, Normal State. Abilities, Fire Magic, Summoning, Azura Boxing. True 6 Hanging Flower Wolf Venom, Plain, Tutoring World, Strength, S-Class, Normal State. Abilities, Illusion, Summoning, Azura Opening. The Daisy of the True 6 Hanging Flowers, Plain, Tutoring World, Strength, S-Class, Normal State. Abilities, Activate, Summon, Azura Open. True Roku Hanging Flower no Ghost, Plain, Tutoring World, Strength, Unknown Abilities, Absorb Mana, Transmit Mana. Phantom Knight, Plain, Tutoring World, Strength, S-Class Abilities, Swordsmanship, Illusion. King of the Void, Brandezo, Plain, Tutoring World, Strength, Great Demon Mentor, Normal State. Abilities, Space Magic, Wings of Gods, White Finger, White Clapping, White Pinching, Spurner. The abilities of True 6 Hanging Flower and Bailan, in Shen Wu's opinion, have changed more or less after being assimilated by the laws of the Demon Tail world, but no matter how it changes, the strength of the 8 of them is beyond doubt. However, the appearance of Bailan, as well as the summoning of the True 6 Hanging Flower and the Phantom Knight, made the plan in Shen Wu's heart a lot earlier. Originally, Shen Wu was ready to wait until the beginning of the plot, waiting for almost the same time, and starting to establish a new guild, but now that Bailan appeared, Shen Wu was ready to let him establish the guild first, and when the plot began, when the time was right, Shen Wu was leaving Fairy Tail. As for the previous time, firstly, let Bailan secretly develop the guild, and secondly, let Shen Wu experience the love and hate of Fairy Tail. As for the guild established by Bailan, although Shen Wu is the guild leader, except for giving the guild a name, everything else seems to be dumped on Bailan. And for the name of the guild, it is also quite wasted, the top of the gods. Shen Wu compares himself to the gods with the 12 kings, comparing himself to the peak of the gods, and at the same time hopes that his guild can do something that only gods can do. The name is domineering, but now the people in the guild, except for Bailan and True 6 Hanging Flower, and the Phantom Knight can handle it, all the others are children of a few years old. This is also the attention of Shen Wu. Today's continent is not peaceful, the slave trade still exists, the Dark Guild is even more rampant, and some countries are even at war. This situation has led to a large number of orphans on the mainland. Anyway, Shen Wu has time, and he is not big, so he asked Bailan not to recruit guild members, directly to adopt orphans, and then train himself. In Shen Wu's own budget, if his guild really comes to the table, at least it must be the beginning of the plot, or even 7 years after the start of the plot, so it is undoubtedly the best to adopt children and cultivate them themselves. After all, loyalty is the most important thing. Moreover, Shen Wu did not want to establish a guild like Fairy Tail, he wanted to establish an organization rather than a guild. For Zhenliu Hanging Flowers, or core members such as Bailan and Ulu, they will naturally be family-like in the future, but for ordinary members, what Shen Wu wants is to implement militarized management. Shen Wu has a grand goal, a goal that a guild like Fairy Tail cannot achieve, and the Fairy Tail people will not understand and support him. At this time, Natsu and they should have already arrived at the guild. Go back at this time, I don't know if those people still recognize him, and that Kana, I don't know if he is still angry with himself. After dealing with some things in his guild Top of the Gods, and after completing the S-level task at hand, Shen Wei was also ready to go back. However, the last time I went back to take the S-level exam, although I didn't see Kana, I heard Makao and others say that she was very angry about someone's goodbye. Although Shen Wei asked Wakabe Day to say, in Kana's eyes, this is to say goodbye without saying goodbye. As for why Shen Wei was willing to return to the guild all these years, would Shen Wei say that he was just bored? Busy tasks to make money is only one aspect, and the more important reason is only because fairy tale in previous years was too boring. Only from 777 will fairy tale come alive. In 774, Gray joined fairy tale. In 776, Elsa escapes from the Tower of Paradise and joins fairy tale. In 777, the dragons disappeared en masse, Natsu joined fairy tale, and in the same year Miston Gun, Gerald of the Other World, joined fairy tale. Gathering so many future protagonists at once, the fairy tale at this time is fun, and the previous fairy tale is too dull. Moreover, as far as Shen Wei knows, in 778, the three sisters of Myra will also join fairy tale. P.S. The abilities of True Six Hanging Flowers and Balin will be like this first, and when they really fight later, they will be explained more specifically. Chapter 24. Hey, pervert, you're not dressed again. What do you say, you phoenix-eyed man? I said you're a pervert, you're a down-eyed man. Do you phoenix-eyed man want to fight? You pervert of the drooping panties, I'm afraid of you. Standing at the door of fairy tale, before Shen Wei entered, he heard words that were both familiar and strange to him from inside. Natsu and Gray, the two of them are really born wrongdoers. After 5 years, when he heard this familiar voice again, Shen Wei's face couldn't help but smile. Just as Shen Wei was about to push the door in, another familiar voice came from inside, but it stopped Shen Wei who was preparing to enter. Ah, it's really young, it's so good. Yes, we are all old, and we don't know when you will come back. This is the voice of Makao and Wakaba, even after many years, but the lowly voices of the two, Shen Wei can tell it at once. I heard that Yu has completed another S-class mission. What a mission maniac, he has only been an S-class wizard for a year, this is the 10th S-class mission, said Macau. Yes, it seems that our guild is going to have another Kildas, but it really hurts Kana's child, said Wakaba. Hey, young people's affairs, let's leave it alone. Macau said. Hey, two uncles, the month you just talked about, is it the famous Goblin Emperor outside? Why have I joined the guild for so long and never seen him? Hearing the opponent of the two of Macau, Natsu did not scold Gray, but walked over to the two of Macau. Humph, don't say that you just joined, even I, who have been joining the guild for almost 3 years, have never seen that moon. Gray heard what Natsu said and said with disdain. What, the pervert of the panties, do you have any dissatisfaction with my problem? Natsu felt his anger as soon as he heard Gray's words. No, I just think you're like an idiot. Gray replied without showing any flinch. Ha ha ha. Makau and Wakaba laughed when they saw the two arguing, they were in Naz and Gray, they saw their past. Shut up, you two are too noisy. At this time, a cold voice suddenly remembered, which directly made the 4 people present suddenly froze, and all of them were silent. Hey, is this Ilusa? Although I didn't see anyone, I could hear it from this aura and this voice. Ilusa Shokalito, the future Goblin Queen? Another translation calls the Queen of the Goblins Elsa Scarlet, but the author thinks the previous name looks a little better. Look, listen. Ilusa. Seeing Ilusa's arrival, whether it was the two of Macau or Natsu and Gray, they were immediately stunned. Uncle, I also want to ask, is the person you were talking about just now the Goblin Emperor who is rumored outside now? No wonder even Ilusa is curious, it is really that Shen Wei's statement is too strong recently, wherever he goes, as long as there is a magic guide, they are discussing the Emperor of the Goblin. Hey, Ilusha is also interested in the moon, isn't it? When Mikhail heard that even Ilusha was asking, he immediately looked at Ilusha with an ambiguous expression. What? Say it quickly. As soon as Ilusha heard Mikhail's smile, she knew that what was on his mind right now was not a good thing. Yes, Uncle Mikhail, Uncle Wakaba, tell us quickly. Now there is a lot of discussion about him outside. Before I was doing a mission, someone asked me if I was familiar with this month of our guild, and I knew everything about it. Which made me very embarrassed. Yes, I've had something like this too. Okay. Mikhail looked reluctant, but in fact, his heart was already happy. Ha ha ha, old people like us are still useful. You, that is, the Goblin Emperor who is rumored outside, his full name is Shen Wu. He looks like a girl, but he is a boy. Saying this, Mikhail immediately stopped and said to everyone with a serious face, you can't spread this sentence indiscriminately, nor can you say that I said it, otherwise I'll be finished. That guy in the moon hates people saying he looks like a girl. At this time, Natsu all three quickly nodded in response. Mikhail continued, actually, we don't know much about moon. After joining the guild in 773, I only stayed in the guild for a month, and I have been doing tasks outside, except for coming back last year to take the S-level exam. I haven't come back for 4 consecutive years. Yes, over the years, except for the S-class who started at the age of 12 and became the youngest S-class wizard in the history of fairy tale, we have heard the other news from outside. Last year, he became an S-class magus at the age of 12, is he only 13 years old now? Ilusha keenly captured the message in Wakaba's words. Well, yes, he's only 13 years old this year, but in terms of strength, none of you are his opponents. He's the one who killed 10 Dark Guild S-class masters with one blow. Mikhail looked at the surprised three and said with some evil taste. P.S. This is the 3rd change, the 4th change at 12. In addition, thank you for the 588 tip of Kang Yu-chan. Mayday Reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately recharge, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 25. Well, yes, he's only 13 years old this year, but in terms of strength, none of you are his opponents. He's the one who killed 10 Dark Guild S-rank masters with one blow. Mikhail looked at the surprised three and said with some evil taste. In his opinion, whether it is Ilusha, Gray, and Naz, they are all geniuses, they are all the elites of the fairy tale new age, so be prepared to stimulate them. I don't believe it. When he comes back, I must find him to single out and see if he is really so powerful as the outside world, said Gray with a look of disbelief. Yes, and he uses fire magic. Fire magic is useless to me, said Natsu with a wary face. Ilusha didn't speak, she didn't have any interest in fighting, and this time she was curious just because the rumors outside were too powerful. Oh, I seem to have heard someone trying to talk to me. Just as Natsu and Gray finished speaking, and Ilusha was about to turn and leave, Shen Wu's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. This voice. Mikhail and Wakaba fought in amazement. Moon-chan. The girl, who had been sitting silently drinking in a corner, heard this voice and suddenly looked at the gate. Is he? Natsu, Gray, and Ilusha also looked at the door. Boom! The gate was directly forced to open at the feet of Shen Wu, and then a handsome young man in black clothes and purple hair appeared in front of everyone's eyes. With purple hair, fair skin, black clothes, and 3 colors, Shen Wu at this time is even more handsome. Did you two just say you were going to challenge me? In the eyes of Natsu, Gray, and others, the figure of Shen Wu who was standing at the door suddenly disappeared, and by the time they reacted, Shen Wu had already appeared in front of Natsu, Gray, and Ilusha. Uncle Mikhail, are these 3 newcomers? Why didn't I see them last time I came back? Asked Shen Wu knowingly. Only Natsu is new, Gray and Ilusha have been in the guild for a long time, but the last time you came back, they happened to go out on a mission. Macau said a little nervously. He always felt that there was something wrong with Shen Wu's eyes looking at him. Couldn't it be that he heard the words before? Oh! Shen Wu let out a long sigh, and then looked at Natsu and the others. Familiar faces, looked at the three people in front of him. Shen Wu thought to himself. Nazdir Ragnir, the fire dragon destroyer, the most important protagonist of fairy tale, is the existence of the entire plot of fairy tale, and can also be said to be the final big boss in a sense. Griever Pasta, the ice magister, Ulu's apprentice. Hey, you're that month, that's right, I'm just going to challenge you, look at the move, the iron fist of the fire dragon. Seeing Shen Wu looking at him, Natsu immediately jumped out and punched Shen Wu. Before Shen Wu sounded directly in front of the three people, the distance was very close, plus Natsu shot quickly, and by the time everyone reacted, Natsu's fist was about to hit Shen Wu's body. Stop, Natsu! Don't worry, Macau's words are not worried about Shen Wu, but worried about Naz. He is a person who has fought with Shen Wu, although Natsu is also very powerful now, but whether he can beat him is not to say, let alone become an S-class magic guide Shen Wu. However, it was too late to say anything at this time, and Natsu's flaming fist had already hit Shen Wu's body. Boom! The scene that everyone imagined that Natsu was sent flying, or Shen Wu was sent flying, did not appear. They only saw that when Natsu's fist touched Shen Wu's clothes, Shen Wu's entire body was suddenly surrounded by flames, and then with the force of body inertia, Natsu directly rushed into the flames. Finally, in the eyes of everyone's surprise, a colored ice mass covered with ice suddenly flew out from the fire. Natsu! Looking at Natsu, who was still holding a punching posture in the colored ice ball, everyone was shocked. Flame Magister! After the flames wrapped around Shen Wu's body disappeared, looking at the ice mass behind him, Shen Wu said with a smile, "It's a pity, all the attacks of flame magic are completely ineffective for me." Saying that, ignoring everyone's surprised expressions, with a strange smile on his face, Shen Wu began to walk towards Macau step by step. "Uncle Macau, I heard, who do you say looks like a girl?" "Moon, I just mean this game, don't take it seriously, help." He felt that his explanation was pale and weak, and looking at Shen Wu who was getting closer and closer, Macau ran away directly. However, how could he run past Shen Wu? A ringing turn appeared at Macau's side, and then grabbed Macau's arm with one hand. Wo Vulcan's zero-point breakthrough was launched, and colored ice slings emerged from Macau's body, and in Macau's scream, in less than 10 seconds, another ice mass appeared on the scene. Chapter 26. Don't worry, after 2 hours, the ice cubes will be automatically lifted. Looking at everyone's somewhat surprised expressions, Shen Wu said with a smile. After all, just now, Macau's call was really miserable. After saying these words, Shen Wu's figure disappeared again, and by the time everyone reacted, Shen Wu had already appeared in front of Kana, hugged her, and then disappeared in place together. On the roof of the Fairy Tale Guild, Kana had just felt only a moment of dizziness, and when she came back to her senses, she appeared on the roof of the guild in one piece. "Kana, long time no see." Looking at the one in front of her, Kana, who already had the feeling of a girl next door growing up, Shen Wu greeted with a smile. For Kana, Shen Wu really felt very sorry, obviously agreed, but he didn't do it. "You know, when I came back for the exam last time, whether it was the information I learned from Makao, or Wakaba, it let Shen Wu know that Kana has been very unhappy over the years. Especially knowing that the last time Shen Wu came back, and she didn't see it, this made Kana feel very desperate. She thought that she and Shen Wu were the embodiment of no fate, not only madly in love with Carrot, but also drank heavily all day, and completely began to beat herself up. You must know that the legal drinking age in the kingdom of Filio is 15 years old, and now Kana is only 12 years old. Who are you? Do I know you? Kana looked at Shen Wu in front of her, and there were 1,000 words in her heart, but when it came to her mouth, she said such a sentence. Moreover, after saying it again, the natural reaction of her body actually made her turn around and want to leave. Snap Kana, promise me not to drink any more, okay? Pulling Kana into his arms, Shen Wu did not say anything else, nor did he explain why he had not come back over the years, but said directly to Kana. Who are you? Why do you care about me? Being suddenly pulled into Shen Wu's arms, Kana was stunned at first, but after hearing Shen Wu's words, she kept struggling. I came back when I completed my first B-level mission, and I was going to do the last mission of our team with you at that time, but I didn't expect that you were not in the guild. It turns out that you have long wanted to leave me, and you have long thought that I am a burden, right? Hearing Shen Wu's words, Kana in her arms struggled even more. Mom left me, Dad didn't know me, even his best friend had to abandon him? I didn't leave you behind. In that mission, I broke through and became an A-level magician, so the task I want to take is not a B-level task, but an A-level task, because only in this way can I become stronger and get more. I don't have so much time to spend on B-level tasks. After speaking, looking at Kana, who was not struggling in her arms, Shen Wu continued, I once wanted to come back and explain to you, but I was afraid of hurting you, so I always avoided you, but when I learned that you began to drink all day, I knew that I had to come back, because I couldn't let you spoil your body like this. Although Kana who drinks wine has a special charm, even if she is a magician, it is better to drink less of this kind of thing, and she is still a child. Why are you so young? Why are you in such a hurry? Kana asked in a low voice in Shen Wu's arms. This is fate, I came to this world, I must do this. Otherwise, my life will have no meaning. Once Shen Wu thought, follow the plot, eat and wait for death in the fairy tale, occasionally intervene, be with a kind of protagonist, and experience the entanglement of friendship, love, and family affection. But who lose death, and after learning of his Goldfinger's ability, Shen Wu negated his previous idea. Isn't it because they are tired of the boring life above the blue star that they will be selected by the rules of the underworld, and then cross into the world of the demon tale? Since the boring life has been enough, why is this life just the first exciting and wonderful life? And such a life, what is needed, is absolutely powerful power. Destiny. Kana muttered, and then suddenly got up from Shen Wu's arms and asked Shen Wu, how long are you going to stay in the guild this time, or are you going to leave soon? Not this time, because my strength has reached a bottleneck, I am ready to relax, and I will not leave for the time being. Looking at Kana, who was finally no longer crying, Shen Wu also smiled lightly and said, let me compensate Kana-chan this time, let's team up tomorrow. Humph, don't team up with you. Although there are 100 promises in the heart, the words that come out of the mouth are completely different. Ha ha ha, it's decided like this, but Kana-chan hasn't seen her for a few years and has become arrogant. Who's making you that? Please call me Kana. Okay, Kana-chan. It's Kana. Chapter 27. After Kana's matter was settled, Shen Wu stayed at Fairy Tale with confidence. Shen Wu first rented a villa in Magnolia, spending the last bit of Shen Wu's deposit. After that, he occasionally accompanied Kana out to do tasks, but most of the time, he stayed in the guild and exchanged feelings with everyone. During this period, Shen Wu saw Gray's problem of undressing at every turn, and also saw the destructive power of Naz, and even saw the majesty of the future Goblin Queen. Every time Gray and Naz fought, Ilusha always knocked her down with one punch, and at this time, Natsu was always able to get up immediately, suicidally re-rush Ilusha, and then be killed by Ilusha again. As for Shen Wu, Natsu will not let go. Every time after hitting a wall in Ilusha, he will always go to Shen Wu to find another wave of fights, but every time there is no other end except being sealed by ice. And for everyone's doubts, ask how Shen Weihou did it. After all, ice and fire are mutually restrained, Gray's ice can't freeze Naz. How did Shen Weihou, who is a flame magic guide, do it? However, for everyone's questions, every time Shen Weihou just smiled mysteriously. Over time, except for Natsu who had to test it himself every day, everyone was surprised by it. Ha ha ha, interesting guild, interesting people, took a drink next to him, Shen Weihou thought while slowly tasting it. Weak garbage, such a shame every day, it's really ugly. Shen Weihou felt that it was a very pleasant thing to watch Natsu and the others fight every day, but some people did not think so. Laxus, who do you say is trash? Natsu, who was originally knocked out by Alusa instantly, after listening to Laxus's words, was instantly revived with blood, pointing to a person standing in the middle of the hall at this time and said, "Yes, Laxus, I won't fail to hear what you just said." Natsu and Alusa stood once, and Laxus said to the two of them, "Oh, it looks like something interesting is going to happen again." Watching several people arguing, Shen Weihou did not mean to stop it. This kind of scene of watching anime up close is very feeling. While preparing to watch the play, Shen Weihou also began to recall the information of the four people in front of him. Laxus Dolera, a super wizard who has mastered all kinds of thunder magic, thunder dragon killing magic, and even mastered super magic, the law of goblins. Calculate it, this year's Laxus is 16 years old, tomorrow is the day he becomes an S-class magic guide. And the three people standing behind Laxus at this time are the future Thor people? Felid Justin, who has mastered word magic, dark writing, magic, and future strength, is not weaker than S-class, but is the captain of Thor. Abba Green, mastered petrified eye, leprechaun magic. B. Guthrow, who mastered the possession of puppets, as well as the magic of modeling eyes. Although the three of Thunder God do not have many roles in the original work, in Shen Weihou's opinion, each of them has S-level strength, which may not be comparable to the protagonists, but the four elements of the ghost may not be comparable to them. Humph, your alertness is really poor. Just as Shen Weihou was drinking a drink, squinting his eyes and his thoughts fluttering, a voice that made people feel a little uncomfortable came over. Shen Weihou slowly opened his eyes and looked, only to see short blonde hair, cool, slightly arrogant expression, and a lightning-like scar across his left eye, making him look a little more masculine. Laxus at this time is cool, compared to the strong man in the future. Laxus when he was a teenager is really a little handsome, although it is far from me. Thinking like this in his heart, Shen Weihou's mouth was not idle, and the four people in front of him said, it turns out that you guys have finished arguing. A few weak garbage, it's not worth my time, said Laxus arrogantly after hearing Shen Weihou's words. What do you say, you bastard? Now Natsu couldn't bear it anymore, his fists were in flames, and he rushed directly towards Laxus. However, the ending can be imagined. Sting a golden bolt of lightning streaked through, and Natsu lay down. Humph, waste. Conveniently solving Natsu, Laxus looked at Shen Weihou, who was sitting on the table leisurely drinking water, and said, "Fight with me." Laxus's domineering tone made Shen Weihou feel a little funny. You came specifically to fight me. Although Shen Weihou already had such a premonition when he saw Laxus walking towards him, when things really happened, Shen Weihou still felt a little funny. When will I become a target for being challenged? The guy from Naz doesn't count, and the guy who knocks down with one blow is not a challenge at all. Fight, fight. Laxus looked at Shen Weihou with an incredulous expression. Isn't it a fight? In your opinion, this sacred challenge is a fight? Laxus felt like his fist was about to fall down. Oh, that's a challenge. But... Shen Weihou looked at Laxus, who was trying to suppress his anger, and said, I refuse. P.S. Thank you Brother Fuyun for the 100 VIP tip. Thank you for your strong support. Chapter 28. Refuse. Shen Wu's answer seemed to be beyond Laxus's expectations, and he looked at Shen Wu and said coldly, "Don't you dare." "No, no, no." Shen Wu stretched out a finger, shook it at Laxus and said, "Laxus, as you said, the weak are not qualified to talk to the strong about conditions, for you say, Natsu and Gray are weak, but in the same way, to me, you are just a weak person." "Weak? You actually call me weak?" Laxus's eyes widened, and he looked at Shen Wu with an angry expression. Not only Laxus, but even Gray and Alyssa, as well as Kana, Macau, and others felt that Shen Wu said too much. Shen Wu's strength, Gray and Alyssa don't know, and Macau and the others only know Shen Wu's strength 4 years ago, but for the strength of Laxus, they are very clear. After all, Laxus does not know the first time to provoke them so much. "Yes, weak." Looking at Laxus's angry eyes, Shen Wu looked straight at him without fear, and squinted his eyes and smiled. "Ray." Looking at Shen Wu's smiling face, Laxus didn't have any thoughts of appreciation at this time, he only had one mood to tear him apart now. "I saw it." Aiming at that face, Laxus directly summoned a golden thunderbolt and blasted towards Shen Wu. Boom! Under the thunder, the table that Shen Wu made before was directly torn apart. However, there is no Shen Wu figure for a long time. Weak attacks. On the second floor of Fairy Tale, Shen Wu held a drink in his hand, leaned elegantly against the railing, and said to Laxus below with a smile. Rip! The golden electric light flashed, and the next moment Laxus's body appeared where Shen Wu was standing just now, but unfortunately, at this time, Shen Wu was already sitting leisurely drinking drinks on another table. "Non-S wizard, you can't go up to the second floor? Oh, the violator is expelled from the Fairy Tale, do you think it will be embarrassed?" Yuya took a sip of the drink in the cup, and Shen Wu still said lightly to Laxus. Bang! After a loud bang, the table under Shen Wu's seat was once again affected. "2 tables, if you break it, remember to lose money," said Shen Wu with a smile at the railing on the second floor. "Can't you fight me head-on except escape?" After being teased by Shen Wu a few times, Laxus also knew that he couldn't catch up with Shen Wu, so he began to use the agitation method. "Ha ha ha, this is the best joke I've heard this year." Listening to Laxus's words, Shen Wu directly laughed. "You can't even keep up with my speed." Shen Wu gently patted Laxus's shoulder and continued, "Do you dare to challenge me?" "Hey!" Feeling the weight on his shoulders, Laxus quickly turned around to look, but at this time, Shen Wu had already appeared on another empty table. "The game ends here, wait until you become an S-class magic guide, come to me to challenge, before again, if you bother me again." Looking at Laxus with both eyes, the smile on Shen Wu's face slowly converged, then, "Kill you." The purple-red light in his eyes flashed, and the amazing murderous aura generated by the slaughter of complete robbers over the years was already its own monstrous coercion, and it was suddenly overwhelming towards Laxus. "Humph!" Laxus snorted, his face a little pale. He was not afraid of that murderous aura, after all, he had never seen anything after completing tasks outside for many years. But the coercion that seemed to act directly on the soul made him mentally damaged. "S-class magic guide, I will participate next year, before again, don't lose to others." After saying this, Laxus directly left with Philid, Ibagherein, and Beguslo, the 3 Thor gods. Shen Wu's strength was somewhat unexpected by Laxus, but he was not teased by Shen Wu, and he felt embarrassed. Because of the strength shown by Shen Wu, he felt recognized, the strong, it should be like this. "Moon, you're so good, you actually let that guy go away in ashes. However, even if you are so powerful, I will definitely defeat you in the future, wait." Hehe, 3 sentences are not far from fighting, Natsu is really cute. "Ah, I'm waiting for you. Naz, will you still be the protagonist in this life?" "Moon-chan, you are awesome, it turns out that you are already so powerful, worthy of being the Fairy Emperor." Kana also came over at this time and said with a smile. It's not that powerful, there are still many people who are stronger than me, said Shen Wei modestly. In fact, it can't be regarded as modest, but the current Shen Wei can't be considered too strong, even among the fairy tales, he doesn't dare to say that he is the first. Makarov aside, even Kildas, now him, he may not be able to win. Thank you, Moon. Elisha also came over and said to Shen Wei. Just now, Shen Wei can be regarded as helping Elisha avenge it, after all, the guy in Laxus said that Elisha is weak garbage. Mayday Reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately recharge, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 29. Thank you, Moon. Elisha came over and said to Shen Wei. Elisha is really cute at this time. Shaking the drink in his hand slightly, Shen Wei looked Elisha up and down at Elisha who came over. Before, because Elisha exuded the aura of not being close to people, and recently Elisha went on a mission, Shen Wei did not have the opportunity to carefully look at this future goblin queen. Now, when he looked closer, Shen Wei found that compared to the domineering Queen Majesty who was familiar in the future, Elisha at this time, although she looked a little cold and arrogant, her young and immature cheeks could not be concealed. On the contrary, on top of the small body, a pair of cold armor is put on, and a knight's sword is straddling the waist, giving people the feeling that it is cute. Of course, Elisha would have been more gentle. By the way, has Elisha's eyes been cured at this time, too? Now Elisha seems to be 12 years old, and it has been a year since she joined Fairy Tale, so at least it's right. When he slowly moved his gaze from the bottom to Elisha's eyes, Shen Wei remembered that Elisha seemed to have an eye, and there was a problem. However, now it seems that it has been cured with a prosthetic eye. No thanks, Laxus came to me. He finished the drink in the cup, put it on the table, and then got up and walked slowly to Elisha, Shen Wei said softly. Ring the bell. Approaching Elisha, Shen Wei reached out and gently knocked on the armor on Elisha's body a few times. What are you doing? She didn't expect Shen Wei to do this, or maybe she didn't react at all, but in short, Elisha was very angry at this time, because the place where Shen Wei just knocked was her chest. Although there is an armor package, the location is right. Although Elisha had not completely come out of the past at this time, the girl's instinct made her immediately pull out the long sword at her waist and aim it at Shen Wei. Ah, Moon-chan, how can you do this? Kana also reacted at this time, blushing and saying to Shen Wei with some dissatisfaction. Well, it's worthy of the moon, it's so direct. Wakaba and Makoto were so impressed by Shen Wei. They had also thought about doing something similar, but let alone breastplates, even shoulder armor they did not touch, and they were beaten all over the head. Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous, I'm just curious why I wear such heavy armor on my body when I rest. Shen Wei looked at Elisha who pointed her sword at herself, not sorry for her disrespectful action at all, but pointed at Elisha with a smile and continued, the weak will need to use armor to protect their past, and the strong will only use the sword in their hands to open up the future. A layer of broken iron cannot protect the fragile heart, the heart can only be strong. After saying some words to Elisha, Shen Wei turned around and slowly left the guild. I hope that our goblin queen can bloom soon, and I hope that time will pass faster, and Shen Wei's heart is about to be impatient. In the evening, after eating Shen Wei, he left his villa and got ready to explore the city of Magnolia. It's funny to say that Shen Wei has been in Fairy Tale for so long, but his familiarity with Magnolia may not be as good as Naz, a newcomer. The only way Shen Wei knew was the road from his house to Fairy Tale, and even this road was slowly familiar within the past month. What a harmonious scene! Walking on the road by the small river, looking at the boats that kept rowing by, looking at the busy people on both sides, and the young men and women who had occasionally passed by, Shen Wei felt for the first time that it was really good to live so plainly. However, this idea was about to just cross through his mind, and soon flew out of Shen Wu's mind. The road has long been chosen, no matter what, you have to go on. Well, Ilusa. Walking to a secluded place, Shen Wu looked down slightly, but did not think that under the river bank, the petite Ilusa sat there with her knees folded, facing the river and not knowing what she was doing. Slowly approached, came behind Ilusa, but did not expect that she did not react at all. Shen Wu did not deliberately slow his steps, nor did he deliberately restrain his breath. According to common sense, Ilusa should have discovered him. If he was a little stronger, he should have known that he had walked behind her. There's no reason why there's no reaction at all. Ignore? Shen Wu thought like this, and stepped forward and gently patted Ilusa. What for? Ilusa still didn't look back, but her voice seemed a little strange at this time, as if she was crying. Are you crying? It's really a child. Hearing Ilusa's crying, Shen Wu did not deliberately point it out, but thought in her heart. At the same time, he also sat down next to Ilusa, and with her, quietly watched the river in front of him, slowly flowing. Chapter 30. Is something wrong? For a long time, Ilusa seemed to have cried enough, raised her head and looked at Shen Wu and asked. Hey! Looking at the moment Ilusa turned her head, the little face with clear tear marks, Shen Wu couldn't help sighing. Are you crying? What's the matter? Shen Wu turned slightly sideways and looked directly into Ilusa's eyes and asked. I'm not crying, and I don't have anything to tell you. Looking at Shen Wu's deep eyes, Ilusa looked away in a little panic, and said stubbornly. After speaking, he immediately got up and prepared to leave. Remember what I said before, people who live in the past never have a future, and constantly running away will only increase sadness all the time, and when you really have to face it, it is even more desperate. Do you hope so? Looking at Ilusa who was about to leave, Shen Wu did not stop her, but said quietly. I don't have a future, I shouldn't have a future, and I don't deserve it. Listening to Shen Wu's words, Ilusa, who was about to leave, stopped, but the tears that had stopped were also here at this moment. And, even more pitiful, there is only one tearful eye. No, your future is in your own hands, of course, if you give up yourself, then you really have no future. Standing up and gently hugging the crying Ilusa, Shen Wu whispered in her ear, Can you tell me? Although Shen Wu knows why Ilusa is sad, if Shen Wu says it herself, it is likely that not only will it not be able to comfort Ilusa, but it will also make Ilusa more sad, and it will not be able to let Ilusa come out of the past. I. Ilusa did not push Shen Wu away, but covered her face and sobbed, and Shen Wu obviously felt that her body was trembling violently. Don't hesitate, people can't be bound by the past, otherwise they will live in pain forever, and if you do this, there will be many people who will be sad. Shen Wu grabbed Ilusa's shoulders, pressed her forehead against Ilusa's forehead, stared at Ilusa's forehead tightly and said, Don't run away anymore, since you joined Fairy Tale, we are companions, I can bear your pain, I can create the future with you, so, be strong, bravely face yourself, face the past. After that, Shen Wu let go of Ilusa, smiled slightly, and sat down again. And Ilusa glanced at Shen Wu, wiped away her tears, sat down next to Shen Wu shoulder to shoulder, looked at a river that was a little mottled due to the reflection of the light, and slowly said, I was originally. In this way, sentence by sentence, Ilusa began to tell everything about her. Although these Shen Wu have long known, but maybe Ilusa spoke too well, or listened to Ilusa in person, it was much better than watching it from TV, so Shen Wu, who was originally a little impatient, actually listened to it completely. For how long it took, Shen Wu didn't know. Anyway, by the time Ilusa finished speaking, all the pedestrians on the road had disappeared, and the originally colorful lights had basically dimmed, leaving only the brightest full moon hanging between the sky. And Ilusa, who said all this, she also changed obviously at this time, and she couldn't say what changed Shen Wu, but if she wanted to say something specifically, that is, Elisha's eyes were more spirited, and her face was more radiant. Because of this, you cry alone, so you put armor on your heart, so you are afraid of getting hurt. Afraid of losing? Shen Wu said softly, and then, suddenly slapped Elisa on the head. Oh, what are you doing? It hurts, said Elisa, who was suddenly attacked, covering her beaten head and frowning slightly. I'm going to hit you because you're stupid. Shen Wu raised his hand and said, You are really stupid, let me say it. Please don't. You have been thrown out by someone, and you didn't sneak out by yourself. How can you be considered a betrayal of your companions? But before Elisa's words could be spoken, Shen Wu interrupted him and said, It's nothing to say wrong, it's also that Jalal's fault. If your friends are really your friends, then as long as you explain it clearly in the future, your friends will definitely understand. Shen Wu got up, patted his butt, raised his head to look at the moon above his head, and said in his heart while comforting Elisa, Jalal, my star king, now I can only wrong you first, and when you really become my star king in the future, I am rehabilitating you, but Elisha will leave it to me. P.S. That long review brother in the book review area, your suggestion author has already received. Chapter 32. Is that okay? This way. Elisa felt that Shen Wu said it too easily. What if her friends didn't believe what she said, or her friends wouldn't forgive her even if they knew? No problem, I promise you. Shen Wu patted Elisa's shoulder and said with a smile, You were just thrown out by Jalal, and you didn't want to come out. It's not you who is wrong. Now you don't need to think so much, there is only one thing you need to do now. What's going on? Asked Elisa. That's getting stronger. Shen Wu pointed to the knightly sword on Elisa's waist and said, Only when you become stronger, you can go to find Jalal, and then explain things clearly in front of your friends, and finally defeat him and save those friends of yours. Instead of doing those in different sadness and chaos, it's better to be strong, try to get stronger, and then find a way to save your companions. Elisha's thinking, no, it should be said that the thinking of the people in the entire Demon Tale world, Shen Wu he has a feeling that he is a little confused. Elisha is one, Ulu is one. Why fight to the death with Daliara? With Ulu's strength, even with Gray and Leo, you can calmly escape from Daliara's hands. After all, the real strength of Daliara is immortal, and constantly getting stronger. You wants to escape, even if she has a broken foot, but with modeling magic, she can definitely escape. Why die with Daliara? Is it just for the sake of someone who doesn't matter? Shen Wu is very selfish, but this is the case. Why should a hero take on a woman? Of course, Ulu will fight to the death with Daliara, and there are also reasons for Gray and Leo, and the impulse of the two of them is indeed an important factor in making Ulu die. However, since they all want to die, why stop them? Thinking of this, Shen Wu was on fire, and if Gray was in front of Shen Wu at this time, he would definitely suffer a little. Hey, are you okay? Suddenly frowning, it's scary. Elisha looked at Shen Wu, who suddenly frowned and exuded a terrifying aura, and said with some fear. Elisha's words made Shen Wu remember, at this time, Elisha was still in front of him, don't frighten the other party. It's okay, it's just looking at you and reminding me of a family member before me. Family, for Ulu, Shen Wu treats it as family. Ulu is the first living person Shen Wu has seen in the fairy tale world, and he is also the one who cares about him and takes care of him. For him, Shen Wu is like a newborn baby. For his mother's love, she is his forbidden. Don't say this, it's you, have you figured it out? Don't waste my mind in vain. Shen Wu didn't want to talk to Elisa about Ulu, so he changed the topic in time. Well, think it through. A faint blush appeared on Elisha's face, and her eyes stared at Shen Wu and said, You are right, I will not be sad for the past. From today onwards, I will become stronger, and then defeat Jalal and save my friends. Holding a small fist, Elisha at this moment is very cute. Hey, Moon. After saying the bold words, Elisha's voice suddenly weakened. Well, what? Asked Shen Wu as she looked at Elisha curiously. Today may be one of the most memorable days of Shen Wu, and Elisha the Fairy Queen can show such a young daughter's posture. There may not be many opportunities in the future, right? We're companions, are we? Elisha asked in a low voice, her small hands clenched tightly. As if she was afraid that Shen Wu would refuse. Of course, didn't I just say that we are companions, and tonight's words are our own secrets? Looking at Elisha's appearance at this time, Shen Wu couldn't help but reach out and pinch Elisha's nose and said. Then, from tomorrow, please make me stronger, Master. After speaking, Elisha bowed deeply to Shen Wu. This transformation is also too fast. Shen Wu listened to Elisha's words, the smile on his face instantly froze. He didn't want to be a master. Ha ha ha, I can promise you to make you stronger, but Elisha, we are about the same age, master, or something, you still call me you. After a few dry laughs, Shen Wu said to Elisha. Well, Moon. Moon. Looking at Shen Wu carefully, Elisha found that the person in front of her seemed to be much bigger than him, although he was very good at comforting, very mature in speaking, and strong in strength, but it seemed that he was really not suitable for being a master. Well, it's late at this time, you can't go back to the dormitory now, it's better to go to my house and sleep for one night, I have a lot of free rooms there. After solving Elisha's problem, Shen Wu looked up at the sky, only to find that it was really late at this time. Ah, it's so late. After listening to Shen Wu's words, Elisha found that at this time, there was no one around her, and in the quiet streets, even Elisha was a little afraid. Well, I'm giving you trouble for the month. At this time, Elisha was still young, and although she had experienced a lot, she was still very simple about things for men and women, and she had no idea about going to another boy's house. Then let's go, my home is not far ahead. Good. P.S. The pace is a little slower, and there is still a little time before the plot begins. However, the author guarantees that after the plot begins, it will almost be a climax, so don't panic. Anyway, I think it is necessary to write these contents before the start of the plot, what do you think? Finally, roll around for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for tips, ask for collections, ask for full star evaluation. Chapter 33. Elisha, get up. The afternoon sun shone into Elisha's room, reflecting a dazzling light on the snow-white skin that had lost her armor. It's really cute. Although Elisha was still very young at this time and had not yet developed in all aspects, her youthful charm could already attract people. Elisha slowly opened her eyes, rubbed her eyes like a kitten, sat up and yawned, stretched, and the quilt slipped off her body, revealing the girl's vibrant and delicate body in the sunlight. Don't think crookedly, clothes are worn inside. Moon, good morning. Elisha looked at Shen Wu in front of the bed and said in confusion. It's still early, it's noon now, Elisha is really a little lazy bug. Shen Wu looked at the sleepy-eyed Elisha and said with some amusement. However, he can also understand that in addition to the reason why she slept late yesterday, after letting go of the past, her body and spirit suddenly relaxed, and the exhaustion of the past suddenly rushed up, and it was understandable that she would sleep for so long. Last night was probably the most restful night Elisha had slept since she left the Tower of Paradise. Ah, it's noon. Listening to Shen Wu's words, Elisha was suddenly surprised. She herself never thought that she could sleep so much, right? You must know that she always couldn't sleep in the past, so she got up very early every day to practice swords, and used cultivation to paralyze herself and let herself forget the past temporarily. Gollum, and as soon as Elisha finished speaking, her stomach gurgled. Allah, it seems that you are very hungry. I have prepared lunch for me, you clean up, and then go to the restaurant to eat. Shen Weidel looked at Elissa, who was holding her stomach and blushing a little, and smiled gently. After that, he got up and left Elissa's room. The villa that Shen Weidel bought was located at the end of Maloria, not far from the Fairy Tale Guild, and also very close to the Fairy Tale Guild dormitory, just a river away. Fairy Tale's public dormitory and Shen Weidel's villa are on both sides of the riverbank, but one looks ordinary and the other is extremely luxurious. The villa bought by Shen Weidel is a 3-story small Western-style building with more than 7 guest rooms. In addition, the living room, study, dining room, indoor hot spring, bathroom, etc. In addition, there is a small courtyard, in which the garden, fountain, martial arts arena, etc. are also unique. Although compared to Lucy's villa, it seems to be a bit different, but compared to the apartment opposite, it is really very different. I also know what the apartment built by Mark Love, the old guy who slammed the door, will be. After a while, in the middle of the restaurant. Moon, you eat this for lunch. Coming to the restaurant, looking at the whole roast suckling pig placed in front of Shen Weidel on the table, Elissa's jaw was about to drop. Haha, because of the magic, I eat a little too much. With a slightly embarrassed smile, Shen Weidel pointed to the dinner plate opposite him and said, "Where is your location? You're welcome, enjoy it." "Ah, it's milk and sandwich, it's too much worse than yours." Elissa came to her place and sat down, looking at the sandwich on her plate. Elissa looked at Shen Weidel strangely. "Well, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, you can't suddenly eat something too greasy. Milk and sandwich, it's your breakfast, wait until you're hungry. And there's a roast suckling pig in the oven in the kitchen. People are too hungry to eat too much, so take their time." "Oh." Elissa didn't actually mean anything else, just joking. "Why are you still wearing armor?" Watching Elissa pick up the sandwich and eat it, Shen Weidel also began to destroy the feast in front of her. "Get used to it, and it's nice to dress like this." While eating, Elissa patted her armor with her hand, and then looked at Shen Weidel and asked, "You, when do we start training?" She hadn't forgotten that yesterday someone had promised to make her stronger. "Training?" Shen Weidel looked at Elissa suspiciously. "What you said last night, you want to make me stronger, you won't wake up and forget it." Elissa slapped the table and stared at Shen Weidel tightly. Calm down." Looking at Elissa's small eyes, Shen Weidel smiled helplessly and said, "I definitely won't forget it, but who said that to make you stronger, you need training?" "How do you get stronger without training?" asked Elissa suspiciously. "Our magic is not the same, I can't teach you anything, all I can do is show you a way." Shen Weidel gestured at Elissa with a knife. "Your magic is a costume magic knight, so if you want to become stronger, you must build and collect more powerful armor. In addition, it is not enough to have strong armor, you must also have rich combat experience, plus it takes a lot of money to create armor. In summary, what you have to do is to do the task first, accumulate money when accumulating combat experience, and then use the money to create more powerful armor, so that you don't become strong." Chapter 34. Your magic is dress-up magic knight, so if you want to become stronger, you must build and collect more powerful armor. In addition, it is not enough to have strong armor, you must also have rich combat experience, plus it takes a lot of money to create armor. To sum up, what you have to do is to do the mission first, accumulate money when accumulating combat experience, and then use the money to build more powerful armor, so that you will not become stronger. Shen Weidel said to Elissa while destroying the feast in front of him. "Ah, that wouldn't take long," said Elissa with a frown. "Ha ha ha, what do you think? The laws of the world are like this, how much you pay, how much you can get. Want to become stronger, this is not achieved overnight, it takes time accumulation, and you also need your diligence, understand?" "Well, I see, I'll go take the task right away." Elissa was a fierce lord, eating the sandwich on her plate in 3 or 2 strokes, and running towards the guild with her sword in hand. Looking at Elisha, who had disappeared, Shen Weihou couldn't help but cry and laugh, so there was no need to panic. Shaking his head, Shen Weihou continued gracefully and quickly destroyed the roast suckling pig in front of him. I don't know if Shen Weihou is a natural foodie, or because the magic power is more special. In short, he really eats a lot, otherwise it is easy to get hungry. In the afternoon, when Shen Weihou came to the guild, he really did not find Elisha's figure, and asked Norbu, only to know that Elisha took a B-level task and went out. Elisha's strength is allowed to receive B-level missions, although Elisha does not have powerful armor today, but just with the knightly sword in her hand, it is enough to finish off Natsu and Gray. Tsukino-chan, you went there last night, I went to find you, you are not home. Ah, this, I went out with a little bit last night, looked at Kana, Shen Weihou said with a gentle smile. Oh yes. Kana looked at Shen Weihou, and an inexplicable light flashed in her eyes. Yesterday she went to look for Shen Weihou, but there was no one in Shen Weihou's home, and when she returned to the dormitory, Kana went to find Elisha again, but Elisha was not missing. But at noon today, Kana saw Elisha running out from the direction of Shen Weihou's home. Could it be that last night, Moon-chan and Elisha were together? Kana thought to herself. That Kana-chan, I'm going out in the last few days, so you can take the task yourself in the next few days. Shen Weihou didn't know what was going on in Kana's mind at this time. The main reason why he returned to the guild today was to say goodbye to Kana. Ah, where are you going? I am going too. Shen Weihou's words immediately made Kana throw what she was thinking at this time to 108,000 miles, and at this time, Kana only thought about the news that Shen Weihou was leaving again. It's just a few days, but this mission is not convenient to bring people, so can Kana-chan wait for me to come back in the guild, said Shen Weihou with a smile and refused. Just kidding, he is going to the headquarters of Top of the Gods. If he takes Kana with him, isn't this lifting a rock and shooting himself in the foot? He didn't want to leave fairy tale yet. There are several heroines of fairy tale, he has only barely managed to get 2 now, and many others have not even met. Although some people may not be able to get it before he leaves the guild, maybe even if they do, these people will not be able to leave fairy tale with Shen Weihou in the future. Moreover, most importantly, what is Shen Weihou's feelings for these girls, he himself does not know? Today's Shen Weihou, except for Ulu who really likes it, others, such as Tia, he has a sister feeling. As for Kana and Elisha, Shen Weihou has no feelings. For them, Shen Weihou is in a hobby of collecting. It may be a bit perverted, but it's true. Of course, even if he doesn't love these girls, but out of the man's possessiveness, Shen Weihou will never let these women be with other men. It doesn't matter if Shen Weihou loves them or not, as long as these women love him, Shen Weihou will definitely not take the initiative to hurt them. As for the future, after Shen Weihou leaves the guild, even if these women will not leave the fairy tale, they have long been branded with Shen Weihou's personal exclusive mark on their bodies, and their life has completely belonged to Shen Weihou. Well, be careful with Nezuki-chan, said Kana with some loss. Well, when you come back, bring a gift to Kana-chan. Touching Kana's hair lightly, the gentle smile immediately melted Kana's heart that was still a little lost just now. Well, I'll definitely wait for Tsukaizu-chan to come back, don't forget my gift. Looking at Shen Weihou's gentle smile, Kana's loss was swept away in an instant. I won't forget it. Kana-chan must also remember that you must not drink alcohol, or I will want you. Smiled and patted Kana's head, and in the next second, Shen Weihou's figure had disappeared in place. P.S. The girls mentioned in the article do not mean that as long as they are women, Shen Weihou will collect. Only those who are interested in Shen Weihou are eligible to be collected. Chapter 35. In an unknown airspace, the height of this place is more than 50 kilometers above the ground, and it is reasonable to say that there can be no human beings here. But at this time, at a height of 50 kilometers above the ground, a majestic building that does not resemble the human world is located here, and there are many people inside. Obviously there are a lot of human beings living. This is the headquarters of the guild founded by Shen Wu, top of the gods, Sky City. At an altitude of more than 50 kilometers, it is impossible for any human to find it, even if it is a flying monster, except for the dragon, it is impossible to reach this height. As for the human satellite system and the threat of dragons, there is no threat to the artifact-like city of Sky City. Being able to exist at an altitude of 50 kilometers is not a simple representation in itself. Outside this Sky City, protective enchantments were opened all the time. This protective enchantment not only has the super space-time destruction magic that can be hard resisted by the Magic Council using the satellite magic array, the magic guide elf power strikes, but it is not bad. At the same time, in addition to super attack power, the protective enchantment also has a perfect concealment function, which can shield the view of satellites, and as for other creatures, except for the dragon level, other creatures can only see a layer of air. Of course, with such a powerful protective enchantment, is there a weakness? Naturally, there is. This protective enchantment has many advantages. In addition to the defense and concealment ability just mentioned, there is no need for a separate mana supplement, only it needs to automatically absorb the mana between heaven and earth, and you can complete the daily mana consumption. But its disadvantage is also this: if the protective enchantment is breached, then the next time you want to recondense the enchantment, the magic power required is massive. If you simply rely on absorbing the magic of heaven and earth, it will take 10 years. This is probably the only weak point of the protective enchantment. Inside the Sky City, which is located in the Heavenly Palace in the center of the city, Shen Wu is talking to Bai Lan and several other summoned figures at this time. Sky City does not cover a large area, only 720,000 square meters, but it uses space technology, and the actual area is dozens of times the land area. There are countless buildings inside, but the most notable are the 13 small sky cities in the middle of the city. 13 small sky cities, one of which is in the center, while the other 12 surround it, spiraling below the central sky city. If a traverser sees these 13 small sky cities, they must be very shocked, because many of the 13 buildings in front of them are familiar. Among them is a palace in the shape of a white spire, which is not the legendary Ling Ting. How does the sky city full of desert look so like a virtual circle? And the sky is long, why is there only one modern city? The 12 small sky cities seem very unusual, but they all have a common feature, whether it is that Sky City, it is not popular, empty, like a ghost city. No, ghost towns are inferior, because there is not even a ghost shadow. In fact, this is not only the case with these small sky cities, but also with the entire Sky City, except that although there are signs of human activity, the popularity is really too small. Heavenly Palace, which is the tallest building in the entire Sky City. Compared with the other 12 Sky Cities with different characteristics, this Sky City, which should have been the most luxurious, is very ordinary. The entire Sky City is very small, with only a large 3-story villa sitting on it, which may be the size of Lucy's villa. And beyond that, there is nothing else. As the residence of the Supreme Leader, is this a bit of a bargain? In fact, otherwise, this is the headquarters of Top of the Gods, and the people who can enter this villa will be the core high level and will also be Shen Wu's family. The people who entered here were all the people that Shen Wu trusted the most, and they were all people who would never betray Shen Wu. In this other world, Shen Wu is destined to be lonely, but Shen Wu expects himself to have the warmth of home, so he built his own home at the pinnacle of this Sky City. Bai Lan, there is no popularity here, you want to find a way to get some people out. In the villa, that is, the main hall of the Heavenly Palace, Shen Wu was complaining to Bai Lan. Tiangong, that is, this villa, is actually small in size, but it is fully equipped, and this main hall is located in the middle of the second floor. The main hall is large in size and is designated by God Wu for deliberation. Inside this main hall, facing the main entrance, a luxurious sofa sits on it, which is the position of Shen Wu. Below, 12 equally luxurious sofas are arranged in turn, which is the position of the 12 kings. And in front of the position of Shen Wu, the half arc, around the position of the 12 kings, is the position of the core members in the future, such as the 5 of the true 6 hanging flowers at this time, and the phantom knight is sitting there. Of course, these sofas are not all single. The area of the hall is very large, and the position of the sofa is also very open, so there is no feeling of crowding, and there is also a feeling of staggering in the line of sight. Above the floor of the hall is a pitch-black star stone, which can be used as a mirror. Some important places are also carpeted, and in front of everyone's sofa, there is an equally extraordinary coffee table. On the whole, this main hall seems very unholy and unserious, but on the contrary has a casual feeling, which is exactly what Shen Wu wants. Chapter 36. My General Assembly Leader, you can really embarrass people. This Sky City looks small on the outside, but even if it can accommodate millions of people, it is not a problem at all. You let me get so many people from there. Bai Lan was leisurely eating the marshmallows he made himself, but after hearing Shen Wu's request, he suddenly exploded. Yes, President, and your requirement that the members you recruit must be orphans under the age of 12, which makes it even more difficult. Sit down, waved at Kirito, who stood up, motioning for him to sit down and speak. The people who can enter this villa are the true core of the guild, and they are all my most important family, so there is no need to be so outrageous, said Shen Wu with a gentle smile. Yes. After listening to Shen Wu's words, Kikyo did not pretend to be pretentious, and directly sat down, but he sat very upright. Although the summoned people are absolutely loyal to Shen Wu, they are not puppets, but living people who have their own feelings. They are the elites of another world, and the necessary respect is still required. Moreover, this is the family, although this is a large family with class distinctions. I also know it's a bit difficult, but I'm not asking you guys to do it immediately. We have plenty of time. Take your time, it's a long-term goal. Shen Wu picked up a cup of drink on the coffee table and tasted it slowly. In fact, it is better to drink at this time, but who calls Shen Wu still young? This way. Bai Lan threw a marshmallow in her mouth and said vaguely, that's no problem, but, have you already left that little guild this time? How is it possible? This time I just came to see everyone, and I haven't left Fairy Tale for the time being. Also, in Balan's eyes, Fairy Tale can really only be regarded as a small guild. Is there anything special about that guild, the guild leader cares so much? Pomegranate had short fiery red hair, buttoned nose, and looked like a scruffy uncle. Fairy Tale, this is the same as the 10th generation Pengelet family of your world, it is the center of this world, and almost all kinds of things that will happen in the future will revolve around them. A mysterious smile appeared on Shen Wu's face. Humph, it's a thing of the past, and now the protagonist of this world is us, said Lily of the Valley with a cute pout. I can't say that. The people of this world are still very powerful. I can feel that there are still many powerful existences in this world, and some are even stronger than me. Bai Lan is right. When you go out to play, pay attention to a little. The level of this world is much higher than the level of your world, although your strength, after the transformation and strengthening of the world, is a very good master in this world, but there are people outside the world, there is a sky outside the sky, you can't be careless, said Shen Wu to several people. The world level of the tutor must be lower than the world of the demon tail, and Bai Lan and others are the top existences in that world, so when Shen Wu summoned it through his golden finger, the ability of Bai Lan and others was strengthened, but even so, you can't underestimate the hidden masters of the demon tail world. Yes, President. By the way, Balin, how is your spatial magic? Is it ready to teleport at any time? Talking about the safety of several people. Shen Wu remembered the anytime teleportation system that he had told Bai Lan before. This system is to facilitate the people of Top of the Gods to travel between the Sky City and the ground, otherwise entering and exiting the Sky City is a big trouble. After all, it is definitely not possible to use the fly, and it is impossible to land the Sky City every time, so it is very necessary to build an anytime teleportation system. The time-to-time teleportation system is different from the fixed-point teleportation that comes with Sky City today, and now Shen Weiyu and Bai Lan and others want to enter and exit Sky City, and the traffic in various places in Sky City uses Sky City's own fixed-point teleportation. Fixed-point teleportation, as the name implies, means that this teleportation will only occur at two fixed points, such as every time Shen Weiyu wants to enter the Sky City, he must run to his own teleportation array in a hidden valley somewhere before he can reach the inside of the Sky City. And Balin and them, especially Kirito, in order to train those children, Kikyo often has to travel between the Heavenly Palace and the Myra Fire headquarters, as well as the Sky City, which is so big and three-dimensional traffic, so it is also through the method of teleportation array. However, fixed-point teleportation always has one inconvenience or another, and the god Weiyu is to let Bai Lan, a great genius, and the space magician build a teleportation system at any time. The anytime teleportation system, as his name suggests, can teleport to any unrestricted place in Sky City anytime, anywhere, as well as to any top of the gods member. It can be said that if this project is built, the peak of the gods will definitely be much more convenient in this demon tail world. Not yet, this period of time is too busy, and this project is not small, month. Let me explain first. Even if the construction is successful, it can only be used on a few people, and it cannot be mass-produced. Balin said. No problem, not too much, the core personnel of the guild can have it in the future. Shen Weiyu also knew that mass production was impossible, so he did not feel disappointed when he heard Bai Lan say this. Chapter 37. Shen Weiyu did not stay in Sky City for long, chatted with Bai Lan and the others for a while, and after accompanying them to see the children who were being trained, Shen Weiyu left Sky City. Although the peak of the gods has been initially established, there are still many things to do, because Shen Weiyu is not simply to establish a loose guild, so it is still a long time before the peak of the gods really appears. During this period, the only thing Shen Weiyu could do was to keep getting stronger and waiting. Becoming stronger is to be able to have a better ability to rule the top of the gods like a cloud, and waiting is to become stronger, to make yourself stronger, and to make the guild stronger. This sentence is a bit twisted to say, but who calls Shen Weiyu's golden finger special? Walking out of the teleportation array, Shen Weiyu looked in the direction and was ready to return to the fairy tale. The location of the teleportation array is very hidden, and if you want to use this magic array, you must register in Sky City, so even if the teleportation array is discovered, there is no need to worry about outsiders entering Sky City. However, before Shen Weiyu could take a few steps, a cute girl walked in front of him. It is a bit exaggerated to say that it is a girl, that small figure is obviously a young girl. Blue hair, a ribbon tied above his head, wearing a plaid dress, and holding a thick ancient text magic book in his hand, reading the book while walking. Isn't this Rebi? What a coincidence! Looking at the little girl walking towards him, a smile appeared at the corner of Shen Weiyu's mouth. Rebi Makugadan, the fairy tale is cute and cute, but at this time, Rebi should not have joined the fairy tale. And, just when Shen Weiyu was recalling Reba's information, he may have noticed that someone in front of him, when he was about to bump into Shen Weiyu, Reba actually lowered her head while trying to bypass Shen Weiyu's side. But where would Shen Weiyu let the flesh in his mouth fly, and his body moved, blocking Rebi's front again. However, Shen Weiyu underestimated Rebe's attachment to the book, although she may have noticed that there was a barrier in front of her, but Rebe, who was preoccupied with the book, completely ignored the person who blocked her in front of her, and after trying several times without succeeding in breaking through, she actually sat down directly under a tree and quietly read the book. Swasti. Shen Weiyu was speechless. Isn't the charm of this handsome guy comparable to a book? Shen Weiyu, who felt that he was ignored, was very angry, and reached out and directly snatched the book in Rebe's hand. "Hey, who are you? Why are you taking my book?" Her favorite book was suddenly robbed. Reb was finally willing to raise her head now. Looking at Shen Wu in front of her, Reb was slightly stunned, as if she was shocked by Shen Wu's handsomeness. However, before Shen Wu could be proud, Xia Rebe's watch turned from surprise to anger. "You're the bad guy." I saw Rebe pouting and saying, "Humph, grab my book, and block my way, I will punish you." As she spoke, Reb's right hand stretched forward, and her 2 fingers waved void a few times. Word magic, fixed. Immediately, a small word ding appeared above Shen Wu's head. Is this word magic? Feeling the changes in his body, Shen Wu was a little surprised, but with Reba now only the magic power of an E-level magic guide. Shen Wu was just a shock of magic power, and the fixed word on the top of his head was shattered. "Hey, how so? How can you still move?" Rebe pointed at Shen Wu in front of her with her shaky right hand, looking very puzzled. "Yes, why?" Shen Wu looked ignorant, and then said to Reb, "If you tell me your name, I will tell you why I can move." "No," Mom said, "you can't tell the bad guys your name." Rebe refused without thinking. Looking at Reb taking a bite of a bad guy, Shen Wu had a feeling of frustration. Did he look so much like a bad guy? "If you don't tell me your name, I won't give you back the book, and I'm going to tear it off." "No, I'm telling you, I'm not telling you yet." Looking at Shen Wu's rhythm of tearing the book, Reb immediately gave in and said, "My name is Rebe, Reba Makugadan." After saying her name, Rebe seemed to have suffered a great grievance, and cried on the spot. "Well, don't cry." Seeing that Rebe actually cried all of a sudden, Shen Wu also found that she seemed to have gone a little too far, and immediately wanted to comfort herself. However, someone's movement was faster than Shen Wu, and just when Shen Wu was about to squat down to comfort Rebe, suddenly an attack came from next to Shen Wu. A big man actually bullied a little girl. "It's so tasteless, today Miss Ben must teach you a good lesson." With a black energy ball attack rushing out from the distant woods, a girl's voice that sounded a little bad also came out. Holding Rebe, a ring flashed the attack of getting the black energy ball. Shen Wu looked at the forest, thinking in his heart, who is it? P.S. The author of the comment in the book review area saw it. Please rest assured, don't worry about the protagonist will be a green hat, the scale in the middle, the author will grasp it well. Thank you for your support. Chapter 38. It looks like a human dog, but bullying a little girl with 5 chickens in her hands is simply a beast. In Shen Wu's expectation, from the woods, 3 children came out, 2 women and 1 man. The woman was cute, and the man was strong. However, although she has a cute face, the one who looks older of the 2 girls is dressed as a bad girl. The crop top heated pants fully show off his slender figure and straight and rounded legs. However, because I don't have a chest, I wear a crop top. And that man is even more funny, obviously a strong look, but he cringes, once the manly temperament is gone. Mirage, Listener, Elfman. Seeing the 3 people who walked out, the smile on Shen Wu's face became even stronger. Today was really a lucky day. First Rebe, then Mirage and Listener, the sky really favored him. Poor Elfman was directly ignored by Shen Wu. "Hey, if you hear my words, hurry up and release the little girl, otherwise, Miss Ben will beat you up later." The arrogant words came out of Mirage's mouth, because that outfit really didn't have a sense of discord at all. "That young lady, you better let that girl go, my sister is really angry later, you will definitely suffer." Listener with a cute mushroom head said to Shen Wu. "However, little sister? Swasti. He is so handsome, where does he look like a girl?" Shen Wu, who was a little angry in her heart, pointed at Mirage in front of Listener and said, "I'm a boy. Besides, have you ever seen a girl with smaller breasts than her?" After speaking, Shen Wei was slightly stunned. Saying this seems to offend people. Sure enough, after hearing Shen Wei's words, Myra on the side, with the white ponytail without wind, said in a gloomy tone, "Aha, what did I hear just now? Well, it seems that someone said that my chest is not big enough." Shen Wei looked at Myra, and honestly said that aura was very scary. "Hey, don't be impulsive, impulsivity is the devil, and you are like this now, but it scares little Rebby. Besides, poor milk is also a scarce resource now, there is no need to care too much," Shen Wei said, and pointed to Rebby, who was stunned by Miraj's aura in her arms. Scarce resources. However, after listening to Shen Wei's words, Myra became even more angry, only to see her staring at Shen Wei viciously, spitting out 2 words, "Die. Receive magic, Satan's soul." After a burst of black light, Miraj changed dramatically. "Receive magic." Shen Wei looked at Miraj, who had changed greatly at this time, and still recalled the memory of Mirage's magic in his mind. The whole body receives the soul of Satan, and the whole body turns into the posture of Satan, with extremely high speed, extremely strong strength and a huge amount of magic. However, at this time, Miraj can't receive it all over, but even so, the aura exuding from Mirage's body is stronger than Grey and Naz, and it can be compared with Elusha's murderous aura. "Hey, don't do it, I'm telling you I'm very strong, you're coming, I'm going to do it." Watching the murderous Miraj slowly walk towards him, Shen Wei said while backing away. "Dark Ray." However, in response to Shen Wei were dozens of attacks that exuded a dark aura. The ringing flashes away. Dark Current. Watching Shen Wei dodge away, Miraj greatly increased his speed after accepting Satan, and once again attacked Shen Wei. However, boom. That's it, 10 minutes later. "Hey, are you a man? Don't you even have the courage to fight me head-on except to hide," said Miraj, who could not sustain the magic consumption of mana, sitting on the ground and cursing without any image. "As you wish." As soon as Mirage's words fell, Shen Wei appeared in front of her, and before she could panic, a strong sense of oppression came from Shen Wei's body. The purple-red pupils, who had not come out for a long time to breathe fresh air, reappeared in the world today. Purple-red pupils, black lines, mysterious 6-pointed star patterns, occult incantations, 3 concentric circles inside and 2 outside, 3 tadpole jade-like dots on the concentric circles are slowly rotating, and the entire pupil exudes purple-red light, revealing endless oppression and charm. Looking at these eyes, Miraj's body, which was about to stand up, instantly collapsed to the ground. What kind of eyes are these? At this time, Myra did not dare to look up at Shen Wei, because the feeling given to her by Shen Wei's eyes just now was too profound, and the sense of oppression that reached her soul really made her too uncomfortable. "Sister Myra, are you all right?" Seeing Myra suddenly fall to the ground, Lysina and Elfman immediately ran over and said with an anxious look. And seeing that Miraj finally calmed down, Shen Wei also reluctantly put Rebby in his arms down. Said, "Little Rebby, the book is back to you, just now my brother is wrong, my brother apologizes to you, forgive my brother." The handsome smile and gentle expression are enough to melt any ironstone heart, even the little book fan, Rebby, can't resist it. "For your sake, forgive me," said Rebby with a slight blush. P.S. Regarding the scale of exposure, the author can guarantee that it will definitely not be taken advantage of by others, and there will be absolutely no dew point in the line of sight. The lower body is up to the legs, and the upper body is at most the waist and arms, which can only be regarded as cool clothing, it cannot be said to be exposed. The background of the world of Demon Tale is Western, more open, but too open. When reading the original book, the author just doesn't like this very much. Chapter 39. Haha, that's cute. Laughing and touching Reb's head to kill, Shen Wei pulled Rebby and walked towards the 3 Miraj sisters on the side. "What are you going to do?" Although Mirage is still a little afraid of Shen Wu's eyes, in order to protect his younger siblings, Mirage did not hesitate and stood up, blocking Lysina and Elfman behind. "Don't look at me like that, I'm not a bad person, I won't hurt you." Looking at the three sisters of Mirage looking at themselves with fear and vigilance, Shen Wu was a little crying and laughing. Did he really look so bad, people? "I'm the Magi of Fairy Tale, my name is Shen Wu, and I'm not a bad person." Looking at the three Mirage sisters, who were not moved at all, Shen Wu at least stretched out his left hand, removed one of the fingerless gloves on it, and showed them his guild coat of arms. "You're the Magi of Fairy Tale, the Magnolia Guild of Magnolia." After listening to Shen Wu's words, and then looking at the coat of arms on the back of Shen Wu's left hand, the three sisters of Milager and Rebi spoke at the same time. What? Is that incredible?" Shen Wu thought about their surprised expressions when they heard their names, but now it seemed that they were surprised not because he was the Fairy Emperor, but because he was the Fairy Tale Magister. "Sister Myra, is he the wizard of the guild we have been looking for thousands of miles, the Fairy Tale Wizard?" said Lysina in a low voice to Mirage. "Well, he's the wizard of Fairy Tale, he definitely knows where Fairy Tale is, and we don't have to get lost again." Elfman was also very happy, because he no longer had to mess around with Myra's sister. "Humph, he turned out to be the wizard of Fairy Tale, such a guild, don't go," said Mirage. "So you guys are going to Fairy Tale? What, are you lost?" said Shen Wu, who stood next to him and listened to the words of the three of them, slowly. "It's abominable that you actually eavesdropped on us," said Mirage pointing at Shen Wu with a look of disgust. "She seems to have forgotten the lesson just now." Shen Wu continued to be speechless. "Please, you said so loudly, do you need to eavesdrop?" Just when Shen Wu was still lamenting that Myra was so strange when she was a child, Rebe, who was led by Shen Wu, suddenly shouted, and then pointed at Shen Wu in surprise and said, "Shen Wu! Shen Wu, you are the youngest demon wizard in the history of Fairy Tale, the brother of God Wu who is known as the Fairy Emperor." It turned out that when she just heard Shen Wu introduce herself, Reb felt that this name was somewhat familiar, and if she thought about it, wasn't this the famous person who was rumored in the town recently? That's why she looked at Fairy Tale who wanted to go. "You're the Goblin Emperor." Similarly, there were also the three Myra sisters who looked at Shen Wu with a shocked face. Could it be that they also heard about Shen Wu's reputation and then wanted to join Fairy Tale? Am I not like it? Looking at several people looking at themselves in shock, Shen Wu, who has been hit countless times today, finally found the value of his existence. It's really terrifying that the Fairy Emperor actually bullied a little girl. However, the praise that Shen Wu waited for did not arrive, and all he waited for was a mocking word from Mirage. "It was said that it was a misunderstanding just now, did you say?" Little Rebi was grabbed by Mirage, and Shen Wu could only let Rebi come out and say a fair word. Although Brother Yu was a little bullied Rebi just now, but now I have forgiven him, Brother Yu is a good person. Rebi is really the cutest, but Brother Yu doesn't want a good guy card. Here no, I'm innocent." Shen Wu proved his innocence again, and then happily hugged Rebi, and said happily, "Rebi is really the best. You like to read, right? My brother has a lot of books at home, many of them are ancient magic books, and they will all be Rebi's in the future." "Really? Books are Rebi's favorite, and ancient magic books are her favorite among her favorites, so after listening to Shen Wu's words, she is about to die of joy. Of course it's true, let's go." After that, Shen Wu just hugged Rebi and walked in the direction of Magnolia. "Wait for us." Mirage was very angry when she saw that Shen Wu didn't even ask them, so she left directly, but looking at the pitiful eyes of Lysina and Elfman, she stomped her foot and could only hurry up to catch up. No way, they really don't want to get lost anymore. Under the leadership of Mila, the three of them walked for half a year, and they haven't seen Magnolia's shadow. "Obviously," the man said, Magnolia is in that direction, and it is not far away. How can it be walked for so long? It has still arrived. Of course, Mirage would not admit that she was lost. She thought, it must be the person who led the way in a random direction. No wonder when she first looked at that person, she always felt that that person was not a good person. It must be, it can't be wrong. Then, the three of them followed behind Shen Wei like this, quarreling from time to time, and embarked on the road to Fairy Tale. P.S. Everyone support a lot, please collect. The author is ready to add changes in the past 2 days, and then see if there is any hope. It will be on the shelves on National Day. Chapter 40. Is this fairy tale? Myra raised her right hand to cover the sun, her left hand crossed her waist, looked at the guild flag on the big house in front of her, and said with disdain. Of course, this is not her heart, you can know by the surprise in her eyes, but she just doesn't want to make someone feel proud. I don't know how the people in the guild are. Xia Reb was different, looking at the magnificent guild in front of her, and said with a look of anticipation. Very good, Fairy Tale, this is a guild that gives birth to miracles and hopes, and it is also your home in the future, so you must protect this guild well. Shen Wei looked at everyone and smiled gently. At this time, the three sisters Myra and Reb both paid attention to the guild, but they did not notice the you in Shen Wei's words. Looking at the four people with an expectant face, Shen Wei walked to the door, and then kicked the door open. Listening to the various noises inside, Shen Wei said to the somewhat stunned Myra, this is the characteristic of Fairy Tale, which is full of life and vitality at all times. Shen Wei walked in with everyone, and Kana and Alusha immediately noticed. The two of them saw that Shen Wei had returned, and were about to come up to speak, and Shen Wei was about to introduce everyone to Myra and Ribi, and something happened that everyone did not expect, but in Shen Wei's opinion, something happened. I saw that Myra, who was originally standing behind Shen Wei, suddenly crossed Shen Wei, jumped on an empty table, stomped her foot heavily, and then stuck her waist in and said loudly, listen to me. Mila's Hedong lion roared, which immediately made all the demon tail people who were bragging and farting stop, looking at the strange Mila, and the originally noisy guild for a while instantly quieted down. And in this regard, Myra was very satisfied, proudly raised her little head, jade fingers slender, pointed at everyone and said, I, Maragistros. From today onwards, I will become the strongest demon guide of Fairy Tale. At this time, Myra had completely forgotten what she had been taught by Shen Wei before. Gollum, the sound of swallowing in the mouth came one after another, and the crowd of demon tail melon eaters were stunned to look at Mirage, and said in their hearts, this little girl, what a strong aura. Looking at Mirage's appearance, Lysina and Elfman both had a headache on their faces, but they also knew that Mirage did this to protect them from bullying. The three sisters of Mirage have gone to their parents since they were children, and at the same time they are disgusted by the people of the village because of their ability to accept demons, and they are finally expelled. Therefore, 3 weak girls and teenagers can survive in this continent, and Mirage has put a lot of effort into it. And the method at this time is also one of the methods it has explored over the years. Make people feel that they are very strong. Of course, she is very strong herself, and then she will be afraid of them and dare not provoke them. At the same time, even if someone comes to cause trouble, he will only notice her because Mirage is too showy, and will not notice his sisters and brothers. It can be said that although Mila looked grumpy and looked like a little sister when she was a child, she was actually very cute. Compared with the Black Belly royal sister in the future, Shen Wei actually liked Myra, her sister, when she was a child. Therefore, after seeing Myra's amazing appearance, Shen Wei didn't mean to stop it at all, standing quietly on the side, doing melon-eating masses. I don't know if it's an arrangement of fate. Under normal circumstances, the first person to stand up at this time must be Naz, a guy who is not afraid of the sky, but this time it is different, and the first to stand up to deny Myra is Alyssa. Humph, a poor breast-bearing girl, actually dares to be arrogant here. Elisha stood aside and said coldly. It's so ruthless. Everyone sighed. Generally speaking, women care most about their. Elisha does not hesitate to attack the other party must be angry. Hey! Sure enough, hearing the last thing she wanted to hear, Myra turned her head sharply and saw Elisha on the side. Humph! Armor woman, what? Elisha stared at Myra without showing weakness and said, if you want to challenge the moon, first ask me if Elisha Shokalito agrees. Myra squinted at Elisha and said, Humph, it seems that I have to teach you a lesson before I can do it. You can try. As soon as the two looked up and down at each other, they could almost see sparks in the air. The breath on Myra's body was like a wild beast, like a demon that broke the seal, some evil, but very powerful aura all locked towards Elisha. And Elisha also stared at Myra tightly, her pretty eyes revealing an extremely powerful murderous aura. The murderous chi and the evil chi collided violently in the void, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a lot, causing everyone to shiver. Everyone was overwhelmed by this powerful aura and did not dare to make a sound. Only Kana slowly moved away from Elisha's side, came to Shen Wu's side, and quietly said, Yu-chan, don't you stop it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, two eyes hit Kana at the same time, and Kana suddenly felt cold, grabbed Shen Wu's hand, and hid behind Shen Wu, with an expression of wanting to cry. Chapter 41. Moon-chan, don't you stop it. Kana came to Shen Wu's side, looked at Myra and Elisha, who were fighting fiercely, and said to Shen Wu. However, as soon as Kana finished speaking, two eyes locked on him at the same time, and suddenly Kana felt that her body was cold and squish, grabbed Shen Wu's hand, and hid behind Shen Wu, with an expression of wanting to cry. However, perhaps because of Kana's words, or perhaps for some other reason, after a brief exchange of momentum, Mirage and Elisha did not continue, but stopped there. I saw that Myra looked at Elisha, a smile rose at the corner of her mouth, very evil, and said, It's nice to meet you, your name is Elisha, right? My name is Mirage, please remember it firmly. Humph. In this regard, Elisha snorted coldly, then closed her eyes, withdrew her murderous aura, came to Shen Wu's body, and said, You, welcome home. For this person who encouraged her and let her temporarily walk out of the past, Elisha was very fond, as if she had met Jalil at the beginning. Thank you very much. Responding to Elisha's greeting with a smile, Shen Wu took little Rebe's hand and came to Makarov. Just now, this guy can actually sleep in such a fierce situation. I don't know if he really has a big heart, or is he really asleep? President. At first, in order to maintain his image of a gentle beautiful boy in everyone's mind, Shen Wu also shouted to Makarov in a gentle tone. Seeing that Makarov did not wake up, Shen Wu did not immediately get angry, but chose to lengthen his voice a little. But after calling for a long time, I saw that Makarov was actually still sleeping and had not paid attention to him, and now he was calm. Speaking of how many pairs of eyes are watching around now, Myra, Kana, Elisha, and Rebe are all looking forward to his heroic performance. Makarov is so faceless, this our protagonist is very unhappy. However, even so, Shen Wu did not do anything to insult Sven like scolding, but looked at the sleeping Makarov. The smile on his face became stronger, and the expression on his face became more gentle. Oops, Tsukaizoku-chan is angry, looked at Shen Wu's expression, and Kana, who stayed with Shen Wu for the longest time, said with a worried look. Angry? How could it be? Before Myra could say the smile on her lips, she saw the momentum on Shen Wu's body suddenly change. Meteorite falls. Powerful magical energy gathered in the guild hall, and a powerful aura continued to emanate from Shen Wu's body. Meteorite heaven fall. Looking at the familiar magic array above the guild hall, Makehu stammered a little. Hair, what's going on? The powerful magic fluctuations also startled Makarov, and he jumped up from the table all of a sudden. And seeing Shen Wu in front of him, that gentle, smiling face, Makarov was full of excitement, trembling and majestic. Moon, 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 what are you doing? What do you have to say? Don't break the guild, okay? He did not feel killing intent on Shen Wu's body, and from the eyes of other guild members, Makarov only saw surprise, so Makarov knew that Shen Wu was not here to kill him. It's nothing, I just called the president several times, but the president didn't respond. I would think that the guild president was possessed by the sleeping devil and was preparing to save the guild leader. Shen Wu watched Makarov wake up. And the smile on his face instantly returned to his usual smile, and the magic array behind him and the breath on his body also instantly dissipated. Oh, said Makarov with a sudden realization. Shen Wu also smiled and nodded, seemingly pleased that Makarov could understand his approach. I almost didn't scare the old man to death just now. However, the previous calm was just to prepare for the outbreak later, and I saw that in an instant, Makarov turned his face and did not recognize people, and his mouth was full of spit and sprayed towards God Wu. Fortunately, Shen Wu, who had already expected it, left in time with a ring. After the joke time passed, Shen Wu also began to get down to business, and said to Makarov, there are 4 new people joining today, all of them are good seedlings, the president will snicker. Saying that, Shen Wu also introduced Makarov one by one. This is Maraja Strauss, and the 2 behind her are her brother and sister, Elfman Strauss and Lisa Strauss. Their magic is receiving magic, and this little girl is Rebbe Makugadan, magic is word magic. After speaking, Shen Wu turned around and said to the 4 people, okay, you guys also say hello to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Rebbe, please take care of you in the future. As soon as Shen Wu finished speaking, Rebbe stood up and said obediently. Wow, what a cute girl, Moon, where did you come from? Before was stolen by Mila, this is when Shen Wu introduced, everyone found that behind Shen Wu, there was such a cute beautiful girl standing all the time. Uncle Macau, I think you must like the feeling of freezing, right? Hearing Macau saying that Rebbe had abducted herself, Shen Wu immediately smiled and gestured at Macau. Don't. Looking at Shen Wu's gesture, Macau immediately hurriedly retreated. Shen Wu has been in the guild for almost 4 years, and although he has not stayed in the guild for a few months, he is completely afraid of Shen Wu's freezing method. P.S. Myra's affairs are done, the pace is about to speed up, at most 2 or 3 chapters, and the plot is about to begin. Also, if nothing else, it should be on the shelves on National Day. At that time, whether the first day will be updated 10 or 20 is up to everyone. Chapter 42. Hello everyone, my name is Lysina Strauss, everyone just call me Lysina. My name is Elfman. After Shen Wu warned Macau, the newcomer's self-introduction continued. Lysina is generous, everyone naturally likes this cute little child, and Elfman, who is stronger than Naz, but has a promising personality, is also deeply remembered by everyone. As for Mirage, she didn't need to introduce it, and her previous words had already made everyone present remember her. Good, very good. Makarov's eyes were vicious, and he could see the potential of Mirage, Rebbe, and Lysina in just a few glances, especially Mirage, who gave him a feeling that was not lower than Alusha. All of a sudden, Makarov, who picked up the treasure again, couldn't be happier in his heart. Kildas, who has grown up, plus Shen Wu, and Laxus, wait until Alusha and Mirage in a few more years, wait a few more years, Natsu, Gray, and others grow up. Ha ha ha, Makarov can already imagine what it was like when he bragged to his old friends. Fairy Tale welcomed 4 newcomers today, as a welcome ceremony for them. Today is a party, all drinks are free. Makarov, who was happy in his heart, rolled over and stood on the table, raised the wine jug in his hand and said excitedly. Yay! Listening to Makarov's words, except for Shen Wu, the others immediately became high, and the guy from Naz even roared directly into the air with a fire dragon. All drinks? President, do you want to have a treat today? Excited, Makheo suddenly remembered something and asked Makarov. Of course, today I will treat you, all the consumption of the whole venue is 9.9% off. Makarov said arrogantly. Boom! Hearing the first half of the sentence, the joy on everyone's faces began to unfold, even Ilusha, Shen Weihua felt a little incredible. But when Makarov said the second half of the sentence, all the staff, including Shen Weihua, instantly fell to the ground, and for Makarov's admiration, it was really a five-body throw. Moon-chan. After a while of frolicking, Shen Weihua was sitting alone in a corner, drinking a drink, closing his eyes to recuperate, when suddenly Kana's voice sounded in Shen Weihua's ears. Wow, what are you doing? Opening his eyes, Shen Weihua thought that there was only Kana alone, but the truth was completely beyond Shen Weihua's expectations, and the three sisters of Myra, Rebi, and Alyssa all followed Kana. Moon-chan, they said they were looking for you. Kana pointed to the person behind her and said. Something? What's up? Shen Weihua looked at the large group of people in front of him in bewilderment. You have a house in Magnolia, let's live together. At first, the few people were a little confused, but in the end, it was Myra who spoke straightforwardly. Hey! Shen Weihua was a little unresponsive. Living together? Cohabit? Happiness comes too fast. That, brother you, we don't have money on us, so can you let us live in your house for the time being? Listen to Sister Kana and Sister Ilyssa, your family is very big. Perhaps feeling that her sister spoke too directly and rudely, Lysina stood up and looked at Shen Weihua pitifully and said. Oh, no money. Shen Weihua suddenly realized, looked at Rebe, and asked, is Reba like this too? Ian, is brother you okay? Rebe looked at Shen Weihua expectantly with her water spirit and big round eyes. Ilyssa too. Well, I want you to compete with me every day. There is a martial arts arena in the backyard of the Yu family, right? Ilusha said lightly. However, from his eyes, Shen Weihua still saw expectations. Well, this way. Looking at the one in front of him, well, 1, 2, 3, 4 beauties, plus Kana is 5 beauties, suddenly proposed to give himself cohabitation. Shen Weihua don't mention how happy. Although they do not share a bed, they are also under the same roof. However, if you simply agree to it like this, will it seem that you are too urgent and eat too ugly? Hey, think about it, we'll pay the rent, and I'll go make money when Lysina and Elfman settle down. Seeing that Shen Weihua did not agree for a long time, Mirage said impatiently. Don't be in a hurry. Shen Weihua glanced at Mirage and said lightly. Mirage came to beg him because of Lysina and Elfman, and he was really a good sister. After all, with her strength, even if she has no money, she can definitely support herself, but Lysina, who is still young, and Elfman, who is cowardly, if she has no place to live, she is not at ease when she goes out on a mission, and she is not willing to let her younger siblings suffer with her anymore. Of course, it may also be because, at this time, among the fairy tales, Mirage is the most familiar with Shen Weihua. I promised, however, I have a few conditions. Looking at everyone, Shen Weihua said with a smile. What conditions? First, people can't get something for nothing, but since you don't have money, make up for it by doing housework, cleaning, cooking. This sentence was naturally said to Myra. Not for Ilyssa and Kana, and Rebi. As for Ilusha and Kana, if you want to live, count the living expenses, it's 10,000 gold a month, and Xia Rebi's task. Looking at Rebe, Shen Weihua was a little embarrassed, there must be no money, doing housework, Shen Weihua was distressed. Just be responsible for reading all the books in the study, and then sorting them out. P.S. I sent the contract out today, and when it arrives, it should be the time to hit the shelves. Chapter 43. What a joke. Well, brother you is so good. No problem, Moon. Okay, Moon-chan. As soon as Shen Wu's words were finished, he immediately received a unified answer. Among them, Rebi, Kana, and Elisha immediately agreed, while Myra blew up on the spot. For Rebi, reading books, the overall classification is not labor at all, but a pleasure. How can she refuse? And Elisha and Kana have no opinion, they have all seen, and even lived in Shen Wu's villa, how good the environment of Shen Wu's villa is, how luxurious they don't know, 10,000 gold is simply for nothing, and even the food expenses are not counted. Shen Wu is too particular about eating, and every time they invite Elisha and Kana to dinner, they are reluctant to go, because they are afraid that it will be too delicious, and then they will eat too much at once, and their bodies will be out of shape. As for Mirage, as well as Lysina and Elfman, they didn't know about this situation, of course, in addition to being surprised that the rent actually cost 10,000 gold, more because they were surprised that Shen Wu dared to let Myra be a maid. Sister Myra as a maid? This big brother Moon is our idol. Lysina and Elfman looked at Shen Wu incredulously, thinking in shock. And Myra was completely angry, and dared to let her be a maid. If not for the fact that she couldn't beat Shen Wu, Mirage would want to punch her. However, even if she knew that she couldn't win, Myra was on the verge of running away at this time. Do you want me to be your maid? Myra lowered her head and gritted her teeth. Well, don't you want to? In fact, the maid's job is not much, mainly responsible for washing clothes, cleaning the house, washing dishes, opening the door, watering the flowers in front of the house, etc., are all simple things, and when you have money to pay the rent, these things will be done by a few of you in turn. Shen Wu looked at Myra, who lowered her head, and said slowly. Take turns? Didn't I do it alone? Myra heard the rotation and suddenly looked up and asked. Moon, why should we do it too? Kana and Elisha also asked questioningly. Of course, such a large villa cannot be completely handed over to Mila alone, before she paid the rent, although she was a maid, but she was only my maid, the clothes washed, the room cleaned, etc., also helped me clean alone, and when Myra paid the rent in the future, these will have to come in turn. As for your own, solve it yourself. With such a strong self-esteem, letting her work as a maid for others, especially helping Elisha do laundry, may have to cause a big accident, and Mila will definitely not be able to do this. Well, this is the first condition, you have no opinion, right? Shen Wu looked at several people and finally decided. Wait, you mean to say, in the future, a few of us will take turns to be your maids? Carefully recalling what Shen Wu said just now, Elisha suddenly asked Shen Wu. I can't be considered a maid, just let you help me with some housework. Why, Elisha, don't you want to? After speaking, Shen Wu looked at Elisha, Kana, and Rebi pitifully. I do. As soon as Shen Wu's words fell, Rebi immediately raised her hand and said. Brother Yu, I am willing, these things can always be handed over to me in the future. Little Reb may feel a little embarrassed because she didn't give anything, but gained a lot, so she is ready to take this. Nope. However, Little Reb wanted to take it all, but Elisha and Kana were reluctant. Clean Shen Wu's room, help Shen Wu wash clothes, help Shen Wu. These are what Shen Wu's wife should do in the future. How can REI be allowed to monopolize the benefits alone, and they must also let Shen Wu know that she is also very virtuous. We agreed, let's talk about your second condition. Elisha didn't wait for Shen Wu to ask something, and immediately said categorically. Ooh. Stunned looking at the two completely different before and after, Shen Wu couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, compared to the woman's mood, the capriciousness of the weather was weak. The second condition is that at home, you must not fight. If you want to fight, go to the martial arts arena in the backyard of the villa. If you fight inside the villa and break anything, you will pay 100 times compensation. This, especially Myra and Alyssa should pay attention to. Shen Weiho can know, when they were children, Myra and Alyssa were simply girls' versions of Natsu and Gray, and even the destructive power was still more than that. Shen Weiho didn't want to, and his villa became a ruin in 3 or 2 days. No problem. This condition is very simple, and it is not that they are not allowed to fight, but they are not allowed to fight inside the villa, so they agreed directly without thinking about it. Anyway, except for Alyssa and Myra, Rebi and Kana and Lysina are good girls and can't fight. The last condition, and the most important one, Mirage, you and Lysina have no problem living in the villa, but your brother can't live in the villa. P.S. Today can only be changed twice, very sorry, tomorrow 5 more outbreaks, make up for the change. Thank you Feishan Xiaoli for the change ticket. Chapter 44. The last condition, and the most important one, Mirage, you and Lysina have no problem living in the villa, but your brother can't live in the villa. Shen Weiho pointed to the tall elfman and said to Myra. Why? Why? The voices of 3 people sounded at the same time, but it was not the questioning voice of the 3 sisters of Mirage, but the voice of Mirage alone and 2 other men. Natsu, Gray, what are you guys doing together? Shen Weiho looked at the 2 people who came over speechlessly. Hehe, it's quite lively to listen to your conversation, so come and take a look. Gray smiled sheepishly. Month, why don't you let Elfman live? In addition, can you let us live in it together? The rent will be paid. Natsu said to Shen Weiho with a smile. Natsu, a foodie, has been coveting the food in Shen Weiho's family for a long time, and now he only needs to call 10,000 gold to eat all the time, which is great news for Natsu. You too me. Mirage jumped over, kicked Gray and Natsu away, and then looked at Shen Weiho and said, why don't you let Elfman live? I'll pay his share of the rent. The main reason why Mirage asked Shen Weiho for help was Lysina and Elfman's 2 younger siblings, but now Shen Weiho did not let Elfman live, and Mirage was unwilling. My daughter is made of water, men are made of mud, I have a fetish for cleanliness, and I don't like to live under the same roof with men, even if he is just a little boy. This Shen Weiho is naturally deceptive, he just doesn't want Elfman to disturb his happy life after that. Originally, he was a man, plus 5 big and small beauties, living together, what a harmonious picture, inserted into an Elfman, how unlike. However, looking at the expressions of Mirage and Lysina, Shen Weiho knew that if he refused directly, it would definitely not work, and if he didn't do it, even these 2 girls would blow it. So Shen Weiho said again, however, don't worry, Elfman can live in the guild dormitory, and I will give him the money for the dormitory fee and food fee separately, and the guild dormitory is not far from my house, just opposite, so you don't have to worry about him being bullied. Myra was silent, looked at her brother, did not immediately agree, but also did not refuse on the spot. This condition of Shen Weiho really has nothing, even if they don't separate now, when they find money later, they will live in the guild dormitory separately, one in the boys' dormitory and one in the girls' dormitory. In fact, there is no difference from Shen Weiho's conditions. It's just that after years of interdependence, suddenly separated, even if it is just the distance of a river, Myra is a little sad. More importantly, Elfman's character, Mila is worried about whether he will be able to live independently. Don't look at Myra seems to dislike Elfman's cowardly appearance, but she will not care less about her younger brother than Lysina's. That's all the conditions, think about it for yourselves, if you agree, come to my house to find me, I'll go first. After speaking, Shen Weiho smiled lightly, and disappeared directly. However, only Myra heard it, and before Shen Weiho disappeared, a voice came into his ears, he is a boy, he must learn to be independent, you can't protect him for the rest of his life. As for Natsu and Gray, who were kicked aside by Mirage, Shen Weiho completely ignored it. One Mirage plus Alyssa, Shen Weiho has taken a big risk, if there is another Natsu and Gray. Shen Weiho is not stupid. Of course, destruction is only one small factor, and Shen Weihu does not like to let men live in his villa, which is the real reason. In the end, Mirage and the others still agreed to Shen Weihu's conditions, and at night, they came to Shen Weihu's door with large bags and small bags. Among them, Myra, Kana, Rebi and others are okay, there is not much luggage, but what is the matter with Ilusa, actually loaded 3 cars, do you have so many things? However, these Shen Weihu did not know, and at this time, he had already gone to flirt with Duke Zhou's daughter. Boring days always make people want to fall asleep. Therefore, the welcome ceremony of Mila and others was only held by them. Fortunately, Ilusha and Kana are familiar guests, so although Shen Weihu did not come forward, Kana still arranged everyone's room like a hostess. Shen Weihu's ratio is divided into 3 floors, the highest floor is Shen Weihu's bedroom and a large study, while the second floor is where Myra and her family live, and the first floor is the dining room, living room, kitchen, and other places. And Myra, Lisana, Ilusa, Kana, and Rebi officially lived in Shen Weihu's villa, which means that since then, Shen Weihu and 5 beautiful women have lived a cohabitation life without shame. Time flies, time is like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed, and the current year is 784 years in the continental calendar. 784, this is a memorable moment. This year, the plot of the Demon Tale will kick off. History will also be in this year, the history of the Demon Tale will also change earth-shaking in this year. Shen Weihu's establishment of Top of the Gods, in this year, will also officially begin to appear before the public, and at the same time, this year will also be the time when Shen Weihu leaves Fairy Tale. In 784, the end of the old era and the beginning of a new one. Chapter 45. In 7 years, the guild gave birth to many things, and for Shen Weihu himself, the 7 years also changed a lot. First of all, in these 7 years, the people who should join Fairy Tale have arrived, and those who should be upgraded to S-Class Magus have also upgraded. In 778, shortly after Myra and the others began to live together with Shen Weihu, Laxus, who was 17 years old at the time, passed the S-Class exam and became Fairy Tale, the 3rd S-Class wizard after Kildas and Shen Weihu. The first thing Laxus did when he became an S-Class Magus was to challenge Shen Weihu and want to prove who was the strongest in Fairy Tale. And as a result, there is no doubt that Laxus was defeated. It burst out with full strength, and even the identity of the Thunder Dragon Slayer Demon Wizard, 2nd generation, was exposed, but he couldn't even defeat Shen Weihu, who only used the ability of the Thunder system. However, because he knew that Laxus might use dragon-killing magic, when he challenged, Shen Weihu changed the location of the challenge to an unknown place, so in the end, the people in the guild, although they knew that Laxus failed to challenge Shen Weihu, they still did not know that Laxus was the identity of the 2nd generation of dragon-slaying demon guides. Later, Gerald Anaza, the prince from another world, Adras, joined Fairy Tale, but few people know about it. And the second big event was that in 780 of the continental calendar, the then 15-year-old Isa passed the S-Class exam and became the 2nd youngest S-Class wizard in the history of the guild. Ilusa is not only the 2nd youngest S-Class magician, but also the 2nd mission madman in the guild. Shen Weihu planned the path to become stronger for Ilusha, and Ilusha was resolutely executed, as if she was a mission maniac, rarely appeared in the guild, and spent most of her time in the mission. Occasionally come back, but also to find Shen Weihu to discuss and verify his strength. However, because of this, the relationship between Shen Weihu and Ilusa has heated up rapidly in the past 7 years. In 781, the year was a bit much more happening. First of all, the body of Ulu, who Shen Weihu paid the most attention to, that is, Daliera, who was frozen by Ulu with absolute ice, was transferred to Galuna Island by Ulu's apprentice, Leo, in preparation for the Moondrop ritual to melt Ulu's absolute ice. This matter is related to Ulu's resurrection, so Shen Weihu has always let by land stare, and Liu's every move over the years has been under the surveillance of Shen Wu. To revive Ulu, in addition to using the R system, you also need Ulu's soul, that is, those melted ice, and in addition, that is the carrier. It is impossible for the R system to resurrect a person out of thin air, but as long as the soul is still there, it is still possible to reshape the physical body. In addition to this incident with Ulu, in 781, Loki, the star spirit, Leo of the zodiac, joined Fairy Tale. Leo was dissatisfied with the original owner, Carrion, the star spirit wizard of the Scion Pegasus, who abused the star spirit he held, forcibly left the human realm, so that Charon could not summon other star spirits, and was finally killed by the 6 demon generals' magic guide, Angier. For this reason, Leo violated the laws of the star spirit realm and could not return to the star spirit realm, and could only enter the fairy tale. The last big event of the year was that Myra, who was 16 years old at the time, passed the S-Class exam and became the 5th S-Class Magus after Kildas, Shen Wu, Laxus, and Ilussa. Although I am a little dissatisfied with becoming an S-Class Magus after Ilussa, on the day she became an S-Class Magister, Shen Wu was bleeding heavily, and she held a separate celebration banquet for her in the villa, and also invited Elfman, Naz, and Grey 3 men to be guests in the villa. 782. This is a sad year for both Shen Wu, Myra, and the entire fairy tale. This year, Myra, Elfman, and Lysina teamed up and accepted the S-Class mission, the Beast King Commission, but because Elfman received the magic and ran away halfway, he accidentally damaged Lysina hard, so that she was sucked into the other world, Edras, by the super subspace magic, Soul. Since then, Myra has lost her magic due to psychological disorders, and at the same time, she has changed her previous sister personality and become the familiar image of a gentle royal sister in the future. In this matter, Shen Wu does not want to change. After all, living together for many years, Shen Wu still has feelings for Lysina, although Lysina did not die, but to be separated for 2 years, which is still too cruel for Mila. But at that time, Shen Wu was powerless. As time passed, Shen Wu was not able to remember everything, and just when Lysina had an accident, Shen Wu was outside on a 10-year mission, and when Shen Wu knew about Lysina's death, it was all a month later. However, perhaps it is heaven's pity, although the fairy tale is equivalent to losing an S-Class wizard this year, but in the same year, Miston Gerald, that is, Jalal of the other world, passed the S-Class exam and became the 6th S-Class wizard of the fairy tale. In 7 years, too many things have happened for fairy tale, and Shen Wu did not deliberately interfere in this regard, even if it was the only thing he wanted to interfere with, it was not done in the end. Therefore, until 784, when the plot began, the world of Demon Tale was unchanged except for one more god Wu. Of course, the only difference is that because of the relationship between God and Moon Wu, Lysina and Natsu do not have the feelings in the original work, so after Lysina's death, although Natsu is equally sad, he is not as lost as the original book. P.S. This kind of chapter of sorting out lines is very necessary, and anyway, it is a free chapter, plus today the author is preparing 5 changes, so don't worry about the author for water words. Chapter 46. Fairy Tale has become the most famous guild in the Filio Kingdom in the past 7 years, and the successive emergence of S-Class wizards, plus potential stocks such as Natsu and Grey, made Marklov almost happy to die. However, because of this, Fairy Tale is also remembered by many people, such as ghosts. The changes in the guild are generally a pity, but for Shen Wu's cohabitation life, 7 years is undoubtedly imperfect. 7 years have passed, and all the women have long pavilions, and if they want to nourish their eyes, they will be more eye-catching. Rebi's well-behaved and cute, Ilussa's heroism, Mila's gentleness, Lysina's fresh nature, Kana's exotic style. All of them are first class, which makes Shen Wu salivate. However, 7 years, although the relationship between Shen Wu and every girl in the villa is infinitely close to the couple, usually flirting and teasing, eating tofu, squeezing oil, and even night raids, sharing a bed, that is commonplace, but finally determining the relationship, and to the last step, there is no one. All the reason is because everyone lives too close, the relationship between several women is too good, even Myra and Alyssa, after Myra's personality changed, completely disappeared between the confrontation. Often Shen Wei regretted it, and knew that he would not let these people live together. I don't know what agreement was made between several women, anyway, although everyone has that kind of emotion for Shen Wei, none of them took the initiative to confess. As for Shen Wei taking the initiative to confess, I'm sorry, he never had this idea. However, let's not talk about the problem of unsuccess, let's say that he confessed one of them, what about all the others, give up all? In short, even if 7 years have passed, the relationship between Shen Wei and several women is ambiguous, but it is only so. 7 years later, Rebbe looks more and more well-behaved and cute, and her feelings for Shen Wei are still the same as when she was a child, very attached to his brother. Yes, that's right, it's the brother. In Shen Wei's opinion, Rebbe's feelings for him are more brother and sister than love. However, even if this is the case, Shen Wei will not let the Iron Dragon, Geigeru, and Rebbe have any relationship. As for Rebbe's 2 henchmen in the original work, Salusuk and Dorol, although they joined the guild like the original, they are in a similar relationship with Rebbe in this life. Because, once they wanted to get close to Rebbe, but they were taught to be human by Shen Wei's eyes. Salusuk, a faithful member of Fairy Tail, is one of the few members of the original book who still persevered when Fairy Tail fell. The magic is the Divine Foot, a magic that can increase one's speed, and the stunt is Hayabusa. Although the strength is not very good, it is also one of the main supporting roles. Dorol, a faithful member of Fairy Tail, is a good friend of Sarushuk, and magic is a plant that can manipulate rapidly growing plants to fight. And 7 years later, Kana has completely grown into a big beauty, and her exotic appearance has added a lot of charm to her. Because of Shen Wei, Kana in this life has completely free of the vice of alcoholism, and among the women, her feelings for Shen Wei are also the most obvious. During these 7 years, Kana also told Shen Wei a lot about her, such as that her father was Kildas. But when Shen Wei asked him to meet Kildas, Kana refused. She said that if she didn't take the initiative to find out, she wouldn't recognize him as a father. And in this regard, Shen Wei thought about it and no longer intervened. As for Kildas, this mysterious person who is powerful in the original work, but has not appeared several times, Shen Wei has also seen it in the past 7 years. The strength of the Super S level, as for whether it is the Demon Mentor level or the Great Demon Mentor level, this Shen Wei does not know. Kildas, Magic Smash, is the Fairy Tail, the most powerful being besides the guild leader. This, of course, is based on the premise of excluding Godless Moon. However, they have not fought, and Shen Wei does not know which of them is stronger and weaker. Alyssa, the woman already known to the outside world as the Fairy Queen, has contributed to the Crystal Palace of Godless Moon. Shortly after Lysina leaves, Alyssa brings back a new tenant after a mission, the Western gunner Bhaskar Mulan. Although she herself considers herself a tenant, in Shen Wei's heart, she has already marked his mark, and she will not be able to escape Shen Wei's palm in the future. Maybe Bhaskar only has some good feelings for Shen Wei, but after living in Shen Wei's Crystal Palace, do you still want to leave? As for that Arzak Cornell, Shen Wei could only say sorry. Bhaskar Mulan, an immigrant from the Western continent, uses magic gunsling, which is the same type of magic as Alyssa's dressing magic. Arzak Cornell, magic is gun magic, gun bullet magic that fills magic bullets into firearms. As for Myra and Lysina, before Lysina left, Shen Wei had already made her have a good impression of herself. I don't know, under the torrent of time, this good feeling will ferment into love, or fade it. After all, in the original work, Natsu and Lysina are not ultimately passers-by. and Myra, when Mila's personality did not change, the two often fought each other, and Shen Weihu also liked to tease Mila at that time. But when Myra became gentle, in particular, after Myra took over the job of fairy tale signature girl and took a few photos of her bikini, Shen Weihu basically ignored her. Although after that, Myra never worked as a fairy tale sign girl again. Dragon Boat Reading Discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 47. Of course, this is not to say that Shen Weihu is a conservative person, although compared to the people in this world, he from Blue Star is more conservative. Wearing a bikini, Shen Weihu did not allow her to wear it, but after getting along for so long, Shen Weihu did not believe that Myra did not know that he was a little selfish. From those who want to get close to Rebi, and then all of them are beaten by Shen Weihu, I also know Shen Weihu's character. Knowing that Shen Weihu has some conservative personality, and also takes on the task of the signature girl, this is simply a manifestation of not loving Shen Weihu. After all, you know, the signature girl of fairy tale, that is not a place, a city, but a whole country, the whole continent can be seen from the impurities. Shen Weihu didn't want his own woman, wearing only 3 points all over his body, showing his proud figure in front of the people of the entire continent. Compared with Myra, Elisha is much cuter, knowing that Shen Weihu does not like the woman she likes, and when others see it, the armor she customizes seems a little conservative. Although you can still show your sexy body, at least the lower body covers most of the thighs, the upper body, if it is a full body armor, it is completely covered, even the half body armor is tightly wrapped around the chest, only revealing the collarbone and navel. As for Kana, Rebi, and the others, they were already very well behaved before, but after seeing Shen Weihu's attitude towards Myra, they became even more well behaved. However, the attitude towards Myra, Shen Weihu has slowly eased in recent years, at least occasionally still have to talk a little, but if you want to return to the way you used to be, I don't know if you can do it before Shen Weihu leaves. The power of time is powerful, especially for Shen Weihu, because his golden finger is a bug that relies on time. It has been 13 years since he came to the world of Demon Tale, and this year's Shen Weihu is also 20 years old. In the 5 years from 772 to 776, Shen Weihu became a powerful S-class magic guide from an ordinary person who knew nothing, and in the 8 years from 777 to 783, 784 has just begun. Shen Weihu has not yet received this year's reward. The reward in 777 was not said before. Shen Weihu's strength has once again undergone earth-shaking changes. In the 5 years from 772 to 778, Shen Weihu unlocked the 4 kings of Eurus, King of Ice, Jalal, King of Stars, Jud, King of Shang, and Balin, King of Space. Among them, in addition to the King of the Void, Balin, the King of Ice, Ulu, the King of Stars, Jalal, the King of Commerce, Jud, all 3 people have not been recruited due to the unlocking conditions have not been met. In terms of ability, Shen Weihu has obtained the Heavenly Phase, and Fireball Technique, Large Fireball Technique, Continuous Pearl Fireball, Meteorite Heavenly Fall, One Knife Cremation, Hot Hell, 0-point Breakthrough of the Fire God, 0-point Breakthrough of the Fire God to change the 8 fire magic, and the 4 major abilities of Virtual Flash, Ringing, Initiation, and Swastiness. In terms of items, it took 2 years to obtain the base camp of the current Peak of the Gods, Sky City. These abilities and items allowed Shen Weihu to begin to emerge in the world of Demon Tale. And the things given in the next 8 years were to make the reputation of Shen Weihu Fairy Emperor completely resound throughout the continent. In the 3 years of 777 and 779, Shen Weihu obtained a total of 1 king and 4 major abilities. King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon Saber. Plain, Ancient Britain Strength Level, Great Demon Mentor, Normal Status. The name of the Night King, Artoria Pendragon, Shen Wu is naturally thunderous. However, it is worth saying that this Night King is not the heroic spirit in the Fate series anime he is familiar with. The Night King, God Wu summoned it, the 5th century Britain, the King Arthur before death, Artoria Pendragon. This is naturally very good for Shen Wu. After all, although the summoned characters obey Shen Wu, the memory will not disappear. If Artoria from the Holy Grail War was summoned, and there were memories that Shen Wu did not want to have, Shen Wu would also have a pimple in his heart. Artoria Pendragon, the Night King, also King Arthur, adhered to chivalry, loyalty, courtesy, and serious personality. He is fair and honest for the king, loves the people more than anything, and always puts glory and dignity first. For the sake of his holiness, Shen Wu specially built an independent guard, the Knights of the Round Table, in the summit of the gods. And Artoria did not disappoint Shen Wu, and in a few years, the knights under her command became a force to be reckoned with at the top of the gods. The appearance of the Night King Artoria surprised Shen Wu, and the next 4 abilities did not disappoint Shen Wu too much. Slashing, Teleportation, Ghost Path, White Fighting, the 4 basic abilities of the Shinigami in the world of death. Although it is a basic ability, if you practice it to the peak, you can also reign in the world. This can be confirmed by where Lan Ran is. Just 1 ghost path is enough to defeat a swastika captain in an instant. White Fighting, Physical skills, empty-handed fighting techniques, although Shen Wu does not like to fight with people, but 1 more skill is also good. Teleportation, a step that can be teleported. Ghost Path, advanced spells that only the Grim Reaper uses, including binding and breaking the path, and returning. Slash, the Grim Reaper uses a slashing knife to slash and kill. When he obtained these 4 abilities, although Shen Wu did not become the god of death, he also possessed a slashing knife. Although it is just an ordinary tang knife that looks gorgeous, it is okay to use the slashing technique. P.S. Today there can only be 4 changes, tomorrow continue to 4 changes. In addition, the National Day is here, tomorrow is also a new month, everyone has surplus food, there is a monthly pass, tomorrow must be more support. Chapter 48. The acquisition of the 4 basic skills of Artoria and Death made Shen Wu sigh. It is worthy of being a character and ability that can be unlocked in 3 years, and its quality is different. In 3 years, in addition to the acquisition of ability, Shen Wu's own strength has also been greatly improved in these 3 years. The most obvious is that Shen Wu finally broke through from the strength of an S-class magic guide to a super S-class magic guide and became a glorious magic mentor. When he became a demon master, Shen Wu knew the specific division of super S-level magic guides. F rank to S-level magic guides, but they are only apprentices of magic, and they have not even opened the door of the magic path. Only by becoming a magic mentor can they be regarded as truly entering the Hall of Magic. Super S-level magic guides, from low to high, are divided into magic mentors, great demon mentors, and holy demon mentors, and now Shen Wu is the lowest level magic mentor among super S-level magic guides. Magic mentor, the magic capacity is several times that of S-class magic guide, the first glimpse of the meaning of magic, the control of magic power and the power of magic, is not the same as S-class magic guide. This point has been personally experienced by Shen Wu, who has successfully advanced. However, it is regrettable that in the 4 years from 780 to 783, Shen Wu's strength almost stagnated. After reaching the realm of the Demon Master, Shen Wu knew how big the leap between the Demon Mentor and the Great Demon Mentor was, and the accumulation of magic power alone was enough to make Shen Wu feel collapsed. At least, in 4 years, at the speed of Shen Wu's condensation of magic power, he only felt a slight increase in magic power. In fact, the gap between the Demon Master and the Great Demon Mentor is not much, it is just the difference in magic power. But that's it, it's very difficult. Because the accumulation of magic power, under normal circumstances, can only rely on the accumulation of time, and the magic power leap between the Magic Master and the Great Magic Master is measured in 10 years. Although the level has not increased, in terms of ability and unlocked king, 4 years is not bad at all. In 780-781, 2 years, Shen Weihu unlocked the 6th king, the King of Ghosts. King of Ghosts, None, Plane, This World, Strength Level, Magic Master, Unlockable Conditions, defeat the 6 demon generals, then rescue Fairy Tale from the Council of Magic when it has been silent for 7 years. The King of Ghosts, None, this person must be familiar to everyone, the leader of the 6 demon generals, one of the 3 major guilds of the Dark Power Balam Alliance. As the 3rd big boss defeated by Fairy Tale, although it was knocked out by the protagonist, its strength can still be recognized, and its 6 demons can be regarded as having their own characteristics, which can be regarded as very powerful S-class magic guides. However, I am not very satisfied with the Ghost King Shen Weihu. 2 years, it is still a pity to give him 1. Could it be that the appearance of Artoria before has exhausted Shen Weihu's luck? In addition to the unlocked king, the new abilities unlocked in the past 2 years also made Shen Weihu feel a little bored. Super Magic, Storm of Doom, Super Magic, Heavenly Thunder Destroys. 2 Super Magic, and it is still range, the power can easily destroy the magic of a city. It stands to reason that Shen Weihu should be happy. However, Shen Weihu, who has just unlocked the Ghost Path, does not care about this magic skill, although the broken path above the 90 is basically a single attack, but for Shen Weihu, it is enough. The large-scale destruction magic, Hot Hell God Weihu also has it, so the Storm of Destruction and the Heavenly Thunder Annihilation give Shen Weihu a bit of an icing on the cake. In the next 2 years, in 782 and 783, Shen Weihu was not very satisfied with his harvest. The Demon King, Hades, Plane, This World, Strength Level, Great Demon Mentor, Unlock Conditions, after the events of Sirius Island, save Hades from Jelf. Super Magic, Water Curtain Tianhua, Super Magic, Absolute Zero. Whether it is the Demon King Hades or the 2 super magicians, they are not satisfied with Shen Weihu, who has been waiting for 2 years. And to unlock Hades, you even need to save him from Jelf. This task is a bit difficult. Who is Jelf? One of the 3 ultimate bosses in the world of Fairy Tale, whose strength is still above the Holy Demon Mentor, and wants to save people from him, which is hellish. However, it is better than nothing, and it is also the 4 super magics, and the 2 top figures in the Dark World can be regarded as unsatisfactory. Moreover, Wu and Hades represent not 2 people, but 2/3 of the power of the Dark World, which is also very helpful for the future cause of Shen Weihu. As for taking in the Dark Guild, in this world that flaunts light, what trouble it will bring to Shen Weihu, this is not what Shen Weihu cares about. Where will the strong care what the weak think? And for the mistakes committed by Nothingness and Hades, internal problems are solved internally, such as Nothing's harm to Arusha. As for external problems, those things that have nothing to do with Shen Weihu, are related to Shen Weihu. Ah, it's finally 784, this day has made me wait too long, will the sun be brighter tomorrow? In the unknown forest of the Filio Kingdom, Shen Weihu, who had just completed a 10-year task, looked at the moon above the night and said with slight excitement, "From today on, the world will become more exciting, and the world will usher in a different fate at this moment. Black Dragon, Jelf, and, on top of these 3 final bosses, how about adding a 4th boss to our fairy tale companions? Wouldn't that be more fun? Ha ha ha. PS, I'm sorry that today's update is a bit too late. The next chapter may be a bit late. However, today the author is going to stay up until 2 o'clock, and write as much as he can. Because the author also has a book on the shelf, Rebirth Net King's Strongest Dragon Horse, more than 500,000 words, now 3 changes a day, only 1 change today. I will write the update of that book later, and then write the Demon Tale, so it may be a little late. Chapter 49. Kingdom of Filio, Port City, Harujun. A young man is standing in the middle of a bustling street, and from the perspective of normal human aesthetics, the youth's appearance can be said to be extremely outstanding. A noble long purple hair, not carefully taken care of, but let it hang down naturally, on the handsome face. The most striking is the pair of eyes as deep as the sky, and the corner of the mouth if there is a smile. It is simply a perfect beautiful man. In addition to the slender and slightly thin body, wearing a black trench coat makes it look a lot more mysterious. Everyone who passed by the street couldn't help but cast their eyes on him, and the eyes of some young girls with spring were even more hot. It's just that the purple-haired young man didn't care about the attention of other people on the street, or rather, because after getting used to it, and automatically filtering the sight of the street, which can be completely defined as passers-by, he just immersed himself in his own thinking. The plot starts in this world. It's really lively. You can meet Lucy right away. I don't know if the real person, is it exactly the same as in the anime? Think about it, is worth tweaking. Oh no, it's worth getting to know. Shen Weihua pinched his chin a little badly and thought. That's right, the purple-haired youth at this time is our protagonist Shen Weihua, and when he returned to the guild after completing a 10-year mission, he heard Gray say that after Natsu went to Harujun to find the fire dragon, Shen Weihua knew that the plot had finally begun. Therefore, Shen Weihua did not stop doing anything, and immediately took over the task of arresting the magic guide who was banished by the guild's giant nose for stealing other people's property a few years ago, the Red Flame Bora, and then immediately rushed towards Harujun quickly. The cute girl with golden hair who had a little blurred memory came to mind, and Shen Weihua thought, the daughter of the future king of business, the protagonist. I really look forward to it. After thinking about it, he raised his head and looked at the sun, and Shen Weihua thought to himself, is it already so late? It's already noon. Well, don't be in a hurry, find a place to eat. His gaze glanced around the street and randomly chose a restaurant that looked good. That's it. Shen Weihua said to himself, and then walked towards this restaurant with a relatively classical decoration. For eating, Shen Weihua has never treated himself badly, not only to eat more, but also to eat well, at least not to treat his stomach badly. However, before Shen Weihua's hand could touch the doorknob, the door suddenly opened by itself, and then Shen Weihua felt a soft body crash into his arms. Sorry, I didn't pay attention. Before Shen Weihua could enjoy this softness, the next second, this softness had become a memory, and then Shen Weihua heard a crisp and vibrant female voice that came into his ears. Shen Weihua fixed his mind, and only then could he see clearly the person who bumped into him. With blonde hair, a blue headband, a blue striped white blouse and a short blue skirt, she looks extremely young and lively. Hey, there's no place to break through the iron shoes, it doesn't take any effort to get it, isn't this Lucy? Shen Weihua looked at the girl in front of her, that is, Lucy, and the mind that originally wanted to eat immediately disappeared. Well, it's okay. However, although there were many thoughts in his heart at this time, Shen Weihua still steadied his mind, pretending not to know her, and shrugged his shoulders casually, indicating that he didn't care. Hearing Shen Weihua's gentle words, Lucy slowly raised her head and glanced at Shen Weihua. Then at this moment, Shen Weihua obviously found that above Lucy's handsome face, a moment of sluggishness was revealed. Is there anything dirty on my face? Shen Weihua narrowed her eyes slightly, and with a faint smile, looked at Lucy and asked. However, Shen Weihua thought in his heart, it seems that my charm is really getting bigger and bigger, will I have to change my appearance when I go out in the future? To be honest, Lucy's situation is not the first time, and it will definitely not be the last. With the passage of time, Shen Weihua continued to grow up. Not only did he grow longer and more handsome, but the charm that attracted the opposite sex became more and more intense. Even Elusha, Rebi, and the others who are in the same villa do not come back for a long time in Shen Weihua, and then suddenly return. The first time they see Shen Weihua, there will be a short period of sluggishness, that is, the proverbial flower idiocy phenomenon. Sometimes, Shen Wu's own sigh, do you want this? Even if you are a traverser, don't do this, too perfect, people will be embarrassed. Ah, no, nothing. Lucy only came back to her senses after hearing Shen Wu's voice, and found that she had been looking at each other like a flower idiot, so she couldn't help but have a touch of red on her face, and hurriedly apologized, and left in a hurry. Hey, wait! Shen Wu, who was at ease and narcissistic in her heart, did not expect Lucy to be so shy. Just because she looked at herself more, she ran away shyly. Well, we'll meet later, let's eat first. Thinking about it, Shen Wu pushed open the door of the restaurant and strolled in. P.S. 2 points are not good, 1 point. Chapter 50. While walking into the restaurant, Shen Wu thought about what to eat. Roast whole sheep, roast suckling pig. These are a little enough, but the other things, the portions are too small, so tangled. However, the moment he entered the restaurant, Shen Wu's eyes were immediately attracted by a corner of the restaurant. Also, being able to see Lucy, which means that these two guys are there, is also normal. Naz, Harpy. Shen Wu looked at the young man with short pink hair and a dragon scale scarf and a blue cat beside him in amazement. Hey! A man and a cat who were struggling with food heard the sound and raised their heads. Month? Why are you here? The young man with short pink hair, that is, Natsu, looked at Shen Wu with a bit of surprise and a bit of doubt. Love. Good noon in the month. The blue cat named Harpy on the side also raised its paw to greet Shen Wu. Harpy, the transcendent, although Lisana and Natsu, because of the relationship between God Wu, there is no such feeling in the original book, but Harpy's birth is impossible for anyone to stop. Shen Wu smiled and walked straight to Natsu and sat down on the chair opposite Natsu. Just completed a 10-year mission, so took on a task to arrest the wizard who abducted the girl. Come here and relax. What about Natsu? Is there any task? Shen Wu asked Natsu while ordering a large amount of food from the waiter. I'm looking for a Guniru. It is said that someone saw the fire dragon here. But I seem to have forgotten that a Guniru can't stay in the city. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Natsu rubbed his pink hair embarrassedly. Love, that's it. Oh, so it is. The smile on Shen Wu's face is still the same. Natsu is like this, after so many years of getting along, for this protagonist, Shen Wu also knows very well. Every time you encounter something related to the fire dragon, Iguniru, you will always lose your coolness and common sense, although even if you don't meet Iguniru, you won't be very calm and have no common sense. Well, since I finally met, should Natsu wait for me to complete the task and return to the guild together? Shen Wu asked. Oh, no problem. Natsu said excitedly. However, you have to promise me that you will have a good fight with me, and you can't use that freezing magic. After speaking, Natsu added. Well, when the task is completed, I will compare with you when I go back. Shen Wu nodded with a smile and agreed. Don't give up, Natsu. Shen Wu thought about it in his heart, and then pounced on the food in front of him. Ah, I'm full. Eat enough. Love. A road off the coast. Natsu and Harpy were leaning against the fence patting their stomachs contentedly, with satisfied smiles on their faces. You guys are so useless, that little thing, just shout full. Shen Wu said to Natsu while blowing the sea breeze. The food in that restaurant was not as delicious as Rebi and Myra at home, so after eating so much, Shen Wu ate 1.5 full. When Natsu heard Shen Wu's words, he rolled his eyes without any image. I can't talk to you about this, although I am a dragon. But compared to you monster, it is normal to not be able to eat you. Naz, I see that you want to calm down again, and dare to say that I am a monster. Shen Wu's smile was still the same, but the raised hand made Natsu unconsciously snort. Well, that month. There was a guy pretending to be a red dragon who had a dance party on that boat before, you said. Is it the mission target of the girl abduction and trafficking you are looking for? Looking at Naz's difficult situation, Harpy suddenly pointed to a large ship in the distance and interjected. Gag. Hearing the moment of the ship, Natsu's face immediately turned pale, with a very uncomfortable expression. Don't just imagine seasickness. Harpy reluctantly complained to Natsu. And after listening to Harpy's words, Shen Weidel looked at the more luxurious ship moored at sea. Is that the ship? It seems that Lucy is on it at this time. Do you want heroes to save beauty? Shen Weidel was thinking about it, when a sudden sound of discussion interrupted Shen Weidel's thinking. Shen Weidel turned his head along with the voice and saw several girls chatting. Look, that's Lord Fire Dragon's ship. I really want to go. Fire Dragon? Don't you know? I just came to this town, and it seems to be the famous fairy tale magister. Fairy tale? It seems to be. Listening to the discussion of the girl over there, Shen Weidel was recalling the vague memory in his mind. Shen Weidel said to Natsu, it seems that the guy pretending to be a fire dragon is impersonating you. Do you want to take a look? Of course, not only impersonating me, but also using the name of fairy tale, doing something bad, absolutely unforgivable. Natsu is not stupid, from the situation of seeing the fire dragon before, and the intelligence that has just been heard, Natsu almost guessed that the fire dragon was doing something bad with the name of him and fairy tale. Coupled with the mission of the moon, in this city where almost only 1/10 of the number of people can magic, a fire wizard who pretends to be the name of their fairy tale suddenly appeared. Maybe this person is the target of the moon's mission. Don't look at Natsu stupid, the key place, still not stupid.